Trade really playing well last year. Yeah, they may not have won event, but they looked really good overall. Their firepower is tremendous, so everybody's really excited about these teams coming into 2024.
The PGC 2023 went to Danawa Esports, and it was first time in 3 years that Korean teams won the PGC, right?
Yeah, it was a really dramatic win. What an awesome team they had. They played so good in the finals. Really a special moment to be a part of that.
And 17 Gaming was, again, really close to winning, but yeah.
They're always really good. I mean, they're always right there. They're such a strong team. Incredible players on that team, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if 17 wins another event this year.
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll come strong this year too. So now we have to talk about the PUBG Global Series 3, which fans would be anticipating is the first PUBG Global Series of 2024. PUBG Global Series 3 will be held in Shanghai, China from May 20th to 26th with a total prize pool of $300,000.
So we've got 24 teams that are going to be coming to compete. Still should be a great event. A lot of familiar faces, a lot of our best teams once again are going to be there, and some new faces, some new teams. So it's really exciting to have this event now. Finally in Shanghai.
Yeah, so we'll have 10 global partner teams as well as 14 teams that qualified from the regional series. PUBG Global Series is very simple this time with group stage and final stage, and the teams will compete in the group stage for 3 days, and only the top 16 teams will advance to the final stage.
Exactly, and we'll be playing across 4 different maps. Erangel, Miramar, Taego, and Vikendi. As usual so far this year, we've seen these maps across all the regions. Now we're going to find out who can be the best team in those final 3 days when we crown our champion.
So let's find out who will be the champion of PGS 3, the very first event of PUBG Esports in 2024. So 10 global partner teams have secured their spot in PGS. Previously, we had 8 global partner teams, but now we have 10, and we have expanded global partner teams in APAC region. So new coming team is Cerberus Esports and Daytrade Gaming. Welcome! So these 2 teams from APAC region, Daytrade Gaming and Cerberus Esports, have been showing wonderful performances in the global events, and I think fans are really expecting these teams too.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Daytrade, a team that's been together for quite a while. They have a ton of experience at global events. You're really excited about this team if you're a Thai fan. They are really consistent. Yeah, last year maybe not the results they wanted in terms of the global events, but I think with their consistency and everybody kind of sticking together, I think they should be a really strong roster.
Next is Cerberus Esports from Vietnam. I think if APAC region has a chance to win the global event, I think it would be Cerberus Esports. How do you think?
I agree. I think this team has tremendous firepower. It's just a matter of being consistent in the finals, right? We saw them so many times dominate in the group stage, have unbelievable moments. Everybody's going to remember Taikon's play from last year. Himas was insane last year. It's just a matter of them getting to those finals and performing at their best, and then they can absolutely win a championship.
And Cerberus Esports won this event out of all APAC teams.
They are definitely going to be hungry to do really well at PGS this year.
So next is Sonics, that we all know of. They were PGS 2 champions, but after changing the roster, they didn't do that well in PGC 2023.
Yeah, I think obviously their results were disappointing for them, for sure. I think still trying to figure out how to get everybody on the same page, get Kickstart really integrated well with this roster. Still a bit of a work in progress, but you can see that the potential is there. Like, their damage numbers are really good across the board. So this is a team that I think it's just a matter of time before they really pop off.
So next is 17 Gaming, the PGS 1 champion and the runner-up for PGC 2023.
Yeah, I think these should be one of the favorites for the tournament. They're an insane team, especially internationally. I think most people would consider them the best Erangel team in the world. They are definitely going to be a threat. Everybody's going to be picking these players on their fantasy rosters. It's going to be really high expectations for them.
And let's see if 17 Gaming can earn another title in PGS. So next is Twisted Minds from EMEA region. This team is well known to be very consistent in this same roster, but this year they have brought example from Navi.
And this is a player who is extremely highly regarded for his fragging ability. We already saw it in the EMEA League. He was doing really well. This guy has tons of experience, has won a championship. He's an insane player, so I think this makes a lot of sense for Twisted Minds, who's always been really close to winning one of the international events, but has come up just short so many times. So maybe this is the player they need to get them over the line.
So let's see if Twisted Minds can finally hold the trophy this year. starting in PGS 3. So next is Navi from EMEA region also. This team was the PGS 2022 champion, but all the roster has been gone, and this is now newly formed Navi.
You know, this roster coming together, there were a lot of question marks about it, but getting third in the EMEA League was really impressive. DFX was playing really well, you know, formerly of the Wu, a really strong performance from him. I think this is a team that is going to have some questions about them as well coming into PGS, but who knows, with how they performed in EMEA, they could definitely do some damage.
Next is 4 Angry Men from China. Surprisingly, Godfrey is back after the ear break last year, and he's recently performing in PCL as 4AM.
Yeah, this is a team that has a lot of potential. We've seen some big days from them in their regional league in particular. At the global stage, yeah, definitely disappointing. You would think with HS and ZP on there that this should be a pretty strong roster. You know, Wang Zai as well from Infantry. I have high hopes for them, but with Godfrey taking some time off, obviously a legendary player, but can they really get it done with this roster? We'll see.
Next is FaZe Clan from EMEA region. FaZe Clan tried to work out with this current roster last year, but didn't end very well in the global stage.
I think FaZe has a lot of potential, and I think they know it. They've been talking about publicly how they're not as consistent as they want to be. Jeans has been really, really good this year so far, so I think definitely this is a team that if they can get it all together, we saw at PGC that towards the end of the year, they got 6th place, they were playing much better. It's just, can they find that consistency in time for PGS?
Next is Genji, the gold partner team from Korea. This Genji is very new, and fans were not expecting a lot from Genji before the BWS started, but they've won 2nd week and 3rd week before the finals, and they showed that they're still the strong Genji.
I mean, Barpo last year was fragging out of his mind. This year, he's still playing very, very well. Tosi is really stepping up for Genji. Rex and Adder, the old teammates from T1, looking strong together. What really impresses me about this team is their teamwork. They play really well off of each other, so I'm very excited about Genji this year.
Last but not least is Patrick Road from China. Para wasn't performing well in PGS 1 and 2, but after changing the roster, they have proved themselves in PGS 2023 ranking 4th. And Exif is always a best player, one of the best players in China and in the global scene, and is still fragging out in PCL.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, there's no doubt about him. He is still the consistent performer for that squad, so they should be a threat again at PGS 3.
So let's move on to the teams that have qualified from the regional series. First is from APAC region. First team would be From the Future. This is the Indonesian team, and it's been a while since we had Indonesian team in the global events since PCS APAC.
I mean, this was definitely one of the biggest surprises, a very welcome surprise for sure to have an Indonesian team back at a global event. There's some players in here that we know a little bit about, but they've never had like strong performances at global events. Certainly they're going to be a dark horse, but hopefully they can perform.
So next is 3 Thailand teams. We have a lot of Thailand's teams coming in from the qualifier. And first is Arena. I think some of the players are very familiar to the global fans, and I have Laritz is a twin brother of Flash in Day Trade Gaming.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, those esports families, they've got a lot of good players there. So I think, to me, this is a team that, yeah, didn't do so well at PGS 2 when they made it last year, so they made a change. They bring in Jacob. He looks really good. He is by far like one of the strongest fraggers in his region. So this was a huge pickup for them. Got them back to an international event. Let's see if they can continue to build on that momentum.
Next is Armory Gaming. I think global PUBG Esports fans would be familiar with this team name, but the players are quite new to us.
Yeah, these are some players that we're not going to be super familiar with at the global level. Still, potential is there. I mean, you could see it that they were fragging pretty well during the PTS and during the APAC qualifier. So I think certainly anything's possible with these Thai teams. Like, we know that they have a lot of cracked gamers. It's just a matter of putting it all together for these global events.
It's quite same with the Valley Thai Esports, the next team. Do you have any information about this team?
Well, this was pretty crazy. I mean, they took down Magnetic Thailand, which is Escaluzia's team, in the very last match of the day. They got a chicken dinner to take that final spot. So this is pretty crazy for them. What a way to get here. A lot of new players in terms of global stage. Kiss and Latte looked really, really good. So, you know, it's exciting to see these new teams here. Again, we're just looking to see how they're going to perform against some of the best in the world.
So let's move on to the EMEA qualifiers. First to say is former Mad Bulls. and now picked up by Virtus Pro. If you look at the players, there are very familiar names here, Ibiza and Quizzy and everything.
Yeah, exactly. This is a team that a lot of EMEA fans in particular are going to be very familiar with. I think everybody knows Ibiza from his time on Team Liquid, but they played extremely well. Lucarux in particular was insane during the qualifiers. So this is a team you got to watch out for. There's a ton of veteran presence on this team.
Yeah, ranking second in this competitive region would prove themselves, and let's see how they perform in PGS. So next is Hull Esports, the famous Turkish team. The familiar player, Code Marco and Kepa, has joined this team.
Yeah, and they were really big additions to this team, right up there with Ruin in terms of the fragging power. So all of a sudden, you went from a team that was maybe kind of, middle of the road in the international events that might start really pushing towards like the top 5.
Next, we have 3 teams from Korea who have qualified from PUBG Weekly Series. First to start with is Kwangdong Fix, with Salute coming in from Danawa Esports.
Yeah, no doubt. This was a team that had very high expectations. Looked a little shaky at the beginning of PWS, but over the course of the season got much, much better. Their results were incredible in the finals. This is a team that has tremendous firepower from top to bottom. No doubt they are going to be a threat at the global stage.
So next is Dipluskia. Dipluskia also struggled last year and formed a totally new team with Seoul from Danawa Esports.
They picked up who is by most considered the best player in the world. So this is definitely a team that are going to have tremendously high expectations for. Bringing Star-Lord in as your primary IGL most of the time. It looked a little shaky again at the start, but towards the end, it really started to come together. So this could be a scary roster, no doubt.
So last team from Korea is GNL Esports. The players are all new to the global stage.
Yeah, this is the team that surprised me the most, but in a very good way. I've been watching, Roy Hammer and Stella for years in the PWS. They've always been kind of middle of the pack, close, but not quite able to reach those higher stages. But now they finally kind of put it all together, bringing in this young player, Young, who's been a nice fit for them. But really, those veterans have been fragging out and carrying GNL to strong performances in the PWS.
Next is 3 teams that qualify from PUBG America series. First is Team Falcons, who have ranked first in Racing PAS. Team Falcons have picked up the entire Luminosity gaming roster with Flood, Mime, Brillo, and Snakers, and with these players, there's no doubt.
Exactly. I mean, this should be a very strong team. They performed really well in group stages last year at times at the international events, so now it's just them getting into those finals and then performing really well. I think everybody knows they're capable of it. We've seen it so many times. It's just getting there and then performing is going to be the big question, but certainly they're capable.
Next is Shoot to Kill, and TSM have picked up this team again for PGS. Team members are all familiar, right?
No doubt. This is a really, really good team. I really like Purdy Curdy as the IGL. Bringing in Sparking has brought a tremendous boon to this team. He has incredible firepower, as we've seen time and time again, both regionally and at international events, so this is a team to fear for sure.
Last team coming in from America's region is Legacy, with young, talented Brazilian players. And even though the team was third, Gizera was a kill leader in PAS3.
Yeah, he's an insane player. Coming into PGC last year, he was a player that everybody in Americas was talking about, really expecting big things out of him and Legacy. Didn't quite work out at PGC last year, so now we come into 2024, and hopefully this team can perform even better than they did.
Next is teams from China, one of the most competitive regions. The first team is New Happy, who secured their ticket to PGS 3 by winning the recent PCL. New Happy seemed to struggle after winning PGC 2021 a bit, but they came back and proved themselves in PGC 2023 by ranking 5th, and bringing Longscar to the team this year made them even stronger. They've won both PCL Spring regular season and the grand finals, and the well-known key player of the team, Ming Ming, is still on his fast form, ranking 1st and 3rd in kill ranking for regular season and the grand finals. Let's see how Longscar perform in his new team too, and see how New Happy can rise again in the upcoming PGS 3. The second team to qualify from China is DD Team. They finished second in the recent PCL. This team performed in PGS 2 last year, but beside that, they don't have any records in global event. However, bringing Shen, the super rookie of PCL, was a big change to the team. Shen was the kill leader in PCL Spring Grand Finals. His Q ranking rivals were Mingming and Aixleft, the veterans in the scene, which makes us to expect even more from Shin. Let's see how DD team perform with its new roster in PGS 3.
Look, we always know that the Chinese teams are competitive at the global stage, so we're really looking forward to these two teams coming into the event.
The first step of PGS 3 would be group stage, and the group distribution has already been announced. How do you think about this group?
I mean, they're all so close. Like, just looking at them, it's an insanely stacked group for all three. I don't really see a group that stands out to me as like the group of death that we usually talk about. Every team is going to have a really difficult time getting out of these groups.
Yeah, the three groups seems very even, so I think the 3 days of group stage would be really competitive. So next, can we guess who are gonna be the PGS 3 MVP? The PGS 1 MVP was Seoul from Danawa Esports, and PGS 2 was Tiggleton from Sonics.
I mean, it could be Seoul again, who knows? You know, D Plus is there. They don't look as strong as Danawa did last year, but who knows? I could definitely see maybe Aixleft from Petrichor Road really popping off. He's definitely a candidate. I could see Example from Twisted Minds having a really strong performance just like he did in the EMEA. There's a ton of good players out there. Maybe somebody from the Falcons comes through and has a really good performance. There's so many good players out there. It's really hard to choose who's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, and I think Himas would also have a chance to become the MVP if the teams that Bears Esports stay still till the end in the final stage. Yeah, so please stay tuned till the end to find out who will win the MVP in PGS 3. It's always very hard to see what's coming in PUBG Esports, but if there are teams that have high possibility to win PGS 3, which teams that could be?
I'm definitely keeping my eyes on 17 Gaming again. I think they've got a really strong chance. I think this may be Twisted Minds time. This feels like their best opportunity to win a global event. They should be one of the strongest rosters for sure. And then one of the last teams I'm looking at, I think this may surprise some people, is actually Gen G. I know they had a rough finals, but before that they were really dominating. The teamwork is incredible. They're so smart. They're really good about their positioning, when to take fights, when not to take fights, things like that. They trade incredibly well. I'm really high on this Gen G team actually.
I think teams from APAC regions will have chance this year as they're coming in as the global partner teams too. Especially Bears Esports from Vietnam being so consistent in this region and in the global stage, I think they might finally have chance in PGS 3 too. So we've been talking about the participating teams and key points about upcoming PGS 3, and before wrapping up, I want to talk about Fantasy League, your favorite.
Absolutely it is. I think for us casters, we definitely really enjoy the Fantasy League. It gives us a lot to talk about and to think about with the players.
So this time in Twire Fantasy League, we can change the pick every day, so stay tuned for every match and every day, and we'll have a total leaderboard for PGS 3 and 4, and if you win the first place, you can win the prize, the gaming chair. So don't miss the chance to earn that prize too. We also have PGS merchandise that can be purchased online. You can check out in the PUBG Esports online store, so don't miss that too. So this is it for today. PUBG Global Series 3 will kick off on May 20th in Shanghai, China. So don't miss it and stay tuned for all 6 days of matches and check out which team will be the first champion of 2024 PUBG Global event.
Obviously, I'm really thrilled for this event. It's always cool to get that first look of the teams of the year, to see where everybody's kind of at, to see what they need to work on, to see who's going to be our favorites as we get towards PGC, towards the end of the year. So certainly going to be really exciting to check out all the action at PGS 3 and 4.
More information and contents about PUBG Esports and PUBG Global Series will be on PUBGesports.com, so please check out, and I'll see you in Shanghai. Bye-bye!
It was another off day. I was dying over and over again. And with every death, I miss old Erangel and its gunplay. When suddenly, something strange happened.
Hello, who's this?
I'm Shroud, who are you?
No, I'm Shroud.
I came in contact with a familiar face.
Who are you? Wait a minute. That's my old room. You're me from the past?
Wait. You're future me?
Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I have an idea and you could help me with it.
We're going to bring old Erangel back to the present. Okay, so first, you're going to join PUBG Corporation as a developer. Bring Wacky Jacky 101 along. It's always good to have more help. Job interviews are difficult, but don't worry. You'll have an upper hand because I know the future. And once you're part of the team, you'll need to get close to the main developer and insert the Easter egg.
What is with this window glitch? They're going through the window like that?
You should share this idea with the devs. We should introduce vaulting into the game. I'm sure this will be a game changer, as it'll enhance the quality of life and strategic aspects of PUBG.
Yes!
The developer's now part of the team.
Wow!
And now our main mission's about to start. Bring back Erangel. Just let me know when it's done. And I'll be waiting for your signal.
Hey guys! We did it! We did it! Look! Look at this code! Look at it!
Bro.
We did it! Dude, this is
That's
crazy!
insane, bro. That's insane.
Get over here, man. Guys!
It's done. I can't wait to show you the sticker
Okay,
card. It's gonna be
all I need to do now is enter the code, pass me, gave me. I really hope this works.
The OG gunplay is back. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I don't know this happened, but this is actually so great. I forgot to. I didn't know what to do. I was like, whoa.
哥们儿，我开始给你们拿枪械一扔，然后他妈一个上给我掰了弯，说 FTG 怎么会扔上在我脸上
Hello， 大家好，我是11战队的小北。
大家好，我是小鬼。
大家好，我是17的小五。
DDT 和 CCG 的距离已经越来越近了啊！刚才博良和南少是没有溜到，
因为这波知道独立的队伍都进去了嘛，独立没人了嘛，然后就绕到那个山坡上去了。我们的高山可以观察得到，有倍镜，就是高坡视野好，可以看得到。
机会，我们看到小鬼在中段是带了一把铁拳的，但是
那去那个山之后呢，知道那个盲扎坑，就 DS 下边坡，这盲扎坑是我们是知道的，然后扎过去了之后就必须要扛过压嘛，就 DSS， 扛完之后我们就比较自由了，位置比较好了。
在这个坑里面，因为我们一直都在交流，只要看到雷过来，我们就封烟往上顶。封烟是为了挡天霸的枪线，然后为了躲雷。然后就是说打我们的话，他们也会吃枪线的。我感觉我们还是会有一定优势，因为他们是吃枪线的。
带人投注，但是距离很远啊。DSS 在第一波倒地之后，也是有意识的往后回拉。
这波知道他们要打我们，但是他踩出来打我们会被天霸打，就是我们这波不给天霸压力，他会用连狙帮我们抽头上的人。所以说我们这波没去打天霸的人，让他们帮我看 DSS， 然后呢 ，DSS 也失误了，因为他用投注炸到我们就一个，多炸到几个就激活来丢好一点，我们可能就没了，这可能是他们失误的点。
我也觉得他们道具丢的不好。是，
他之前丢雷的时候已经丢了大概4、5颗了，我们估算再丢一波雷，他们应该就没有什么投入了。
但是 DSS 前几次的扔道具好像没有什么效果，火力车直接顶到脸前。
我们肯定是知道 DSS 会来打我们的，因为我们要待的位置就是他们要进圈的位置，我们已经提前2个圈，就是为了防止他们来搞突袭。
因为他如果进圈的话，被3队人夹着打，他必须要把我们打了，他才会没有侧翼枪线。
如果我们是他们，总会有一个人找位置，然后跳起来看一下他们的位置，丢个激火雷啥的。
导人 人了，天霸直接压过来要丢雷了，还有人有司机带着蚁人，
又是辆火力车。
这个位置可以听到天霸动车的声音，我听那个车声可以判断他离我还有多远。我当时摸着他还剩2秒或者1秒，然后听着也没那么快移到脸上来，我就没松手，就把他扶起来了。那扶起来之后呢，他有个火箭筒，一炮轰了天霸2个人嘛。我说我靠，你有火箭筒啊，哥们，就有点惊讶，因为这火箭筒太关键了，他身上2个人。
小北侧翼也是把人给接下。这个17在这个坑里把人都接下来了，
先调整状态，然后再去找人。
先补人，补完人开始数人数，是打几，然后算完过后就明白，然后开始做下一步战术的。
这抗压能力确实强，
对
，DSS 那波非常危险。还有，
因为这个版本跟新版本不一样，它这个没被削的，直接扛上枪就能用。新版本呢，它要装下子弹的动作比较慢，需要2秒吧。我印象里，所以这个版本火箭筒很强的，掏出来就能用。
哦，全是黑科技。哎，开车滴2下要到。
这个闪光是谁丢的？反正不是我丢的，我又不是谁，好像是苏九。
哥们儿，我开始给你们拿枪线蚁人，然后一个闪给我掰了完，说 FTG 怎么回人闪在我脸上。
打一个也尽力了，恭喜17。
这次 P12呢，对我的感觉就是整体打得不是很好。当然，我们可能会把这个当成一个教训，来激励我们下一个比赛打得会更好。因为后面还有很多比赛，还有很多机会，有时间给我们调整，我们也会调整最好的状态去面对接下来所有比赛。
这一次的失败并不代表我们是失败的，失败是成功之母。但是人生它总是会经历失败的这些东西，可能会有落差感，但是我很相信我的团队，我的 team。
PGS 3嘛，我觉得目标不要放得太高，因为我们最近状态不是很好。我想的就是我们把自己的那种状态找回来之后，然后争取名次往前提一提，
把冠军留在中国。
做牛批的人生，做牛批的自己。PGS 3我们一定会打很好的，我们就是牛批的人。
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
number 2, and it is all to do here for PGS 3. We have already concluded one of our days of the group stage, and now we have a fresh new group ready to go here for day number 2. My name's Kalaris. I am the host for PGS 3, or the desk host even, I should say. And joining me, as always, good old Erangal here with his perfect military outfit on. How are you doing today, fella?
Yeah, I'm trying to blend in to go under the scoots now, just like a green and blue color. The desk itself is also kind of a greenish color you have there. Yeah, but good. Overall, yeah, day 2 here. We're welcoming Group C. Excited to see these guys play. There's a lot of big banger teams in there. And excited to see if they're able to come in and actually shake things up a little bit.
Excited to see if they're going to shake it up, and always excited to have along with us for the ride good old Crafton for being able to produce and get everything going for PUBG, so thank you to them. VSPO for being able to produce the tournament as we do stand and get things going. Andersea is supporting us here on the desk, here on the stage for PGS3 as well. Thank you very much to them. And finally, we have Zowie joining us here with a 2546X monitor for all of these gamers to get ready and good to go and get those right shots going left, right, and center. So we've got lots to talk about here, though, Avenger, considering we have a fresh new group coming in, fresh eyes on the prize to try and get themselves some good old points for PGS3.
Yeah, for sure. And big names in there. We have a PGS 1 champion coming in, 17 gaming, of course, Falcons regional winners of coming out of Americas versus Pro coming into. It's actually a pretty stacked group when you look at it solely, but they're of course coming up against some teams that have played yesterday. They have quite a lot of points. Some of them also some teams that are playing their last day today in this group stage here, last day to try to make it into the finals, and some of them, they need to have a big day to actually make it to the finals, because we're talking about this hypothetical cutoff around, you know, the 55 point mark. It'll probably be ±5 of those, but it's going to be interesting, and they need a huge day if we're talking at the very bottom teams. But some of the other teams, they need better than what they had yesterday. If you need to put on like 35 points, so it's going to be a somewhat hard day today.
Some teams very much in trouble. Let's see if they can kind of rise above and see what's going to happen for them here today. Okay, we've got ourselves, of course, the group stage, and then we'll have one day off, and then we'll be moving into that grand final, which will be a 3-day. Most important to reiterate from yesterday, as we did at the start of yesterday, is that there is no last chance stage compared to previous tournaments.
No double elimination.
Yes, exactly. So you've got to do good in groups. If you do not, you are going home. Or if you're trying to come outside, team house.
Take the scooter back.
Just over there, yeah. It's not far away.
Just around the corner. Yeah, of course. Group A, Group B, and Group C here, as you see on screen, we have Day Trade, Cerberus, Petrichor Road, 17 Gaming, Falcons, Virtus, Pro, Howl, and GNL joining us here as their first day. Super interesting to see these guys play. And of course, Legacy has the last day. They were on 8 points yesterday. Armory Gaming, also not a good day yesterday. They have the last day today.
Is it not Group B that we have today?
Yeah.
B and C?
Oh, it's BC.
Yes.
It's 8? No, it's BC, yeah.
There you go.
It is BC. Yeah.
Right, well, we've got ourselves the prize pool as well. Going to be hitting things up. It's going to be $100,000 for first place.
It is.
Which is across 300,000. Kind of awesome, because, of course, we're all the way from first all the way down to 24th. There is difference in prize money. So even if you actually technically did go out before you get to the grand final, you're still fighting for some money available.
Yeah, of course. And the road to PGC is including the PGS points. So we have 4 PGSs throughout the year, and that's of course gonna be a lot of points. We have 8 teams coming to PGC from the PGS points itself.
Yeah.
So that is huge, and we could very well see the winner of this tournament here just based on that amount of points that they're getting through this, winning this tournament, and the few amount of points that they're probably gonna garner through the rest of the PGSs that they could go through from that.
Is the overall participating teams. We've got our GPT teams trying to represent good old Gen G. Honestly, looking phenomenal yesterday. I was very impressed with what they were able to put out.
Yeah, super happy to see them kind of reconstruct their team for the 2024 season here, and they're able to step things up. Of course, always good to see Adder come in and do things, but it's a good mix of players, very experienced veteran players. We heard from some of the interviews he did yesterday. Yeah, and just to say here, it is B and C today. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm super hyped to see Cerberus, 17 Gaming, even Falcons and VP. Like, I think they're going to do big things. And they're going to rustle the lobby up a little bit. But of course, Gen G coming in with maybe potential hot top situation. New Happy we saw yesterday do well as well. And TSM also had great start to start things off with yesterday. And excited to see what Americas can do again today.
It was interesting to me that Day Trade and Cerberus ended up in the same group, of course, as the 2 GPT teams from that specific region as a whole. I've always been critical of Day Trade. However, I will reserve thoughts for the moment and see what they're able to do on the battlegrounds here. They got second place in their region, looking good up against Cerberus.
Yeah.
But as Fantasy continues on, of course, you've got the budget. If you're not already kind of in, you can still technically join. You just be at a little bit of a deficit, obviously, yesterday.
Yeah.
But we've got Fantasy teams.
Remember to change
Yes.
from yesterday. Is probably the most important to say.
That's a good point.
Test what you've seen, and you can win 5,000 G coins here if you take first place after PGS 3. And we have a special prize as well with the Twire chair. That's going to be cool if you're able to be the champion of
the champion. How close have you ever got to being the champion of Fantasy?
Only like top 70, which is really good when you have like 5,000 to 10,000 people competing, right?
I think I got like a top 30 or something. Did I?
We had some big one.
But trying to get number 1 is tough.
It is.
The
really
guys
hard.
at the
It's
top.
almost perfect choosing here.
All right, here's our team.
Yes, it is. Talk me about yours, quick.
Talk about mine quick. Well, I've got him as Xiaobei, example, I'm keeping him, and I've gone for Nixie. I've got him, actually, they say I've got him as my captain. I'm pretty sure I've got Nixie as my captain, which is a huge gamble.
I think it's just the most expensive one looking at
that.
Yeah, a lot of examples and a lot of Nixies here. They're too cheap still. Example 20,000 Nixies. Like he dropped 6 kills in the scrims alone. I know scrims don't talk a lot, but he came out with a lot of confidence here. 11.8% pick, for example, still obviously after doing extremely well. No, not surprised.
No.
Ming 7. And Nixie, where are you? You are 2.2%. So not a lot of Nixie believers out there amongst everyone, which is interesting. Sparking still a high pick here, 4.4. He did not have a super high performance still, but a good points performance price.
Points
performance per price. Points.
Pow. Right, yeah. And now what's interesting about this is 5.8% for Soul.
Right.
D+ is one of the teams in the danger zone, I would say. Yeah. I think yesterday it was kind of the Soul show for D+.
He had 9 kills yesterday.
Yeah, 48 points yesterday coming in for him, which was huge. But it is one of the teams I'm a little bit worried about coming in today. What are your thoughts?
I would tend to agree, but I feel like they are one of the teams that is able to kind of take all the information that they're able to kind of be when they were in the firing range. Getting shot at yesterday, they're like, okay, we need to change this, and then you can take all this information, go back and VOD review. You can see what happened yesterday, and I think they're definitely a team that could come back and drop something like 35, 40 points today, and that should be enough here. Let's look at the overall Godspeed, 93 points. That's kind of far behind the rest. And only in double digits still here. I'm not sure about that. It's kind of
there's like
unfortunate situation.
There's 3 packs there, really. There's number 1 and 2, and then there's 3 and 4. We're kind of close to each other. And then there's like really like thousands of kilometers away. There's like Godspeed just in the distance, shouting at us, "I'm still here, guys."
From the ether.
Still here, guys.
I'm over here. In the double digits.
Maybe he'll catch up today. Who knows?
In the double digits zone. Yeah, but we have to talk funny stuff about
Godspeed
on the day, right? We have to make fun. Have to make it a little bit fun. If he catches up and he's first today, like he's gonna make fun of us tomorrow on the cast, right?
That's true.
We have to do that always.
But then Toby gets first, and like no one. It's whatever. Yeah. It's whatever.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so let's talk about today. Of course, we have got these groups B and C going up against one another. Who are you excited for coming in for Group C? I want to know.
Very excited for 17 Gaming, Falcons versus Pro. I think is some big names here that could rustle up how everything changes. A little bit of.
I like this word rustle today.
Yeah, rustle. Yeah, I said it 3 times now. It's very, very happy for it. Yeah, for sure. No, but overall, yeah, they're strong teams. We've seen what they're able to do on global stages, and I think them coming in here at 17 Gaming has to be the strongest team coming out of China. Right? We talked about it yesterday. Like, we have to see some big things coming out of the Chinese team. They are playing here, home turf advantage.
Yeah.
They live 20 minutes from here or something like that. They're used to playing here, so you should have some sort of an advantage.
Let's see if they can do it. New Happy and didn't have the easiest time yesterday alongside some of these. But anyway, it is time to get day number 2 ready here for PGS 3.
The difference is when it comes to the international tournament, there are the best teams with absolutely different play styles. It can be European, American, Asian, and all together. So the success is going to be to play without any mistake and win the tournament.
Для мене перемога це буде значити початок нової ери для Na'Vi.
ถึงพวกผมจะเป็นเจนใหม่แต่ผมก็จะทำกันให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ Tujuan kita di PGS 3 ini untuk juara.
It's a new year and there's new talent. For a lot of these players, it's their first time at LAN, so I'm sure the tension's going to be high. This makes for an interesting, sweaty look.
So a lot of teams coming in, but honestly I don't have any advice for them because I want to see none of them succeed.
So hopefully you don't learn, and we'll see you at the bottom. I mean, it feels really good to be back. Like back in the day when I was playing on the liquid, flying everywhere, everything was just becoming pretty normal. And now I just realized like I really want to appreciate this moment. I just really try to realize it in the moment and really enjoy the time that I'm here. And I really want to perform with the boys, and I feel like we can do really well at this event. It may have been a few years, but I still got it, if not better.
对我来说意味着很多吧。虽然 PGS 它的赛事等级不像 PGC 那么高，但它也是一个比较重要的冠军嘛。这个相当于一个小的世界赛冠军嘛。这个还是蛮希望有机会能拿到的。不能回头，只能先向前。
为什么回归？是因为无聊是一方面，但是我觉得梦想才是我最终的目标。我还没有完成我的梦想。我回到17之后呢，大家肯定会看到一个不一样的17，会比以前更凶猛的17。我会讓大家知道什麼才是真正的老兵不死。
Là một thế hệ chơi sau, và để nói về kinh nghiệm thì mình sẽ không bằng được ba người đó. Để nói về kỹ năng thì mình cũng không thua gì mấy, cho nên mình muốn gửi lời chúc đó là cẩn thận cái mũ.
我想说的是，看到我的 ID， 你们不要害怕吧。
드디어 죽여버릴 거야. 기열이 형이 이제 저희를 우승을 줬다고 했는데 저희가 기열이 형을 기다려준 거기 때문에 이번에 PGS3에서는 기다리지 않고 조금 더 격차를 벌리도록 하겠습니다.
PWS 때는 너네가 운이 좋았잖아. 이번 PGS에서는 확실히 밟아줄게. Let the show begin.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise, not a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up and my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Jack. Man, try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hectic scenes here for day number 2 for PGS3. We've got ourselves the groups B and C now colliding, going head to head to figure out who's going to be able to get the points on the board. For Group B, the onus is very much on them to try and get things going, but we want to talk about Southeast Asia. We want to talk about Cerberus, #1 in their region so far. Now GPT looking to try and cause some big plays here on day 2.
Yeah, we know and we have seen so much things from these guys, right? You come in and you cannot not mention Enas and Tiger, right?
At this
These
point,
guys
yeah.
were absolute powerhouses of last year. And yeah, I'm super excited to see what they're going to be able to pull out here. And again, 2 days only. We have to make it to the grand final. Of course, there's some team last day, but still, first day here. I talked a little bit to Skoom actually, versus Pro Coach. And he said, yeah, it's actually pretty hard to come in as Group C because all the other teams, they have a huge advantage in terms of points. Sure, it's their last day, but still, they can put a lot of pressure on you. They can push you a little bit out of your loot spots.
Yes,
Like, like we contemplated about yesterday, I feel like C is somewhat harder. If you don't have a fantastic start, like within the first 2-3 games, it's going to be pretty hard because all the other teams, they are first. The teams that have the last day, they're going to have, they know that they will have enough points to be kind of above. And then the other teams, they're going to be coming in on the last day, and they also might have a lot of points. So it's going to be interesting to see. And yeah, I'm excited to, of course, see Show back in the chair here. Interesting move from 17 Gaming. Lil Ghost on the bench is impressive because he was also a player that impressed us a lot.
Impressed
a lot. last year, previous years.
I think it was Dubai, right? PGC, where we were able to see him really pop off as Little Ghost. I mean, there were international tournaments later after that where it wasn't quite as pop off as PGC Dubai. But hey, maybe Show feels comfortable here. Considering it's the PCL studio, that could be a factor. But let's get to it. It is time as we have groups B and C colliding on Miramar to figure out who's going to be able to take all the points. Let's head over to the Dapper Dothraki in himself. It is... I can't do it seriously. Take it away, boys.
The Dapper Dothraki. Okay.
I'm not gonna hate on it.
You know, I've had way worse things. Hello, everybody, and welcome once again to Day 2 of PGS 3. It is I, Porosaurus, and joining me today is said Dapper Dothraki, is Mr. Godspeed. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing fantastic. I'm excited. PGS 3 Day 1 was lit, as the kids say.
As they do.
Day 2 with all these new teams, as the desk was saying, Avenger was so correct in saying Cerberus, the new up-and-comers, 17 with Show on the roster. Okay, and then we also have the Falcons, we have GNL, of course, VP, the Mad Bulls who made a tear through Europe to qualify to get here now, VP. This has been already such a fun day. The circles on Erangel yesterday were nuts. The circles yesterday on Vikendi. And now it's time to introduce, as James said, a whole nother group to the games.
Yeah, and I got to admit, a little bit partial to Group C. A lot of teams that I'm really excited about over there, namely Cerberus and Daytrade. I swear, it seems like every international competition that we have, we see APAC teams making more strides forward. And now here we are in 2024, first international competition. I cannot wait to see what these two teams bring to the table.
Especially with Cerberus, right? I mean, PGS2 and Riyadh, they really popped off and showed that they were capable of. They fell a little short in the grand finals, right? But they were absolutely tearing it up. Hamas and Tycon, we've been talking about him so much ever since he burst on the scene. A new young superstar, now already kind of established, right? And now this is the time for them to really start to carve out their path as far as what team they're going to be in the global stage.
Okay, we see our first circle of the day, and it is going to be a pretty, very well-playable circle as we see Guon take a few shots at a fleeing Valley Kiss, just getting a vehicle. But yeah, 100% playable, almost, well, we'll say 95. We'll say 95 to 90% playable. So it should be a fairly low and slow early game, I would think.
Yeah, especially, I mean, you guys mentioned it all day yesterday as well. When you have no safety net, there is no last chance qualifier. A lot of these teams are going to opt not to fight so early. It just makes sense not to go out and lose the opportunity for points, but also make sure you scan this now for a little multi-view screen. Watch that map stream. Please check it out. It helps so much to follow along. Also, if you're just trying to learn, map stream is there for you.
App stream, obviously great. Getting those different POVs, getting some player comms in there, also a lot of fun as we see a little bit of Panzerfaust practice going on in El Pozo with Trick, but Bleed, a little bit of a slow start yesterday, but as you said, I mean, that's the thing. For all these Group B teams, you don't have time. There is no safety net, as you said, no last chance qualifier. You've got to get as many points as you possibly can today, and just, man, I can't imagine, you know, Martin talked about, you know, Virtus Pro, Scoom, talking about how difficult it is being in Team C and having to sit out the first day. Well, I can't imagine being the team that has to sit and watch the final day. The
rest of the event, yeah.
And hope, you know? So so let's take a little bit of a look at how Valley here to see how they got to
That was looking entirely doable. They've really shown up. GPT 1 and 2, Jake. So the leaderboard gets a lot easier to read.
Yeah. And it's good for us too. I think, you know, you made good points regarding the PGC points that they want to acquire, but also the form they can take.
To the city of El Pozo, where Cerberus Esports have been firmly planting themselves in, and with them basically taking control of the center, we start to see all the other players from the outskirts landing some really nasty shots, especially from...
There you go, Valley Tie earning their right to be here. Now, all that being said, it's worth noting Cerberus and Daytrade. I know we've already hit on them just a little bit, but two teams, global partner teams, that did not really have to accomplish much of anything. They were going to be here regardless, but they still came out and they just dominated that APAC qualifier. So, you know, kudos to Valley for being here, but they got a lot of work to do still.
Of course, and that's actually the thing that I do like about, you know, it seems like every region's GPT team still will qualify at the highest positions, right? Because they want that practice. They want to make sure that they get the reps in, because yes, they may get a spot to the PGSs, but that's not a guarantee to PGC. And so for teams like that to still come in, like you said, Cerberus,
just absolutely tearing it up in their own region. That's what you want to see from these teams.
Get a little bit of a look in at some of the old heads that we get to see back in action here this week. 17 show, Godv from 4AM and
Ibiza.
Ibiza. We even got, man, we're even bringing Scoom to coach that
right?
Ibiza's team. I mean, we are just all types of old heads coming back in. Well, let's take a look at some highlights from New Happy.
过点主要是屁股后面偷人了 ，MG 屁股遭中。
这是 TSG 最喜欢的一个输出范围
啊，分数是一个没拿。
打工之王感觉。
是的。面对是一辆车啊，兄弟难了呀。龙斯根和明明。8个淘汰了，太爽了。
是的，
爽局。
我感觉，说实话，如果没有这么多散包，他们估计还是会用保车战术，就是开车来。
对。
Longsker blessing some of his fantasy owners yesterday. Great performance from them, sitting in 5th place overall with 39 points. We'll see what they can do today.
Yeah, I mean, Longsker and the rest of New Happy did quite well. Fortunate he's not on my fantasy roster, as I got absolutely roasted by the desk.
A little bit.
I am very far behind. I'm not gonna. But it's it makes the victory so much sweeter.
That's
true. Really come up.
Look, you're waiting for your big day, just like some of these teams here,
just like VP
in lobby.
Just casually rotating here off on the east side, and I mean, just looking at the map right now, and these teams coming and heading in their rotations. TSM, you got Falcons as well as Hal, all towards the eastern side, but per usual, Leon's, as it is in the circle, is always empty, Poro, unless it shifts there at the last minute. Nobody wants to commit to Los Leones.
It's not like we've ever seen a circle shift to Los Leones at the last minute.
Never.
Never. At least not within the last 24 hours. As we wait and see where Circle 2 decides to take us here. But as you said, most of these teams kind of centering up right around the middle. You got a few that are lining up around the southern road leading out of Los Leones. Not too terribly surprising. D plus actually kind of a big wide split, high and low on that south side. We got a little glimpse of that right there. TSM, they are arriving in from that southeastern side, but they can run right into Falcons. Are we going to get to see some NA on NA action early?
We saw some of this early with Sonics and TSM yesterday, and it looks like Rillo might just be able to make it past. And so the timing was just off for TSM to really capitalize and get a point or two, as they're actually heading towards New Happy, the team we were just watching before this swap. And New Happy is set up in a nice little 2-2 split as well for themselves to camp that road, and they're taking shots currently. It looks like D plus Kia, I believe.
Yeah, just prodding around, seeing if they can land anything, do a little bit of damage, just let them know where they are. Yeah, goodbye vehicle. Who needs it? Falcons, I think they all had at least one apiece, so no harm, no foul. Rello got a little bit of damage done on him there. Got the sandstorms now starting to make their way in.
What's really going to make this interesting, though, is if you notice how centered up all these teams are. If this is a hard shift, which, I mean, we're not casting generally, they are. That's going to actually cause a lot of issues, especially for teams that are trying to get out of the north or the south of this circle, right? So especially if it goes hard east or west, and that's what I'm looking for. You see a team like Bleed actually set up quite well for that. They can either wrap on the south for a rotation there. Petrichor as well sitting on the north side, not committing quite to the center just yet. So a lot of the teams on the outskirts might have an easier time rotating, depending on what the shift may do.
Yeah, it is worth noting that there is just a lot of spread going on in this circle, and usually when we see circles like this, maybe it's slightly different. We see teams kind of preferring to opt in those fields in that area south of Los Leones or just off to the west of Los Leones, but don't generally see too many teams playing up to the north. We've got teams all still around Picado. Now this still also might just be slow rotating teams scouting out before they make their way in. It looks like that might be the case with Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road Valley, even making an even longer rotation all the way out on the west coast. They should be free and clear.
Yeah. And even, like I said, D plus Kia, I mean, they're sitting on the south side very comfortable. They don't want to, I mean, they already got shot at a little bit by New Happy, so they're just going to chill right there. And that's actually a really good spot as well. Even if this does shift north, they can just go right around Genji, rotate on the west side, and then realistically, they're not going to have to deal with too many teams on that side either. And so this is going to be, as we know, Circle 1 waiting game on Miramar when everyone gets to play where they want.
What happened here? Godv.
What
happened, buddy? There's no way he got shot. There's nobody even looking over there. Well, maybe Tycon. Maybe Cerberus. I'm not sure. I didn't see the kill feed.
I didn't see it either.
I don't know what happened there. But regardless, doesn't really matter. He's safe. He'll get rezzed. and he can thank ZP for his prompt and courteous service here, as we see just on that western edge of Los Leones. Maybe GNL, they're getting some visitors very close by in the form of Virtus Pro.
So Stella now just on the bottom floor is going to take shots.
Oh!
Nixie, okay. That's going to be a quick flush and point. Was he expecting that?
I don't know. Maybe he saw the
way he
vehicle out.
swung,
Maybe there was something going on. Something may have given away the game there. But yeah, he was definitely looking for something. So easy pickup there for Virtus Pro. First point on the board for them, as the circle is almost closed in. You can see the sandstorm way off to the north. Should be. Oh, look at that. We are going to cut. Well, I want to say
not too bad.
You know, it almost feels like this is cutting north, even though it's centered up, because I'm so expectant of it to be kind of south of Los Leones. But either way, you see a lot of teams on our south that are going to have to make moves up to the north, and there's just so many teams that they're going to have to make their way through.
Yeah, and VP right now fighting multiple teams. They just took out one of the members of GNL, but now they're making their attention towards Howl. And Quedpa is actually going to put Ibiza down early, and so a 1-for-1 trade, 2 different teams here. VP now down to 3 members, and Howl is actually pushing the pace on this. They want to get the kills. They know that they're split.
Okay.
Nice grenade from the Mad.
Very well placed grenade from the Mad. Is now it's a Europe on Europe action. We saw a little bit of NA going on earlier, and it just seems like these regions just always continue to run into each other, no matter how many times we see it. So looks like Luca Rux and Nixie are going to be away from everything else, and they will not be getting involved in this fight, but they're just going to have to play this one out as a duo. They do have a pretty free and clear path off to the east to rotate away if they choose to do so. Meanwhile, Falcons, they're playing this ridge line. They know exactly where Howl is, and they heard the shots, but just nothing really revealing. Oh my goodness, Roarn.
Roarn is going to pick up a nice knock on Snakers, and that's going to sound the alarms for Howl that there is another team on their south. So this will give them a little bit of time to adjust. I doubt they push this out, though, as the other 2 members currently of Falcons are watching this. As
they're
it's
going.
going to be Flood getting that res. Are they actually going to push this?
They were looking over in this direction. You could see them moving around. They did drop down a few smokes just to hide themselves here, hide their movements. But good for Flood here, watching that outside, making sure the push doesn't come in. Looks like the res should come back onto Snakers here shortly. Howl just moving around. Okay, so no harm, no foul, really. It's just a trade. As you said, it would have been really, really aggressive for Howl to make that push.
That's a very aggressive push. Plus, VP is just on their east side, right? So if they see that fight break out, they know that they can third party. So very, very wise for Howl to maybe try to get a grenade, a flush, something, and then just back off, because they're still in a good position, especially to rotate later off of this next shift if they so need.
Do what you can, prod with utility. If you get it, you get it. If not the end of the world. You're still 4 strong and still inside a compound. So,
what is this juicy little?
Look at this little
treatsy flare gun crate. Huh?
Oh man, you know what? As a
Tycon
fantasy owner, I really like seeing that.
He needs it.
And they are really. I mean, they are all alone here on that northeastern side. So Cerberus,
full control.
So much room to work around here. Virtus Pro still playing in that western side of Los Leones. They haven't given up on trying to sneak one away from Howl if they're not paying attention. You can see Luca Rux really creeping out here. This is extremely aggressive for VP.
I've actually really been liking what I've been seeing from Luca Rux on this team. He has been a fantastic kind of point man, right? Similar to what we see Mime kind of do for Falcons, what he did for Sonics. He goes up, he starts the engagement, and he really gets off ankles that make fights for opposing teams difficult, because then the other base of VP is just sitting off in the distance or just on another angle, completely shredding whoever they're fighting. So I really like the way Luca Rux has been playing for this team.
He's a bird dog. We call him down in the south. He's a hunting dog. He'll go in the bush and scare up all the ducks.
Either that or canary, you know, which
or canary in the cold. Well, whichever you want to talk about it. But
look at
big
that shift.
hard shift over to the east, and that is going to make things real complicated over here on this western side. As you see a number of teams already in vehicle. 17 just going to immediately collapse onto their 2-2 split compound. Twisted Minds right behind them, and it looks like they picked the perfect time to go through before 17 could get fully set up.
And the crazy thing is, look at the rotations these teams potentially on the south could take. I mean, they can go all the way, and this entire east side is completely open, absolutely open.
So much room down there, but they are going to have to make their way through Los Leones, so it's going to slow things down.
And
just
Howl,
a bit.
VP, and Falcons. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, it's not free by any means. As Twisted Minds, they have to try to find somewhere to play. They're getting peppered by pretty much everybody. I know they got GNL that was directly in front of them. Cerberus off to the north, and they know that 17 just collapsed off to their west. So this is really the best case scenario that they've got right now, and it ain't great.
So many teams actually rotating to the south right now. You have Genji, VP, TSM now who's joined the party. It even looks like Bleed is trying to follow D plus Kia down there, who have taken an emergency pickup, which is a beautiful find.
I'm telling you, man, we have seen some very, very courageous late game, later part of the mid game emergency pickups the last few days here, and D plus now the next proponent of that. And if they play their cards right, they should have a lot of real estate to work with, and
great position for them.
Easy stuff for D plus.
Great position. They'll be able to hold this in between multiple teams like VP, HAL, as well as GNL just to their west. And it looks like Petrichor actually has started to kind of spread out on that north side. I like this split from Ming and Aixleft to just kind of hold position to make sure no other teams could cause any issues with those rotations. But look at this Genji right through the middle.
Yeah, that was
it
was kind of, well, it was a little bit interesting because you had TSM that's making their way up from that south side going through Leonis. They decided to be a little bit slower about it. Gen G, they were coming from that far southwestern side, so they had to drive through. They come in, they're going to have to eat a little bit of blue damage here just to avoid TSM. But it actually kind of forces TSM to slow down even more. So now they're playing inside of the city, and they've got that snake from Virtus Pro in Lucarux that's hiding in their midst. I'm not even sure they know about.
And he's been there for a while, by the way. I mean, the rest of his team kind of went off to a better position. It was really just Nixie. And now Lucarux could cause a lot of problems, but look at this. Trick right alongside Nuhappy Ming. Can he actually finish that nice little headshot? He will.
There you go. Ming will find the opening knock. Chamoy going to be, well, he'll be able to avoid it at least for now, and just going to have to keep going. Bleed's problems continuing into day number 2. Samoy, the last one alive for his squad. See where the circle decides to go.
Oh,
Donuts right onto the open ground here. So D plus Kia, that emergency parachute paying dividends right now.
Yeah, that was absolutely the play. And the fact that no one was there, they scouted that out. You guys talked about it. You and Toby talked about it yesterday on the cast, how a lot of players now and a lot of teams are utilizing just the single pickup. They will use one person to scout, essentially a UAV, and then they go. This time they worked out as a 4-man, but I do really like what we've been seeing there. Is it looks like Haisaki will find Xiaowu.
Oh no, and this is the dangerous part about having this be the center of your circle. They're so open. So many teams have angles onto this. 17 had to send it. They had to send it early, and they are going to pay the price. They lose 2. Fortunately for them, Soju's still alive. He's got another. He's got a rider with him. Who's driving? I can't see a Show. Okay.
Show.
Old man Show manages to make his way through. They're going to go right on the doorstep of Howl. Still taking shots, though, as everybody's still looking in that direction.
I mean, they'll be fine for now, but Howl will realize that they're in a crater, so they essentially just need to toss some utility down, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. But for now, Suju and Shao will be okay, as Nuhappy now taking the fight to day trade. And this is just on the southwest side. This isn't even in the circle, Poro.
Oh, man, they caught day trade at the worst possible time. They were very split up all along this south side, playing around those mountains. Get the first knock, get another, get him flushed out. Nixie's going to get spotted out by Rex, so that'll be our first team going out here in game number 1. It's going to be Virtus Pro.
Right, as we see day trade now. Still trying to make this fight work. They did lose Norins to Nuhappy, so December the 12th now taking a little bit more of an aggressive angle, but look at this. It's going to be 4 AM driving right into Twisted, and they don't get anything for it.
Oh no, 4 AM. They tried to send it into the ditch, and look at, oh my God, Twisted, how are you still alive here? They're barely alive. HSM doing so much damage here, and now 4 Angry Men is going to go down courtesy of Roy, but that grenade managed to make it. Perfectix will go down, but it doesn't hit Batulins. Crucially now, he has the ability to res his fallen teammate. Twisted Minds, they are battered and bruised, but they're still in it.
Still 2 of them up. If Batulins can get that res up, they at least have a duo, and we saw what they were able to do with just 1 yesterday, so still very much in this one. Is Nuhappy doing a great job of actually controlling the southwest edge. There's multiple teams that have come through. They already took the fight to day trade, made them back off, took out Nurins, but now they will have to deal with Falcons at some point as well on the plateau to their east.
Yeah, excellent area control here for Nuhappy. Not trying to get too greedy, not pushing day trade any further than they really needed to. They just pushed them back into the compound and let them have it. as they have their own spot really on this southern side to work with. They'll avoid the shots from Falcons with a little bit of assistance from range from TSM. Won't allow Falcons to really over-peak that. So let's see where we go. Okay, again, just the wide open field right in the middle in Godspeed. There is just nothing.
There is so much open space in the center of that circle. Then even if you look into the south portion of it where teams like New Happy, Falcons, Daytrade have to come in, Deepluxkey is actually in a position to receive that as Flood now is starting to take the fight over towards New Happy as they push in with smokes.
New Happy more than willing to reciprocate as we see a few mortars in the kill feed there. Falcons will lose out on Snakers as New Happy wants all of this. Rello will get to the smoke wall in time. Mime knocked very, very low. Rello will find Nan though. Opening knock onto New Happy. Rest of New Happy trying to make the push here. Ming Ming gets taken by surprise by Rello. Is actually a combination of both Mime and Rello. Mime got the first shots in. Rello got him while he was slipping. New Happy, the two left, are going to try to escape, but where do they go? Nowhere to find as Daytrade striking at the perfect time.
I was just about to say, don't you dare forget about Daytrade as Flash was able to pretty much pick off the rest of the team of New Happy, and now they need to start to rotate in. There's a little bit of a piece of position they can play just to the south there, something they can carve for themselves, but they will have to contest with GNL once they want to move up, and even the duo of Twisted Minds and Bleed. Don't forget about Bleed.
Ocarin, the last remaining player up here. Oh, so low. They're going to try to finish him off.
Wait, what?
Wait, what's happening here? This is GNL from range causing huge damage to Daytrade. They're just getting picked apart. GNL with their hard cover position. Belmoth can't even get over there to res his fallen teammate because Twisted Minds has stayed put. Remember, Batulin survived that onslaught from 4 a.m., was able to get the revive onto Perfectix, and now it's paying off as they are collecting points off of Daytrade.
Moving up, though, still have a couple members of the Falcons just ahead. Daytrade is down and gone. Perfectus just looking for any snakes in this area as they just have to deal with Belmoth. But Mime has actually moved up in a position where he can kind of overwatch this.
Oh boy, Twisted Minds, they had to do something right now, and they realize that this is their best hope condition for this game. Try to get as many points as you can. You're down to 2. They've already got 4. That one will find them, and that'll be it for Daytrade. And now Twisted Minds has pretty much the entire south side of that road to themselves. No vehicles now. You do still have Flood hiding up above. You might be able to take advantage of them while they're not looking.
GNL has really not had to do much, Poro. They've just sat in this compound and been very comfortable, but at some point, I believe Deepluxkey as well as the rest of the teams on the south, the duo of Twisted, Mime, will have to move up, and we still have Hal. I mean, Hal could very easily make a wrap on the south if they don't want to have to contest with the teams ahead of them like 17, like TSM. And so GNL really in a comfortable position, but that could get very crowded very quickly as they are pretty much the only thing left in the south, and the center of this circle is just barren.
Oh my goodness, mutually assured destruction between TSM and 17 as they both go down with a little bit of help from Petrichor Road all the way off to the north. Now, we haven't talked about the north side much, Godspeed, because they haven't really had a reason to get involved just yet, but you've got a full 4-man squad of Cerberus and Petrichor Road with a little bit of Valley Tie thrown in that need to, they're going to have to fight for a position here very shortly.
And I imagine Deepluxkey here, Poro, is going to want to hold out Hal before they make their push into GNL on that last little bastion of safety in the south side. But you're right, on the north of this, it's going to be Petrichor that has to get rid of Cerberus. There is not enough space for 2 teams to coexist on this north side.
Just trading headshots back and forth here.
Especially with the Dragon.
Cerberus and Petrichor. Oh my god, yeah, that Dragonoff is terrifying. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, but right now you can see the blue is going to start collapsing. They have to try to figure out who's going to go where. D+, they have to leave this compound. They know that they've got Howl on their doorsteps. Howl down to 3, but it doesn't seem to matter as they are finding the angles. Oh, they're just surviving, really. That grenade not going to do enough to get him down as, yep, the fight's still going on this north side. Looks like Cerberus is going to open it up with 2 big knocks, though. Now the push comes through.
2 knocks now. It looks like Hamas is making his move. They know that at least one of those members can't be res currently in the smoke. Not close enough to their teammates, but here comes the util, Poro. If they can just get rid of Petrichor, they would have so much control here on the north side. Ace left will fall.
Great
Another
grenades.
nade! Solo Z Tycon will get 2 more members of Petrichor. It's just down to Summer.
Cerberus smells the blood in the water, and they are collapsing right on top of Petrichor Road. Summer trying to survive as long as he can. The utility is going to take him low. The gun will finish him off as Cerberus just destroys Pero.
And meanwhile, in the South Poro, it's actually Falcons that took quite a few shots at Hal and were able to get a few of their members down. And so they've pretty much crippled that team down to one member, and still D plus Kia has not moved, and they're going to have to deal with Valley Thai now.
It helped out D plus Kiev a lot, the fact that Hal was taken care of by Falcons, but now they're in trouble. Valley Thai has that low ground. They still got utility to use. Soul bleeding from the blue zone will go down to it. And Valley Thai, they still have the better position. Americano and Starlord still alive, though. They still got smoke to work around. While all this is going on, Cerberus has sent it right to the foot of GNL's compound from that north side, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. GNL going to get a nice grenade. I can see who he knocked and flushed there, but Starlord going to get picked out by Valley.
Yeah, and that play, as you mentioned, by Cerberus is so smart. They even left a duo in the back of Tycon to make sure that they can overwatch that position. Meanwhile, GNL has not been able to step out of this at all, as Valley Thai will now get taken down by Americano.
Oh, boy. Okay. D plus Kia is out. Valley Thai, they got time to get these revives. Somehow, some way, Godspeed. Falcons still have 2 alive in this, and they are slowly progressing their way, trying to find the next place to play. 3 kills on the board already. They're going to push on to Valley Thai. It looks like they maybe read the kill feed, but Flood going to get spotted out by Sololzi, and that's going to be down to just Mime. Mime will see if he can maybe do some more damage with the flow. He doesn't have any offensive throwables. It's just flashbangs.
He's got to do it the old-fashioned way. He's got to get these headshots. He's got to get the knocks with that AUG. He's done quite a bit of damage, but still, that cover is so annoying for him to work around. But what a good job playing behind this almost blown-up Bronco here, as he's... no, he thought about it. Oh, the hesitation.
He's just got nothing in the bag, but look how much damage he's doing. Look how much of a
Incredible
problem
job,
he is. He is just forcing Valley to chain heal at this point, and they just cannot get rid of him. The triple peak isn't really doing it here for Valley.
They might blow up the vehicle. I mean, if that thing flips, that's not going to be good for Mime, as the circle now is starting to push in, and one man is still so much of a problem, but they'll finally get rid of him. Kiss will deliver the final blow.
What? Oh my goodness. That man is just a pain in the butt. He
really
is
is
so hard to kill, but he does eventually go down. Okay, Valley Thai, 3 kills now. They've got to slowly make their way into the zone. They do have a ridge line to work with, but they're going to be very open to any shots from Sololzi and Tycon's. Cerberus, they've found places to play inside the wide open field that we were talking about, but that is a huge knock on to Tycon.
That's actually massive, because there's no one to help him. It's going to have to be Sololzi that goes back, or maybe even Himas, but Himas is in way too good of a position to pull back for this res, so Tycon will have to sit for a while. But don't forget about, again, Valley Thai are just making this work, from the knock onto Tycon to now making the push onto GNL.
Oh, and Himas is the only one. He's trying to hold this whole squad at bay, but the grenade is going to take him down. So now GNL getting a little bit of a reprieve, and they're even going to steal the kill away. And now Sololzi, he's got his hay bale, and he's got an angle. He's going to take the shots, but it's GNL retreating back into the smoke. They can afford to slow things down here just a little bit. They've got a little bit of compound to play with. Valley, I think they know exactly where Sololzi is. They just can't get the angle. Megalos, though, he's going to find Hammer as he tries to leap out of the window.
And I'm so impressed from getting held down by Mime, 1v3. They have now poured themselves into a position where they can take complete control of the field, and now it's actually GNL with their backs to the circle, and all they have to do is make sure GNL gets eliminated and then focus on Sololzi.
That is it. And GNL, we're in a world of hurt here. I don't even know if one knock would be enough to do it. We'll see, as Kiss is going to find Roy. Young will trade back onto Unk. But as I said, one knock, I don't think one knock is going to be enough to get it done here, as they go for the res. Kiss Kiss is going to get knocked by Sololzi. So now that might open up the door here for GNL. They've got to get moving. They've got to get going. The smoke is already laid down. And they're sending it. Great grenade from Hammer, and that might be the door open.
And all of a sudden, Sololzi could be in a position here where he can win this game. If he can do a little bit of damage to GNL, make sure they don't recover with 3. It's very winnable, but that is it. Valley Thai is out, and it is down to just 1v3. Sololzi, what can you do?
Huge plays from GNL. the team that many people weren't really expecting a lot out of. It's a lot of new guys here, a lot of new faces, maybe names that we're not so familiar with, but they are in a perfect position here to secure a victory in match number 1. They've got to take out 3. The smoke, the shots from Sololzy. He's one shy. Roy managing to get to that care package, and now they at least have a couple of angles that they can play from here.
The good news here, at least for Sololzy, is he, I believe, has a little bit more of the center than the rest of GNL, so he can just hold this. If he can just manage to stave off their push, get a knock maybe, that would be so huge.
Oh, Hammer being the huge distraction. That is exactly what they needed him to do. Oh, now he's aware. He knows Roy's right on his doorstep. And Sololzy has that. Oh, he's got the movable cover. That's actually going to make him a little bit more dangerous here. Roy does need to be careful. Do not give this man any 1v1s. You have to push him. You have to go as 2. Don't give him the opportunity to pull off a miracle because you know he can do it.
Problem is he doesn't have any smokes. In fact, he doesn't have any util at all.
That hard cover might be enough, man.
The hard cover, yes, but he's going to have to move to center circle at some point, right? Which is controlled by GNL, but center circle is fairly open. Roy is in the open. If he can get that knock.
Blue zone slowly making its way right behind Sololzy. It's going to force him to make a move here soon. If you're GNL, just be patient at this point. You know the inevitable is coming in the form of that blue zone. A few shots from Roy. Going to hit. I think they realize now he's got that hard cover. Good damage done. But Sololzy can just drop back down. He had, I believe, about 4 first aid kits.
Yep, 4 first aids.
See if they can maybe destroy that portable cover.
Oh, but there's no ammo for Hammer.
Hammer's completely out.
Roy's got ammo to spare, but
there you go. He's done. He finished off the cover. And now Roy, being the aggressor, this got to be careful here, man. Do not give this man the 1v1.
The amount of trouble that he has caused was rather high, but just like that, it's going to be GNL to take that W.
Look, it may have been slow, it may have been methodical, but you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. That is still a win on the board for GNL. And then I gotta say, a win that they kind of pulled out of the clutches of defeat by Valley. They had them. They had them backed up against the blue.
It was even Valley that got a knock onto GNL as one of the members tried to fall back in that building, right? And then you also had Sololzy causing problems for them. But I will say, the ability to come out of that, even though they were center circle, still find those kills, still start to stretch out and really initiate that control over the center of that circle was very impressive from that team.
No, absolutely. And I mean, a lot of stuff to be discussed in that first game. And you know, obviously, we've talked about the importance or the craziness of the circles that we've had so far. This one falling right in the middle of a wide open field.
fuck. Actually, fourth for them. You got GNL being able to hold that down strongly here. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to being able to deal with a solo towards the end, getting yourself the chicken dinner, you don't have to play it fast. If you can seize control of the middle of that circle and just play it slow, let him be able to take kind of the risks down the line, very strong by GNL.
Yeah, of course. There's no point to give him 3 1v1, so you can just take him out like that. So, of course, very clinical towards them. They like it. But overall, really hard circle to play with all this open space here.
Yeah.
Of course, the compounds are going to have a huge advantage coming out of it. They tried to make something happen, Cerberus, though. It was kind of close, but yeah, then you get caught out by some of these kind of multiple angles that you come off with. But yeah, overall, yeah, this area here, the terrain, it's just so hard to play. And that single, it's actually quite rare circle. I don't see that many of them, right?
True.
But
yeah.
Having the terrain like that and having you coming out of the compound, a few smokes, and they made it happen. I was actually expecting Cerberus to try to hold them out a little bit closer, actually go under the ridge a little bit and play around that. But yeah, GNL managed to come out of it. And yeah, impressive to see. Yeah, good amount of kills coming in their way, good amount of points, and to start that, yeah, it's insane start for them. Their morale, it's going to be all-time high.
It does make you wonder if the 1-1-1 split from Cerberus at the very end was maybe just a little bit too ambitious in a circle like that. But anyway, it's by the by. We've got 9 kills going the way for Cerberus. GNL with 11 holding down that compound and being able to also take out Valley, which is very important on that east side, making sure that they weren't able to get any more room in the middle of that circle, even though there wasn't really much to play with.
Yeah, and Falcons and Mime specifically, like, it delayed Valley tie quite a lot, and I feel like that could have made have a little bit of a different impact there. You wouldn't have seen as many knocks, you wouldn't have seen as many things coming in, but yeah, overall here, good to see Roy coming in with 5 kills, 600 damage. We're going to have somebody happy for that, but that's annoying. Let's talk about that later.
Yeah, of all people to pick Roy. Anyway, yeah, it's very, very impressive. Good stuff for him being able to lead that squad as a whole. But for GNL, this is a fantastic result, a fantastic start, because I do think they're one of the teams from Korea that came in as maybe a question mark, right? As to how they were going to perform on the international stage and to potentially start joining the likes of Gen G all the way up at that very top of the leaderboard so far. That's fantastic.
But one game, the Dominator compound to start it off with. I want to see them continue, of course.
Sure, yeah.
It's a huge start for them, though. Having, again, we're talking about this 55% kind of hypothetical cutoff. Getting 21 points in your first game. It's going to be insane for them. It's good to see here jumping in. Cerberus also, team we talked a lot about, that capable of doing things. 9 kills coming in for those guys. They could have won this game, though. If they played their cards right, they could have won this game. But yeah, the angles and not putting on pressure on the same sides. They were splitting out, trying to take space in the fields where it's going to end up, but too early, or not putting on pressure on GNL, trying to kind of close them out of coming out of the houses there. But yeah, perfect timing for Mime to third party kind of and delay Valley tie a little bit, and that worked out really well for GNL. So to Mines, though, gonna be still in the top 10 points lead down to Gen G.
Yes, I'm sure this is going to end up cycling through, right? This is our top 12, and of course now we have all of our 24 teams that actually gained points here throughout what has happened now that we're 1 game into B and C.
Right.
And something to take away from it is that, yes, Cerberus, as you say, had a pretty decent hold on lap for a long time. They took that fight against New Happy and kind of dunked on them, if I'm honest, which is quite impressive considering that, New Happy had all the games worth of yesterday to get really raring to go, and Cerberus was just like, you know what, 1 game in, we'll take those points.
We'll start badonka them.
Badonka.
But overall, like, having this Los Leones bait ending kind of, and then you see, okay, when you see Twisted Mind start playing a dip like that in Circle 3, it's like, it's so hard to play around. Of course, they know it's going to kind of come out of the city, but still, you have one or few houses, the terrain around it. It's just overall super spicy circle to play. That's also why we see it kind of end like it did. But yeah, GNL, the compound heroes, happy for them, but I want to see more of them. I think Korea is a hard region to come out of and do well globally compared to how they play in Korea and how much space global teams take and the very top teams they take. And let's see if GNL are able to survive when we have these kind of more open battles rather than being able to shoot out of safe spaces like the compound. Also, of course, here, guys, D+ on screen. They have to do things. It's the last thing.
And for Falcons that we see at the moment, kind of a salvage game for them, but Mime survived long enough, and up until he actually fell, was #1 on the damage, also being able to do something. And gave Valley Tai a little bit of a run for their money. They were a bit slow to dislodge them, but that is by the by. We are getting to game number 2. It's Miramar once again. Poro and Godspeed, take it away.
Well, if you insist, we will definitely do so, as we are set for our second game on Miramar, our final game on Miramar for the day. You can hear the boys in the back are very excited to get this one going as we check out our zipline feature. You love this good zipline. I haven't seen the zipline be used in Miramar really yet, at least comp level. Have you?
Not really. I will say where they put the zip lines, though, were very problematic areas to cross back when they weren't there. But, yeah, we haven't really seen them. So
I don't know. It just hadn't come up, at least in any games that
I don't think I've seen the zip lines.
You know, maybe today will be the day. Maybe we'll get lucky. Who knows? But we've got a plane going direct from south to north. So it should be a pretty... we've gotten some decent plane pass really on Miramar, so that's at least a little bit nice for them. But
at least they get to go where they want.
Yeah, no, for sure.
In the beginning.
For sure. But again, fantastic first game there for GNL. That is one hell of a way to start your day, one hell of a way to start your tournament, really, for them. As you know, sometimes you get compound love, and that's okay.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. Look, as long as you are getting the comp, you're winning that game, right? We always talk about winning the games that you're supposed to, winning the games that you get in that position, and that's what they did. There was a little bit of struggle, but they made it through. They were able to knock out Valley Tai, and then they very slowly and methodically took care of Sawalzi from Cerberus. So that was exactly what you want to see from the team in that position. And, you know, I will also say that Polaris and Avenger brought up a really good point. That was kind of a very greedy split from Cerberus.
It was. And, you know, as we see our far north Crew de Valle circle, I'm excited about this one. I can't wait to see how this one plays out. But, you know, you think back to what they had to work with, right? It was they had that high ground hill on the north side, and then nothing but plain valley in the middle.
They
and
just took out Petrichor.
Well, if you send all three to be right on the footstep of GNL, you're talking about a team that's been sitting in a compound for forever. You don't know how much utility they really have. I mean, you pull up as three, you worry about Valley Tai just taking shots at you, forcing you into one spot, and then all of a sudden you're 2 grenades away from being done. So I get the thought process from Cerberus, but maybe they could have used that vehicle that they had to do something more substantial out in the field, you're thinking?
Also, Tycon going down as a solo, like because they were initially they were split 2-2, and I really liked that. And then he went off to the side a little bit, and then he got cracked by Kiss.
Boy, he sure did.
That was it. So, yeah, it's unfortunate when a Dragunov hits you in the head. You will get knocked, especially from that distance. But I like the idea of what they were trying to execute. But, yeah, it got a little out of control, especially when Tycon went down. But
and that's the thing too, right? You gotta anticipate the Dragunov, right?
Especially because Kicks had just cracked like 3 other people before that, right? So
I mean, it wasn't like we were surprised, you know. It's that Dragunov is something fierce to deal with, and especially late game, especially if you've been scrapping, and they had most certainly been scrapping. But Cerberus again. You know,
still a great showing though.
Exactly, and they did manage to avoid a lot of that early game nonsense going on to the south by playing on that northern side, and then the one big fight that they did have against Petrichor Road, that was pretty
clean,
impressive.
Very clean
it
up
was really
until that
impressive.
Point. But that again goes to show you, which was another point that they were making on the desk, is that that would normally work in a regional, right? When you are on the global stage, there is no room for mistakes. Every small error, every little thing that you would normally do and you could get away with does not fly here, especially when there's only 12 games to play. You cannot underestimate how precise you must play in those situations.
No, absolutely. And you know, and that's what makes it so stressful, right?
That's what makes it so sick to watch.
Exactly. Well, it's it's 12 games, and you want to be careful, but you also can't be so careful that you just sit back and don't do anything.
Too passive.
Right? So, which I think is what we saw kind of with Legacy yesterday, and it's something that they've kind of done in the past here with international competition. But let's see some highlights from our boys at TSM. Or AVD Plus. Hey, there we go.
It doesn't really matter what team Soul is on. He's just nuts everywhere.
Hey, also, shout out to our Korean castinger brethren. I feel like their souls leave their body as soon as anybody does anything.
The hype that they get, I will give it up
crazy.
to them. They are incredible when it comes to the hype. Those boys and girls are out of control.
So much fun. Well, what's not fun is if you're D plus Kia and you're trying to make a rotation past a Dragunov wielding HSM, because he is not getting knocks, but boy is he doing some damage to him.
Look how far north some of these teams are rotating. Even Valley
go.
Tai is just really up there. I don't know if I can't even remember if I've ever seen a Campo Militar circle ending in comp, like in any region. I don't know if I've ever seen it go that far north.
No,
we've seen it up, towards Oasis, sure, but
I think the closest we've seen is maybe just off to the west, maybe west and slightly southwest.
I mean, we've seen Tierra Bronco as well, right?
Sure,
but
sure.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a Campo Militar ending. I really
maybe
like
we'll
for
get
that to
lucky.
happen. Yeah.
We'll get blessed. We'll have to see it. But D plus Kia, their problems continue as now they're running into Petrichor Road. They just cannot seem to avoid our Chinese teams here, as they are under a lot of stress. As you know what, at the end of the day, they're still keeping everybody alive. So good on them, as they can at least pull back into this compound, see if they can maybe replace a few busted vests and helmets.
New Happy here is kind of trying to hold maybe an angle on this road to somewhat take some shots over towards VP, but no, they're actually going to opt to go in just around truck stop. And that's the thing. That's the difficult decision you have to make in the circle. Do you go for a major city like El Azahar, which is essentially in a bowl? Do you go Cruz Divide, where you can get held out from the east side where there's that high ground church? What do you do? Tycon is going to find Code Marco, but it's kind of this is not a normal circle to play, especially on Miramar, right? We're always in the south near Leones, or to the west side near Pozo. We're rarely up here to the north, especially around this very mountainous and hilly terrain, which is Cruz Divide and El Azahar.
Unfortunate there for Code Marco. My man was trying to skate the bowl, but got a little bit too close to the sun as we check in on TSM now. Yay!
Sparking landed the headshot on Bizzler.
Things gonna be going on with Bestia. Bestia's gonna be rolling right back up into Sparking, taking those shots.
Be disappointed that he didn't get a knock on the Legacy, but does force them further into the blue. Sparking that road because Luna Galaxy are trying to lock them out. That's a really good nade. That's a beautiful nade. Kurt hits it. Sam Crow erupts into flames, and Future are all down to Frogman, and he.
It's fitting that they would have a highlight of TSM using just a million throwables there.
You're going to say it, because if you didn't, I was.
Look, they had a great day one yesterday. We'll see if they can turn that into 2 days back-to-back. So far, they've got a nice big spread going on the eastern side of this circle. They're using that high ground.
Wide.
Again, getting a little bit close to Falcons, as, regional teams just in general seem to be like magnets. They can't avoid each other.
But that is the nature of the beast. It's always either EU on EU violence or NA on NA violence.
Well, we got a chance to sit down with Abisa to get his thoughts on everything PGS3 related.
I definitely think that Group C will be considered the group of death. We have a lot of high-quality teams, a lot of teams with a lot of experience, teams that proved themselves in the past. I mean, we're still relatively like a pretty new team. So there's going to be moments, of course, when things are not going as good. And we just need to keep have a good mentality, make sure we talk to each other, and just solve the problems if there's any problems. That's it.
I really like that, because when you have a player like EB, who arguably has some of the most experience in PUBG, just period.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that he says, look, we know we're going to be in a bad position. He has been there so many times. He's been in the muck, right? And the ability to have a player like him to kind of bring everyone back together, especially some of the newer players, right? This new blood. I think that team is going to do really well and surprise us more than we already think they might, especially with that roster.
Well, I was really excited to see them coming in here because they, like we said yesterday, out of 5 games in EMEA with finals and groups included, 3 of those days, or 5 days of play rather, 3 of those days they got 75 points, or over 70 points.
Yeah,
and
Mad Bulls were disgusting.
That is just not something that you see happen very often in any region, let alone EMEA, which is absolutely cracked. So, the fact that they were able to pull that off gave me a lot of faith in their ability to come in here in this, very, very sprint-like tournament where you got 2 days to really put on a show. So we'll see what they do today. Game 1 didn't really go their way so much, but we'll see if they pull off here in game number 2.
At the very least, they still have 4 up. They had lost a few members already by this point. I believe it was Lucaris that was trapped on the south side of the circle by himself. But now at least they have Ibiza coming up from the south. And something I've noticed, more teams went towards Azahar than I initially thought they would.
Very spread out.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way up to the north. Well, it's going to donut. It's going to go right towards the center. We'll play. We'll still have a little bit of that Death Valley in there. We'll still have Krutavaye in there. And you can already see a few teams just collapsing more than anything. Twisted Minds, 17, both really like their spots. Why wouldn't you? Cerberus, they're going to keep the guys south of the valley. They're going to send them back up to the north, but they are kind of close to Virtus Pro. So we'll have to see where Virtus Pro decides to rotate. They can avoid Cerberus. It looks like Haisaki going to peacock here just a little bit, just to make sure that they don't send it too close to them.
I was going to say I really like Falcon's position, especially if they can consolidate that 2-2, because they can pretty much dictate the entire south side of the circle from that elevated position just off Death Road. And so that position is good for them. VP as well, just on the bottom. But the thing that kind of worries me is Cerberus is split on Death Road, and that is not an easy path to take to consolidate.
Yeah, it doesn't. It seemed like they were trying to send too early.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was the sandstorm or if it was just a few shots that were sent in their direction, maybe that put them on pause, but they did. So they're going to hold that 2-2 on both sides of that valley here. Petrichor Road, meanwhile, they managed to avoid Valley, avoid Gen G, and they're actually cutting right in the middle of the 4 a.m. 2-2 split. And looks like they're avoiding line of sight close enough. Well, maybe not. Godvi will spot out Ming. Not sure if he might be resible there. Oh, my goodness.
What a shot by Roy.
That boy Roy.
That boy Roy. They should be able to get Ming up here, though, and so Ganvi very much still trained on that angle. See if he can get the flush, but it's not going to be
Good news for Petrichor, though.
Yep. I mean, they now know that Petrichor is set up there, right? And so with their position on the compound, they want to harass. They should be able to, especially with that split. They are on either side of Petrichor currently.
Oh, boy, the mortars are coming. Do they have them dialed in, or how close are they going to get?
It's fairly close.
Close enough, apparently. Ming, just immediately back in the vehicle, going to get on out of dodge before any more mortars arrive. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. If somebody if they can get this keyed in, I'm not sure how many mortars 4 a.m. have left in the bag, but I mean, they have got Petrichor Road just primed and ready to go here. They can just rain threes on them like Kobe. ZP on, it's like he wants to, but he doesn't want to.
Like,
you know, it's like somebody else maybe.
And he's actually dropping ammo so he can pick up more mortar shells. So it looks like he might be dialed in here just a little bit. He's gonna send one through.
157.
Where is that going? Is 157 the number?
Is 157 gonna do it? Splat.
Just a little short.
Not too bad though. Not too bad. 157, a little bit short. 160 would have been right on top of their foreheads.
162.
Maybe. Yeah, you think 162? Okay.
My maths is correct.
Let's see if they can get a little bit closer. We'll keep eyes on that just in case something happens. But right now, Day Trade trying to make their way a little bit further south. They get a little bit close to GNL, but GNL also still on the move. Hammer kind of looking back in that direction just to defend his teammate as Roy, I believe. Actually, not Roy. Can't see whose name it is, but got on out of there. We'll see where the next circle decides to take us. Are we going to get another hard shift? Look at Gen G, the split they've got going.
Gen G's got a crazy split, but still, even GNL, you're just talking about them, still somewhat split as well. TSM just on the backside, and now this is going to really start to cause the problems, especially towards the north side of the circle where you have Valley Tai, you have D plus Kia, you also have Gen G. I mean, they fortunately do have Barpo that they can kind of consolidate to and then take control of the west, but it's going to be very crowded up there in the north side.
Yeah, 4 a.m. immediately in the vehicles back on the move with that 2-2 split. They're going to try to collapse. Cerberus doing the same. We mentioned that they had 2 on that south side of the Death Valley. They try to send them back up, but again, just taking shots and shots and shots. I think that's VP, that's Bleed, all sending shots down that way. So Cerberus, again, just not able to bring those guys back together. Solozzi and Taikon going to have to stay down south, while Highmass and Haisaki, they've got a lot of neighbors very, very close in the form of Falcons and TSM.
And TSM actually managed to slip underneath GNL somehow as they're pulling up very close to Cerberus, who, fortunately for TSM, were not able to get any knocks going. Sparking driving right alongside what looks like Valley Tai is actually going to find the knock.
No, it's Flood. Flood finds Sparking, and he's flushed.
Just multiple teams all sending it to the same place. Valley Thai and TSM going to push right on top of each other. You have 4AM, Falcons, Pero, all herding them into the same place. So TSM, they managed to get 2 out of there. They are going to lose 2 in return. Valley Thai holding down that road position right now, and it looks like they've managed to secure that spot for themselves. It's going to calm down here a little bit more as nobody else really on the move, on the hard rotation anyway, at least towards the middle here.
Reload.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, good.
Oh, the grenade from Hymas. Huge stuff as he spots out Flood trying to make the run into the smoke. The Molotov's coming. He's got a little bit more utility he can send over there, but I don't imagine he's going to stick around here for much longer.
No, and Falcons are in trouble because if you look off to their west, it's actually going to be Valley Thai that sees and hears this. They may want to take a little piece as well, but actually Kiss will go down to 4AM, so that's going to be help. 4AM to kind of stave off the push there from Valley Thai. It's just going to be Cerberus still to deal with the Falcons in the shack, in this position, but look at this. Flood will fight back.
He had to. He absolutely had to fight back there because as of right then, I mean, Cerberus was just free farming fire down onto Falcons. They had to have somebody take shots in his back, and now Hymas, actually, or Hisaki rather, going to get knocked by the Mad. So Cerberus, remember, they're in a 2-2 split. This is just Hymas and Hisaki. Their 2 teammates are far south. They can't be a part of this. Meanwhile, off to the very southeastern side, Virtus Pro now in a 3v4 against New Happy as Ibby is weeks away on that south side. And knocked.
Yeah, Eddie is knocked, so this fight is going to have to come down to the other members of VP, but New Happy looking healthy as ever, and he's going to find an easy knock there as Nixie had the util in his hand.
Boy, New Happy has been looking so strong here in the mid-game. They are just death-balling through everyone.
Oh, what a shift.
There's only 1 left alive here now for Virtus Pro. It's going to be Quizzy out in the blue. You can see New Happy staring off in that direction, but I think they may have lost sight of him. That is a huge shift there for Bleed. Cutting down to the southwest, Cerberus, they still have their southern 2 that are still inside that. That might be easier for that northern duo to join the southern duo here.
It might be a possibility, and then even just looking at Bleed, though, the amount of control they would have on the south side of that circle, especially if they just take the east and west side of the road, would be monumental for that team currently, and they need those points. But New Happy's just continuing to control their edge, which is something they have been so good at forever.
I mean, it really looks like New Happy understood the assignment coming into this week. So they had a pretty good performance yesterday. Good performance so far through 2. We'll see if they can pull something out here in this game number 2 as we have a number of teams trying to make the rotation down to the south. You see Day Trade just getting lit up. Valley Thai with their roadside position. They're in a perfect spot to take out D+, and they do. Valley Thai 4 kills as they take out D+ Kia.
Great roadblock there, but now they're going to have to deal with Petrichor Road, who saw this, and the nades will start to rain down. That's going to be a nice knock for Ming, as 2 members will go down for Valley Thai. Still Kiss up on that ridge, but so much work to do as he's just going to drive right off.
Yeah, Valley Thai just holding on to that spot on the road as long as they could. I'm surprised that they actually managed to get at least 2 players out of this. We'll see where they go now. They got to avoid Twisted Minds. They've got to ditch across the side of the road, but that is just begging for grenades to be thrown in its direction.
And I will say, even though Valley Thai did lose 2, Poro, their traps so far yesterday and today have been so fun to watch and very effective. Even if they get third party, they always finish their plate and deal with the first team.
Absolutely. Well, GNL now getting a little bit of damage sent their way from Flood as Falcons, although again, Falcons down to just 1, but man, 1 seems to be doing a lot for them. This time it's going to be Flood on a mission. He's doing getting some points in the bag there for Falcons as GNL will survive just a little bit longer. They are surrounded though by 4AM. They've got Petrichor Road swarming as well. This is all going on outside of the circle technically. You see Chewy trying to look over in that direction. There you go. GNL Esports going to be deleted by a well-placed grenade from Chewy.
Now Petrichor turning their attention towards 4AM. They know they just have 1 more threat to their north, and they pretty much have control of this side of the circle, barring just a little bit of a Valley Thai duo there, as they're just going to clean this up quite well. Meanwhile, New Happy is continuing their tear on the east side.
New Happy, and this is from range here. Falcons will finally go down as Flooded will succumb to the blue zone. 4AM They have, I think, just HSM off in the north, as Petrichor Road is just doing a little bit of gatekeeping on the northern side. They're not going to spot him. I imagine we'll see him just go down to the blue as we get another hard shift down to the south. Cerberus again. Just, you know, as many times as they tried to send that southern duo north to join the other two, it didn't happen, but it's paid off.
It might actually work here. If they can somehow sandwich New Happy, they can actually take this position away from them, especially if 17 takes a few more shots over towards New Happy's way, but they realize now that this is a duo, and look at this. They're going in for the kill. They're actually trying to pinch and get rid of the other duo of Cerberus right now.
The focus, the sheer focus here from New Happy to see what is in front of them. Go ahead and push this. Try to get it done quickly and turn around and not take too much time. Highmass will go down to the grenade from Longsker. Should get the flush as well. As you can see, Tycon and Sololzi, they're just running off in the distance. They're going to play the ridge line instead. 17 has the compound here on the north, so New Happy knows, they might not know it's 17, but they know somebody's going to be in there, so they're managing to avoid those lines of sight while also finishing off everything off to their north.
Bleed tried to send a few members up there towards the center of the circle, leaving a few down, but that's actually going to be an opportunity for Gen G as Petrichor is continuing to harass Valley Tai, and it's just one member left. It's Kiss, but they didn't see him.
Oh, they didn't spot him.
Oh, this could be huge.
He's so sneaky. Kiss waiting for the perfect moment here. Petrichor Road turning their attention over towards Twisted Minds. Kiss just hoping that he can survive a little bit longer.
Oh, man.
Oh no, Chewy went down to Ike's grenade that he sent over towards, and now Kiss is going to strike. He finds Ike's left. He finds them all, and that's going to be it. Kiss will stay alive for Valley Tai.
What a massive play for Valley Tai. They were all but finished, but now they have to deal with, or I should say he has to deal with, the rest of Twisted Minds, who has been all but patient, sitting in the back, 2 kills. Now they know it's their time to strike. In the north, especially where Valley Tai is playing, is the weakest. But they might set their eyes here on Gen G as Tosi is set up on the road and right in the crosshairs of Twisted Minds.
They've got to make a decision very, very quickly. They know the Kiss is over there, but they're going to avoid that for the time being. The rest of the boys just laying down the smoke wall, trying to see if they can get a little bit closer to Gen G, see if they can maybe get into throwables range. But Tulins will send it across the road. He's actually inside the zone here. Oh, the 1v1 between Lou and Rex, and Lou just barely coming out ahead. Example now turning his attention towards Tosi.
This is an awful position.
Through the window.
As Example is headhunting right now, he will find Adder and Tosi with no difficulty at all. It's just down to one member, Barpo, all the way in the distance, and Example's not even done yet. Another one! Give him 3!
The guy is out of his freaking mind. 6 kills now for Twisted Minds, all 4 up, and they have complete control over the northwestern side of the circle, but they've got to get on the move once again as the shift will go down. New Happy going to crash the other duo from Cerberus. This could be a little bit more difficult as Cerberus has been expecting this.
Cerberus still is a duo, so
oh,
he's going to go down. Ming Ming with the drive-by will get it done, but Tycon, hold on a second. 8 HP, as long as he can heal. We have seen some incredible stuff from this young superstar.
That's a huge kill to open things up here, but that gives his position away. The rest of New Happy know exactly where he is. Longsker was going for the res and actually got shot in the back. He had to pull off of it. So now Tycon is just avoiding Nan's line of sight. The Molotov's coming through. They're just trying to push him into a that did hit him. He got him, and there he goes. December 12th will finish him off as New Happy is looking so good.
So hot right now. That
so
team.
hot right now.
They have cleared the entirety of the east side, and now 17 finally starting to come out of that compound. But Twisted Minds in such a good position. They can slowly roll down the north side of the circle and just constrict their control, especially because Bleed had to pull off, and it's just one member of Howl left.
Man, shout out to HSM for 4 a.m. He managed to stay alive long enough to secure at least another placement point for 4
Kiss
a.m.
is still alive, too.
I mean, he was there forever. Kiss still alive as well as he is trying to come in from that northern side. You can see Twisted Minds, they are just outside. Little 2-2 on that western front. 17, though, they've left their compound. They're still staying together. They're playing this ridge, as this is probably the safest bet that they've got. This is going to be a tough nut to crack for anybody, any of these other teams, really.
Very difficult to take away that position there. And Kiss, though, still surviving, as we said. I mean, if he can sneak behind 17,
rounds.
we saw what he did against Petrichor, right? So if he can repeat that process, there's a good chance that he can ruin 17's game here as he is taking his time. But he only has 42 rounds in that AUG. I didn't see any reserve ammo.
Longsker? Just gonna send it. We're gonna be mortars, mortar boys. High fives all around. But doesn't look like he's gonna find anything. They do have this compound they can kind of hang out with on the south side of the road. We'll see if they get lucky and have a shift go their way. The Mad just surviving right now. He does get spotted out by Lou though, and that'll be Howl going down in 6th place. 7 kills for Twisted Minds, but holy moly, they have looked so on, especially Example here in the early game. As Bleed's still in this as well. Bleed, we haven't really talked about too much, but they have just managed to find their way to late game pretty consistently.
They have. They haven't necessarily had the highest kill counts, but yes, their ability to at least make it to the end game, be consistent on the points as far as placements goes, has helped them quite a bit. But as you said, Twisted Minds, I mean, their timing is so good. The ability to recognize when to move, how to move, what positions to take early versus when not to, and that shift is a godsend for New Happy, who might have had to scale up to the north. Now they can sit comfortably, or somewhat comfortably, in that compound just there on the east side of the road.
They are chilling. Okay, well, Kiss has been spotted out, unfortunately, for Valley Thai fans. The Lou just are waiting for him to peek his little dome enough to get a bullet to the forehead. As Bleed, I mean, this is actually huge for Bleed too. I mean, they've got a spot down here. Trick gonna get knocked a little bit low, but Samoy, he's already got a spot to play. Twisted Minds at 17. Looks like they're kind of scrapping on this north side, but something's gonna have to happen there.
Yeah, something's gonna happen on the north. And best case scenario for Bleed is New Happy actually just gatekeeps the north side for them, and so they can't pour over and basically just kind of dump util or just anything else on top of that team. And so Twisted now,
oh, they sent perfect. Look at this.
With a little bit of a foothold, but those knocks now going to slow down 17. And remember, we still have Kiss just in the backside of that, but no, it looks like he's been seen by Show.
Oh, Kiss could be a huge problem here, but
he actually knocked one.
He did. I mean, look, Twisted Minds has been spreading out, and they have been sending everybody to get multiple different angles here onto 17 through the smoke wall. They're still finding it. Xiaowu will go down. Kiss will go down to the zone. Unfortunately, the only thing that can kill him is the blue. As Xiaobei, they might be able to get him rezzed. Looks like Suzu's going to try to get him. Yep, he should be able to as well, but they have to get going, and they're oh my God, never mind. Example's killing spree continues as they are just going bananas. 6 now, for example, 11 total for Twisted Minds, and they didn't even take a shot in return from 17.
They didn't even have to, and so Twisted will set up on the north side of this ridge. New Happy knows that the biggest threat is going to come, but this is the problem. Ming Ming with a nice shot. That's going to put down Batulins. Getting off of this ridge is almost impossible, especially if there is 2 teams set up the way that they are right now. And that Bleed is only a duo. It will still cause problems for Twisted Minds.
God almighty, that late game Dragunov just feels like a cheat code, man. It's
really
absolutely disgusting the amount of damage that thing does. And Samoy, oh no, he is ready. He is waiting. He is expecting the crash in the Bronco. Trick just moving back and forth between his hard covers, just being a distraction here. Perfectix has to pull back away as Longsker has a little bit of an angle here. There you go. Example will finally get another one.
Can he miss those nades?
Oh my goodness. Samoy's just waiting. How much more utility can they possibly have? I mean, Perfectix, he's got another one.
This is actually a big problem for New Happy. If Twisted can get rid of Chamoy and get down into that dip, that is really, really bad.
Oh,
especially for New Happy. They need to go now, though. Twisted has to move as soon as they possibly can, because look at New Happy starting to wrap. This is so smart.
Really, really big from New Happy as they immediately send it over there, trying to take advantage, take Twisted Minds by surprise. I think they made the move, and nobody on Twisted was expecting it. But this is reading Twisted like a book. They know that they like to leave Batu or somebody behind to take the long-range shots. Twisted trying to send it into a 2-2 split. The shots come through, and Batu immediately in the vehicle and immediately getting out of dodge.
Look, you can have the high ground as long as they make it down, but December 12th has to make sure he doesn't overextend here. If any of these members of New Happy get knocked, that is going to give control to the bottom half of Twisted Minds in order to move up and make more of a play. But look at this. He's actually, December 12th is so solid. He's taking shots at both halves of this team, making sure that they cannot aggress or advance much more than they have.
That was a big gamble from New Happy, though, and it didn't really pay off as they didn't get the knock. There you go. Ming Ming will find Lou on the low side. I don't think that's going to be pretty resible there for Perfectix. They might have a few more smokes. It feels like a utility. It might be in short supply here for Twisted, but they will send the 2 up from the high ground. December 12th, 1 HP from going down, and look at the angle from Longsker. He's got him on the south side. New Happy just spreading everyone around and causing so many problems for Twisted.
The way that they're playing this is so clinical. As you said, initially reading Twisted like a book, getting a lot of damage, and now they have staved off the early threat of Twisted taking this dip and starting to pressure New Happy, whether it's the top 3 or that last anchor on the south side of Longsker, and that center circle dot will now
boy,
hit.
This is scary.
And oh man, Twisted is kind of stuck in this position, but they can still make it happen. If they get 1 knock, if they can manage to avoid getting naded
by
Longsker, they can make it work, but the trouble has started to come their way.
No way Longsker pulls this off. He is absolutely bananas, as he is just casually working his way on the roadside, and the rest of his teammates are taking advantage of it too. He's going to push over the side, and that's the win for New Happy. How just dominating performance from the boys in red.
That was one of the most disgusting displays of PUBG I have seen, from the very start of that game on the east side all the way to the end when they wrapped around Twisted twice. What a game for the Chinese team. Holy.
Good Lord, that was an absolute clinic. I mean, they were never once not in complete control of everything that was happening there. They forced Twisted Minds to do exactly what they wanted them to do. Now, of course, Twisted Minds didn't really have many options available to them. And, you know, to their credit, they managed to survive a lot longer than I thought they might have been able to.
They did, but you know what? We're just going to jump straight to the highlights and the desk.
Honestly, almost a picture-perfect win coming out from New Happy here, going up against the Titans that are Twisted Minds in this battle. The off angle, the excellent usage of utility. New Happy looks awesome.
And that's exactly what we want to see from them now that they have this home turf advantage. We've been talking about so much, right? And yeah, perfect play for them. Put a decent amount of pressure, but the Dragunov impact there with the knock, like you're delaying everything by like 15-20 seconds, right? So it's so hard. And then, of course, being able to cross the road, come in with a few utilities as well.
Yeah.
Huge play in the end there. Good to see. Like when you can't cover that push, right? And he has 2 nades, some mollies, some flashbangs, and it's GG at that point. It's
really impressive. Really impressive. Coming in from the east side, being able to mop up plenty of players along the way as well. I think Ming had plenty of kills along for the
1,000
ride.
damage plus as well.
Yeah, huge game here for New Happy. And considering at the very end as well, they're able to flex out and look as strong as they did against Twisted Minds, who was kind of on fire as well in this game, to be fair.
Yeah, they did extremely well. Example, some insane shots on Gen G, mopping them up quite nicely as well. Taking control, of course, of the western side, and they're slowly kind of moving in there, making sure they're 4 alive. But still, even with 4 alive, they couldn't take down New Happy.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff here to kind of round out Miramar for what we've had here. But it's kind of a rich get richer scenario.
It is.
Considering that Twisted Minds has already soaked up a huge amount of points, New Happy likewise did pretty well for themselves yesterday. I think it was around 5th or 6th at the end of yesterday. Right?
And that's the scary thing, right?
Yeah.
You have all these teams that are coming in here playing. It's their first day. They need points. Otherwise, they're going to be kind of pushed out a little bit by, game 4-5 here today. Some teams are going to be focusing because they're going to be far enough ahead, especially the teams like Twisted Minds or even New Happy could do that, especially if they want to push out some of the teams that are contesting them in towns like Los Leones.
Sure.
They don't want to see them in the final. They want to be contested. They want to have the loot spots to themselves, of course.
I do think it's come Circle 3 in this game. Of course, that does throw a wrench in a lot of people's plans,
It did,
right?
yeah.
Very heavy shift down towards the south, going towards that crossroad position. As we take a look at the numbers coming in from this game, it's 16 kills for New Happy. But Twisted Minds doesn't go home empty-handed. 13 kills go their way.
Yeah, super impressive here to see these guys pop off. Very top-heavy in the end here for them. 26 points overall. As you said, it's
big.
Insane. It's big for them.
Is Valley Tide just always perpetually here in the top 4? What is going on? Why are they good?
Yeah, they're so good. Super happy to see them perform like this here. It's so good, yeah. Ming almost 1,000 damage. He didn't end up, he needed a 39-point shot. He didn't join the 1K club just yet here, but 6 kills coming in his way here. And of course, huge game here for New Happy. They're going to be able to have 30 points after just 2 games. Quite impressive.
I was also told, and I didn't know this before we came here, December the 12th of his name.
Yeah.
Apparently a very big shopping day here in China.
Okay, really?
Like good deals. I didn't know that. That's a cool fact.
Yeah, it's like slightly after Black Friday, I guess.
When is Black Friday? I don't know.
Like the end of November.
Is it?
Middle of November.
I never use it.
Of course, it is though going to be Ming. That is the man of the match. You never use it because you're not shopping while you're here, right?
No, I'm not here. Anyway, never mind. Yeah, you're right. 6 kills going the way.
6 kills, almost 1,000 damage. Good to see Ming. I wish that this was yesterday though, because I had him on my fantasy team yesterday. I removed him for today.
Same.
And now he's popping off like this. What's going on?
Yeah, that's... Well, okay, so I think the commentators have rigged it against us.
Yeah, they have.
And it's brutal. But 26 points is huge for New Happy. I mean, they have guaranteed themselves effectively into that grand final. So congratulations to them. Likewise, honestly, so has Twisted Minds. And
100%.
With these 2 names already basically guaranteeing themselves in the grand final, we're shaping up for an excellent grand final already, especially considering Twisted Minds, New Happy has been able to do it on the international stage. Twisted Minds is still yet to get there. Is it the time? It's a bit early to call it, but 84 points in first place.
I just don't want to see them blow the steam off too early, right? I want to see this level of dominance in the grand finals. But no, yeah, for sure. They want to come in and they want to see this. And again, they have to, right? They're usually day 2, day 3 team. They usually kind of are a slow starting team a little bit more on a global stage. But now we don't have double elimination. You have to dominate from the beginning. So it's good to see them do that. We are here in the lower half. Some teams, of course, they haven't played too many games so far. But still surprising to me to see Falcons 17 and Virtus Pro all on 10 or below points after just 2 games, of course. But 2 games can still rack you up quite a lot more points here. So a little bit surprised.
Yeah, Falcons and Virtus Pro especially is these 2 teams that I feel like if they don't gather a little bit of momentum, maybe they fall by the wayside throughout the day. You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Like you have the teams here that, of course, they are going to have enough points to go to the finals. They're going to be like, okay, what teams are scary to play against? What teams could potentially be taking some loot spots? Or what teams could give us their loot spots if we push them out of that, right?
Yeah.
Like forcibly. So that could be an interesting thing. And again, like we talked about the C, being in a C, coming in as the teams playing on the second and third day.
Being in a C?
Being in this group C.
Oh,
I should add a group C.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
C. Being in the sea, you're like ocean.
Yeah.
Why is he talking about people being in the ocean? No, being in Group C is obviously the hard thing because you're going to have the teams that are already playing 9-10 games could focus you on their last, and then you have the teams coming in with a lot of points from day 1 that are playing full 6 games. So that's going to be an interesting factor here for the rest of the day, but still 4 games to go, still some momentum to be built.
All right, well, we're going to go to a break. Don't fall into the ocean, and we'll be back here for game number 3 of day 2 for PGS 3.
we're still singing. Amazing. I found many people only here at 8 a.m. like in the park. Oh. Grandpas, grandmothers singing for like 2 hours in a row. It's like, okay, literally amazing. Yeah, I feel like definitely it's a vibe. China feels great. It's very interesting. It's absolutely different. I was checking the population of the city and I was like, oh wow, there's gonna be like thousands of people everywhere, anytime.
How is it playing with Longska? He's a good teammate.
他是一个很好的队友，也是一个很有趣的队友。
I remember at PGS 1, I met Longska, and he goes, Tickleton, and he flexes his pecs. Strong.
Em thấy rất là kiểu là một người vẫn rất là hay, rất là tốt á. Người đấy còn hơi yếu đối với em. Team châu Á thì em nghĩ có team KDF, Quang Đông Fit á. Team họ khá là mạnh, tại vì team họ là nhà vô địch của Hàn Quốc.
Wow, what is this?
这个是中国的粽子。
Oh, it tastes like tea.
包子。
Ah, 包子。
I just know
大包。
大包。
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Like cold?
可以给你们一些中国的。
哇。
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
中国的钢笔、毛笔。
Oh.
谢谢。
My girlfriend will like this.
这就他们3个了。
Oh no.
He'll do that with it. Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
代表中国文化吧。我给你们3个一个东西。
What is this? Not now. I mean, painting.
Em nghĩ trong đây sẽ là một bức ảnh của idol của em, tên Gồ tên.
No.
I mean, it's China. Like, how could I know? Like, everything possible.
很有趣。
What is this? What does it mean? Like waiting? What is this?
欲进进博，与爱相约。自己的身高、年纪、体重，然后还有工作这些。
PUBG.
可以的。
When the last time he held a pen was.
等一下会带你们去一个很有意思的地方，你们猜猜那边会做什么？会有很多人聚在一起。
Oh, like Tai Chi, yeah? Okay, woman's all. I am looking for a girlfriend. Good? Okay, nice.
You're pretty.
Let's go! I like this one.
这些人就是在这里寻找自己的爱情吧，你们自己来找。随便问一个吗？随便问一个我会害羞的呀。好好找对象吧。
Good. It's good.
喂，哎，怎么事啊？哎，你过来。
Yes.
他好在我们国内找对象吗？好。腔调比较好，腔调好的，身材好，有精神啊。
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. 漂亮. Okay, is that beautiful? Okay.
I would say, I mean, I'm very happy to stay here because it feels like amazing to talk to the best players around, like from other different regions. Amazing. Thank you for organizers to like invite us here.
No, it might be friendly now, but once the game starts.
Oh yo.
PGS 3，一起加油吧
Fighting!
Yeah, fighting.
加油！
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young scripts, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee mine, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is 2 rejects from the marriage market, Porosaurus and Godspeed. Yeah, my thing said old, crotchety, goofy looking.
Bad knees.
Bad knees.
No, sorry, that was mine.
Bad back, yeah. Well, welcome back. We've got 2 games in the bag so far, 4 more left to go, and so far it has been, it's kind of like a China show.
Dude, New Happy's dominance over the last game was probably one of the most impressive things I've seen in a while on a global stage, right? The fact that they were able to control the east side, the fact that they were able to control the south, the fact that they wrapped around Twisted, who themselves were having quite a good game, and then the way that they finished that off was just truly something else. I mean, New Happy looked disgusting.
Well, when you talk about the need for big players to make big plays, there's no bigger stage and more bigger need for those players than right now when 12 games is all you've got. And boy, we saw a couple of standout performances in that last game. Longsker, obviously, nuts. Example, what was Example doing?
How many nades did he land?
Everything. I mean, we're even seeing Valley tie. That's they're this is their first time here, and they are just like it's like they've been here forever.
Look, even though I just gushed about how good New Happy was, I have to say that Valley Tai so far in the last 2 days has impressed me the most. The way that they've been able to take the fight to some of the best teams in the world for the first time here is really, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, you could even throw Petrichor Road in there. You can throw 17 in there. Just everybody, you know, the story yesterday, it seemed to be the West really rising up. Well, today the East is responding in a big, big way. Take a look at the winery as we're heading into Vikendi. We're going to polar bear country, my friend.
We are indeed. Will we see another case of the bird's nest, the falcon's nest? So we saw it in NA, we saw it yesterday as well. And that's actually been kind of one of the points when a lot of these teams tend to get those emergency pickups. That is what they specifically save them for, especially if those those stations are still within that circle. And why not? It's so strong.
Well, you saw the dividends that it paid out. I mean, they were just able to kind of free farm that, and especially if you get there kind of late, because you know the big counter to that obviously is the Panzerfaust, where you can shoot. You could just shoot the bottom of the thing, and the explosion will do the damage to the guys on top. But if there's nothing there, if there's no Panzerfaust, you kind of get a little bit of free reign and kind of move around. And even if you do get knocked, even
just
if you get knocked repeatedly,
as long as you have a teammate, you can get right back up. So yeah, that definitely poses a problem, which is why a lot of the teams opt to save those emergency pickups for that very situation. Now, looking at this plane again, we've actually had almost completely even planes throughout the day. The first two games have allowed the teams the space to go where they want, shoot where they want. Nothing has been out of reach, and a lot of the teams have felt comfortable, at least initially. But you know, that can change very quickly, and this circle even is fairly normal, fairly vanilla. There's not a lot going on. There's good terrain, good compounds to play around, so this will probably be a slow burn, and that's okay.
I'll tell you one thing. Look at that right there.
Oh,
once
the center,
again,
17, wow.
Once again, 17 right in the center, and you've got, I mean, you do have that road that's kind of bisecting right in the middle. That's going to be a big kind of you imagine would be a fairly big player, and then you've got Bear Country that's kind of off in the distance over here.
But look how open that is as well. The east,
exactly, a lot of space over to the east. So all these teams that are off to the west, off to the north, that might need to be looking at rotations, they can automatically look over to that eastern road as maybe their first point of entry, is because you have to know, right?
Yeah, you have to know, especially like looking at the plane. The cool thing that I've really started to appreciate about Vikendi, which I wasn't too keen on the map at first, I wasn't sure how I felt about it. The fun thing is that a lot of the a lot of the side compounds are usually located around a hill or some terrain that you can actually play once you need to leave the compound, which not a lot of maps afford, especially on Vikendi on the east side, which we have a lot of open space. You can play a compound, you can easily split it with the hill right next to it 2-2, and so it tends to allow a lot of teams to be creative in the way that they split, which I think is the most fun about Vikendi.
Get to see a little bit around the map. Let's take a look at the highlights of 17 Gaming, and boy, they're good.
一颗雷直接丢到脚底下，
开进全打鼓了，跳进来了，不小心断了一下空格，指挥队为速九获胜。
有枪线能补吗？但是小北站住了，速九过来补枪，一个交叉枪线，04也倒了，小宽正面打出，但还是队友打了什么情况？有内鬼，解决，
基本上是90度枪线没有问题，解决掉，
太稳了。
17 so good they got me making up words out here, and they also have the addition or the re-edition of show.
Yep.
Now one thing I will say, and you know, you can give me your opinion on this however it goes. Lil Ghost was kind of a revelation at PGC.
Yeah,
I thought he was a fantastic player, and now you know the tournament comes to Shanghai. We get Show taking the place of Lil Ghost. Does that feel kind of like you know, you're dropping your hot hand at a bad time? Or?
Yeah, I mean, leading up to PGC at PGS 2, right? Little Ghost has just been really solid on that team. He's had a lot of good highlights for himself, but I don't know. I don't know the dynamics of why that decision was made.
It's hard to answer,
and Show himself is, don't get me wrong, he's no slouch, but Little Ghost, as you said, I mean, those were hot hands. He was coming in very seasoned already with this team. They had good chemistry. And so I'm not exactly sure what to make of that, why the decision was made, but I mean, so far 17 haven't had a catastrophic failure yet, but they definitely have had some rough games starting out. I mean, coming into the third, they only have 6 points.
Yeah, 2 Miramars, only 6 points, but they've got plenty of time to turn it around, obviously. Let's take a look at some highlights from Cerberus.
Look at this. Those cars act as a target, and if those cars don't act as a target, the players certainly do. It's a beautiful grenade from High Mass. Panic now. We're not prepared for that. High Mass with that third. Make it a fourth for us, baby. Just clean this up. Clean up Panic. It's all 4. Look that way. Trick actually kind of caught out in the open. There's no ammo left for Trick. It's now a 1v1. Sololzi, he could get it done here onto the members of FTF. Of course he does.
But a tricky position to play from out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, you could... I could sit there and watch Cerberus highlights all day long. I mean, those guys are absolutely bananas, and really excited to see them here this weekend. 19 points through 2 games already, not too damn shabby. See what they can put together on Vikendi.
The Cerberus is essentially like the evolution of what we saw from the APAC teams back in like 2021 and 2022, right? It was very feast or famine, right? They just go all in. They would get hyper aggressive. If it worked out, great. If not, they got wiped early. Cerberus kind of has that balance, right? They are still very aggressive. They do still like to do those splits, and they like to fight early. However, they also know when to pull back, and that's what makes them so dangerous, is the ability to kind of turn on that switch, get as aggressive and as accurate as they need to, because those are some shooters on that team, but also know when to kind of hold back and just hold your edge. And so that makes Cerberus one of my favorites. But I believe we have an interview with December the 12th from New Happy Esports.
Shopping.
Hi guys, it's Bella again with the post-match interviews, and we have New Happy's December 12th joining us. 你好吗 December?
还好。
You're doing so great, and this is the first international event held at home ground. So I want to know what's been going through your mind.
今天的表现非常的优异，然后呢，作为这个一个大型的国际赛事，首次在这个家乡举行，你有什么感受呢？
感受还是非常，就比较安心嘛，就毕竟是自己熟悉的环境，但是就还是少了一点那种欢呼声吧，还是。
He was saying that he feels really safe in the home ground, but like maybe lack a little bit of cheers from the audience, maybe.
Yeah, you miss the fans, right? So let's send a message to the fans then.
对，那么就跟我们比如说线上观看的这个粉丝朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是牛海比的蛇爷，就谢谢大家一直支持我们吧。
Thank you for the support from the fans.
All right, 谢谢 December. Good luck to you. And let's come back for match 3.
There you go, and we definitely miss the fans.
Yes.
I would have absolutely loved to have met some of our rabid Chinese fan base over here, but you know what? It's fun being here regardless, as we get to see December the 12th and, or I guess December 12th.
December
December the 12th.
He's so official when you say it like that.
I know. It just seems weird, doesn't it? Well, it is going to be exciting to see how they perform here on home territory. And again, you know, we brought up the fact that they just came out of PCL, so you talk about
very
how
fresh.
Well, that's the argument, right? Are they very fresh, or are they getting tired?
I don't know. From the way that they played in that last game, I would say they're just warming
Looking pretty
up.
good, yeah.
At this point, yeah. I mean, we know what New Happy was capable of. We knew they would come in here strong, but I don't know why I didn't expect him to come this strong, I guess. I mean, they just dismantled the entirety of the lobby on that last Miramar match, but, I mean, that hasn't necessarily been the same case when it comes to Petrichor, though, Poro. Petrichor has been, so far, 12 points, not bad in 2 games, but even when I look back to some of the other globals of last year, for instance, PGS 2, I feel like they're leaving a little bit on the table.
Well, I mean, that feels like the case with a lot of the Chinese teams, right? It feels like they are. We set them up to break our hearts. Like we place them on a pedestal, and then if they have a subpar performance, then it's just like, oh my God, I can't believe that they did that. Well, I mean, overall though, over the long term, you look at them and they're all just absolutely amazing players and great teams. And sometimes bad performances just happen, even to the great ones. So, you know, I feel like the expectations are really, really high for these guys, and with good reason. They're insane players, but we also have to give them a little bit of leeway for when bad performances come in.
And again, it's very early in the tournament, right? This is still just 2 games in, so Petrichor very well could just have an absolute monstrous day or monstrous game. We'll have to see. But Virtus Pro as well, one of those teams that, you know, we have a lot of hope for, expectations. A newer team with some experience on it. Like we said, Ibiza, I mean, they find themselves so far with only 2 points out of 2 games.
Yeah, that was not what I was expecting. And again, I was kind of singing their praises, just how
I think
they did and how quickly they came out and how many points they put up in EMEA, and it's at least through Miramar, hadn't been there just yet. But that being said, we saw some teams that had a couple of slow early games yesterday, and they managed to turn things on when this map switched over. So maybe that'll be the case today.
What is
Hard
that?
Shift off to the northwest, and that is going to pay off for TSM, maybe Petrichor Road here a little bit, Howl, but everybody else, they've got to get on the move.
That is difficult, because that is going to cause multiple bottlenecks right here where we see 17 rotating in, especially on this east side. If VP can hold that eastern area down, they will be looking fantastic. However, look at all those rotations, like I said, happening down to the south side.
Well, and that's the other thing, too, is you got to worry about all these teams down on the south side. It looks like they're all looking to make these wrap up to the side, but they're going to run into each other. They have to. It's just the way of the world here. And 17 going to be the first one as they run right into Petrichor Road. They're going to lose Xiaowu, but fortunately the rest of the boys just off in the distance enough to where they can avoid the rest of the shots. They'll just take the damage and leave.
Sometimes that's about all you can do, as we see.
Yeah, it's salvage job at this point,
and
right?
Petrichor now just kind of looking for any of the teams around them. They do sit center circle currently, which means that they have a lot of work to do as far as keeping all these teams off them, kind of peacocking, shooting some of these rotations, dictating them to go more towards the west, which would then give them control of this little hill. And this can be a position of which they could actually hold. There's not too many ways other teams can take shots from a distance. So as long as they just hunker down, they don't get knocked and give another team an opportunity, this is actually a great position for them.
Yeah, well, that's the big question mark, though, right? You gotta make sure you don't get knocked here. Falcons actually managing to get by Petrichor Road and right through TSM, while both teams were maybe looking at something else. So good for them. as we check in with D plus Kia. They're coming in from Lavinia on the far northeastern side. Valley, our surprise team here so far, again, in a beautiful position to do a little gatekeeping. Yep, the shots already coming.
And that's what they've been so good at. I've noticed actually even the last game moves on the north side, so they do tend to rotate far. They go to the weaker side of the circle, and then that is where they like to set up these traps. And this 2-2 is great. They're going to be able to dictate. Look at that rotation. D plus Kia as well as 4AM don't want anything to do with this at this point, and so they might even run into each other based off of this.
Yeah, 4AM, fortunately here for D plus, looks like they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop down and slow scout here on the north side. Instead, they're just going to go ahead and find a spot in, and good for them because a storm is brewing up there in the north.
It is.
Gen G, meanwhile, this was one of our teams that we were worried about taking that long wrap from the south over onto the western side. GNL was in front of them and very, very split right now. They're still on the move, but they're taking up a lot of real estate. GNL is definitely going to be aware of when Gen G comes in.
And if Gen G can effectively backfill GNL, they can take over so much space on the west side, because that's exactly what GNL is trying to do. There's multiple hilltops there that they can kind of take control. They could even split if they want to. But look at this. D plus Kia now is going to be coming down to the south side, trying to get away from that storm, but they're going to go right into the crosshairs of 4AM and potentially even a split there from Valley Tai.
Yeah, they've got a decision to make right now. Do you go for the high ground, or you just stay low and play the valleys? If they go for high, then they're going to run into 4AM. 4AM already creeping over in that direction. But here we go, GNL. They've got Young in the perfect position to do a little bit of gatekeeping. Some shots will land
another hard
onto
shift. What is
Tosi, and then another hard shift, as we said, back towards the east. So all the teams off to the west, they're going to have to get back in their vehicles once again. Look at Cerberus. Cerberus down here eating a bunch of blue damage. They were just trying to make their way through, and all of a sudden now on the south side, you've got a number of fights that are going to break out here quickly.
And 17, they're going to have a hell of a job trying to control train station, because you have to imagine some of these teams that are desperate will try to drive in and just send it somewhere to then gain a foothold into the circle. And so they find themselves on the south side currently.
This north side too.
Yeah, VP, if they can, but I will say, if VP can hold this little section right here, they will be, again, in a great position to take control of this game.
Well, and then you look down to this wide open spot down right here. I mean, this is where most of these teams are looking. If you assume that 4AM and D plus are going to rotate that way, you've got Gen G as well, Valley as well, and if VP is up at the top, just kind of shepherding everybody around them, then it's not a great spot to play by any means.
Karen now for Bleed with an opportunity to get a knock here and maybe open something up for Bleed as Day Trade has encroached onto their position. But look at the way that they're spread out. Flash, the other members here, actually it's just going to be him and Norins trying to gatekeep somewhat, but look how close they are to a Karen.
Yeah, that's a tough grenade to land there, as both teams really just have so much room to just move around and avoid any of that utility that gets sent their way. Unfortunately for Day Trade, they had Cerberus right behind them, but they just sent it going for center circle, so not really taking any time to third party this fight. Good shots from Flash. Won't find that knock with Bleed. Feels like they're in the worst position here out of the two.
Yeah, but if they can just get a knock here, I mean, Flash is playing very aggressive. He is kind of head peeking. If they can just kind of catch that, knock his dome off, and then push forward, control opportunity is there, but the Dragna makes it so dangerous.
Oh boy, you see that kill feed lighten up. D plus tried to send it towards the center of the circle. They are just getting shot at by just about everybody, and they're losing guys, but they're still around. This fight is still going to play out. Trick for Bleed has moved, repositioned himself a little bit, but nice shots from Belmoth will get Akaran down. Belmoth stop down for the reload. Fortunately for Happy, he's able to reposition and get out of that line of sight.
Norins now done quite a bit of damage, as has Belmoth. They have the knock. I mean, the opportunity to push right now is there. They have the knock. They don't have Puchios. This is essentially a 3-on-3 now, and you can see Norins wants to get on that angle to find Trick, but there's still hesitation. Flash on the top side of that, trying to look down and find the angles onto the knock players, but there's too many smokes. Oh, wait a second. That's one. Norins opens it up.
That's huge. And again, another shift back to the west once again, as this circle is just all over the place. So you've got a number of fights that are happening across the map here.
That is
day
all
trade,
open area.
the day trade bleed fight happening down here. You got Twisted and New Happy that were getting involved, and you got the north side that has to come to a head. VP, meanwhile, they had that high ground just off to the north of train station, and they're going to have to leave.
And then meanwhile, that is all barren. That is all open space. There is really nothing to play towards the center of the circle, so Petrichor realistically has one of the better positions to kind of overlook Cerberus as well, and then even Falcons up on the north side. The problem, though, is Falcons is going to have to hold off multiple teams in 4AM, Gen.G, and potentially Valley Tai.
They are indeed. We're going to I mean, if we were watching every fight, we would have about 5 pictures in pictures right now as Belmoth, trying to work his way around the rock, will take the spray, but doesn't get enough damage onto Samoy to do anything serious, as the rest of Bleed has managed to get back on their feet. It's going to be down to Nerds, and Bleed survives their way through the fight.
Just like that. It looked like Day Trade was really dictating that fight, but Bleed
17.
comes out and just dominates. But 17, like you said, they are some of the best teams at finding blood in the water and attacking when necessary.
Just as soon as we left Bleed, they got taken advantage of by 17. We're back over here to see Valley Tai finish off Gen.G. They've got a few knocks on them. You can see 4AM off in the distance looking over in this direction, but they have not sent it just yet. I'm not sure what, I mean, they've got to figure out where they're going to play next. I mean, Falcons is in a beautiful spot here to gatekeep them. Howl as well. Virtus Pro has started to creep over, and you see the replay there of a few of these kills that have been happening while all this was going on.
You can see the disbelief there as one of them goes down. Essentially just get kind of ping-ponged here as Valley Tai still moving down. And remember, they're up in the north side of this, and they're going to see that shots are being fired towards Howl. They have options, but they will have to choose a fight, whether that's going to be on the Howl VP side or if they're going to go try to third-party 4AM and Falcons.
Falcons are going to hear these cars pull up. They're right in grenade range, and Rello puts one right in the pocket. Doesn't get any knocks, but does a significant amount of damage. Falcons have lost Mime, so they're down to just 3. They've got a lot of room to play around inside this dip. 4AM, they're inside. I think they're more concerned, really, about what Valley Tai decides to do here, as Falcons are just kind of playing tower defense.
Yeah, Falcons are in a position where, as you said, exactly play tower defense, but even it looks like GNL is taking shots over towards 4AM, and now they are just getting pinched from 3 different teams as the nade is coming in, and look at Valley Tai. Kiss is coming in as he tries to finish off the Giants.
Instantly pushing on the knock from Unk, and now Virtus Pro actually taking shots as well, as Valley Tai will finish them off. Good push from them as they collect a few more kills, but now they are suffering the wrath of everybody else that was looking over in this general direction. I think they've only got 2 players up. Falcons seeing that in the kill feed, but they also see the circle pop. They know they have to move.
And this is going to be the biggest area of contention, the north side of this circle. That edge is realistically going to give any team that goes there the ability to push down, as we see GNL now harassing the team that took 4AM's place, which is Valley Tai. Meanwhile, Falcons still up on that elevated position, Poro.
GNL's just been playing the edge here, playing the far western side as long as they could. They got involved in a little bit of a scrap with TSM, but managed to get everybody out of it. As Falcons now turning their attention towards where they're going to play inside this next zone. They pull a little bit close to Soul, the last remaining player for D+, but we know what Soul's capable of. This man is absolutely bonkers. He's waiting to see if any heads peek over that ridgeline.
Yeah, I'd still be afraid of Soul at any point, even as a solo, one of the best players in the world, hands down. And looks like he's gonna fight Rillo with a nade. And Flood has gone down to Stella. That's 2 members now knocked from Falcons, as they're gonna have to hold off this push. Look at GNL now. Is actually going towards Valley Tai.
Oh boy, Valley Tai. Roy's gonna go down hammer very, very low as they're getting pinged from elsewhere as well. I'm not sure who's shooting at Valley Tai, staying alive. 11 kills now for the surprise squad, as they GNL will now get taken out.
Even as a duo, Valley Tai refuses to go down. TSM now on the west side of this edge, trying to take shots and maybe get rid of Valley Tai, give themselves a foothold into the circle, but no, Latai is gonna find
Gotta
Purdy.
be kidding me, man. Valley Tai is just getting blessed with the absolute perfect timing luck here, as every team that decides to try to crash onto them immediately gets third-partied the second they try to start the fight. So Valley Tai, all credit due to them, 11 kills in the bag, but they are being the beneficiaries of some great timing, and that knock onto TSM actually saved them here.
Yeah, now it looks like Howl is starting to move up, and they're getting in a fight with a three-way fight actually with Petrichor as well, as Petrichor is just peppering both teams, putting up so much damage, and that will be it. Howl will fall to Virtus Pro, but VP still just one member left.
I mean, they had so much high ground to work with. They had so much space on that northeastern side, but the circle's just not being kind whatsoever to them. Meanwhile, you've got Petrichor Road has so much space on the south side. Valley Tai just on an absolute tear in the north. Seoul still alive somehow, and wouldn't you know it, Twisted Minds 4 strong.
Wow, that's really shocking that they're 4 strong. They've taken their time to make it to the late game, and now they can pretty much just kind of mosey on into the south side. Now they will still have to contest with Petrichor, but the fact that they kind of avoided all the early game scuffle is going to be pretty big in their favor, especially with utility, armor, ammo, everything, you name it. But here comes the fight. Meanwhile, on the north side of this, you still have Seoul. Don't forget about Seoul.
Never forget about Seoul, and we got a few players, just
a lot of snakes on the north.
A lot of snakes on the north. We got you got Quizzy, you got Unk, you got Soul. It depending on whose perspective you're looking at, you're going to see the same thing. It's just a guy flat on their stomach, watching the horizon, waiting for somebody to peek over. Well, High Mass and High Saki still alive for Cerberus. They're working around their way over in this direction. It looks like they might stop down. New Happy still alive as well. I think they've got three
at
up.
least, yeah.
So Twisted Minds, Hero, obviously in the lead here with both 4 members still alive, as Latai will get, Unk rather, will spot out Quizzy. Latai going to get traded down by Soul. So now the snakes are slowly falling apart here on the north.
It's almost like all the broken teams decided to go to the north and like, you know what, Twisted and Petro, you guys kind of fight it out in the south.
The north has been absolutely brutal, man. All the southern teams still looking pretty good, but the north, it's just the remnants of what once was here. As Unk will get spotted out by High Mass. 2 kills now for Cerberus, as High Saki and High Mass will be the kings of the north now.
And you see New Happy actually very much taking their time. There's no rush for them to get in the circle. They still have quite a bit of time, and they know that there's at least one team, if not one duo, up there on that north side. Zimas will find a good amount of kills for himself. And still, Cerberus is in this game. If they can stave off New Happy, it looks like Petrichor as well is going to start to take shots. And as a duo, there's a lot you can do from that position.
No, absolutely. Petrichor hears these shots coming, and Ixlef starting to creep over in that direction, start looking. Chewy actually shooting in the backs of New Happy as well. So a little bit of hurting going on from Petrichor's side. They cannot, if they can get this knock onto Cerberus, that might be enough to open it up. But man, Cerberus is just doing a really good job of not giving up too much.
And that's, again, that goes back to what we were kind of talking about earlier. Normally they would just go too aggressive, just go all in. Now they're really taking their time. They're much more measured, and they're causing a big problem for one of the strongest teams so far in the lobby, and that's going to be them versus... Oh, but that's Petrichor. Ixlef finally giving their Chinese brethren a little bit of a reprieve from the APAC team.
Yeah, but that grenade that Haisaki sent actually got the knock as well. So Ming Ming going to try to at least get the flush here as the grenades come through in the smoke. You can see High Mass trying to make a road. There it is, the P90 at work. And now New Happy will be back up to full strength, I believe, as they get the res onto their fallen teammate. And Petrichor Road had to pull back as you see Twisted Minds, Perfectix, sneaking up on their backside.
And look, Soul has slowly and very quietly taking his time on this west side, and he's even got himself a little set of crates to kind of go on, but here we go, it's time. Petrichor will get in a fight with Twisted as trades back and forth will come out. It is now a 2-on-2.
And New Happy is sprinting right now. They want to get here in time to clean up what's left of this. Batulins and Example, the only 2 up here for Twisted Minds. Ixlef making sure that those 2 knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. again. 1 knock, 2 knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ixlef is the last one alive. New Happy running over here to try to get him before Chewy goes down, but Ixlef isn't done, Godspeed.
No,
Long Scar is down.
He still found one. Ming Ming is trying to push forward and end this, but then Salute on the back side of this as Util is still flying out smokes in the P90. He gets it, but look how low Ming Ming is. And Salute.
Oh, I forgot about Soul. We all forgot about Soul. Godspeed.
I said Salute, I meant Soul.
He's
Soul
still
is
in it.
still there.
He's still in it, and he's got a P90. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness gracious. The Snake of Korea, Soul, still alive. 4 kills for him. New Happy, they're going to get back on their feet here. But this is far from over.
It is. I mean,
we're in phase 7. Good God, this is going to take forever.
I know. There is a P90 yes in play on New Happy's side, but if he can just isolate 1, maybe even 2.
They got to be careful. They can't give him 1v1. They can't split up to try to find him. They've got to roam as a pack, and they've got to try to spot him out before they lose anybody here. This is so. All right, look, chat. This is the problem with having a team that has a gray color scheme on Vikendi. Sometimes you lose the man on the map, and Soul has just been playing it so quiet on that northern side.
I mean, he could be anywhere, right? That's why New Happy is just, they're clearing edge by edge here at this point, and they have to be careful because, again, a P90 can easily melt 1, 2, 3 players before you're even done with that magazine. Yeah,
so fast. So you obviously you want to move as a pack, but you also don't want to give them a lineup, right?
Yep.
Like it's such a hard game to play here, and he's got a full complement here. He's got 200 rounds in this thing.
He's got 200 rounds. He's got a 3 vest that's untouched. He's still got a 3 helm. This is very winnable for Soul, especially for Soul. If you're going to talk about a player to give this setup to in this clutch, it's going to be him.
They spotted him too, though, so they know exactly what the area is. And Ming Ming, the P90 ends up being the one that does it. It just wasn't the one that was in Soul's hand. It's going to be the one that's in Ming Ming's hands. As New Happy, they are on an absolute tear during these group stages.
Their decision-making on when to third party, how to stay out of the chaos and then come in and take complete control, again, has been just the most impressive thing about the team that we've seen so far today. And we've seen some impressive stuff from New Happy in the past, but today they're just on another level in this lobby.
Just absolutely obscene. Back-to-back wins, and this
high kill wins.
We got to talk about what this means for everybody else too, because now you've got a team that's starting to sponge up points.
Yep.
So when you start looking at your cut line at 16th place, you got to start looking at New Happy and what the impact is going to be.
Yep, but that's going to be it for this game. We're going to head to the highlights and the desk.
some reason, everybody forgot about Soul. There he was over in the distance, having all the crates, but it was not enough. He was not able to kind of put the boot in a little bit towards the end here. Another great win once again here on Vikendi.
Yeah, good to see New Happy step up to this case here. The win condition for Soul was, of course, to be there, third-partying as action happens, right? And yeah, Ming Ming was down to 1 HP. There was a knock. It was effectively like a 1.001 versus 1.
It was, I guess, if you really want to look at it like that. But yeah, New Happy just looking fantastic in these past couple of games.
Really excited for them to step back again. We were talking about where's all the Chinese teams? Like, they have just played a million games in the same venue here, but here they are with a back-to-back. Good to see New Happy step up, and we know like these guys are insane. I actually talked to quite a few players, and know like Long Square Ming Ming is mechanically one of the best, or some of the best players here and globally. So it's fantastic to see these guys step up to the case here and get a back-to-back. And yeah, we were hoping for it. Some of us were expecting maybe 17 to do some stuff here, but yeah, getting comfortable, being able to play day 1 and come in and dominate and continue to dominate day 2 here is obviously fantastic.
I feel like we just came off the back of, we all removed Ming Ming from our teams from previous yesterday, and now, once again, he's here again doing fantastic stuff. I mean, that being said, though, here, as much as New Happy does get the victory, talk about mechanically gifted players, we saw, while the man of the match will be Ming Ming once again, Ixlef just going absolutely bonkers for Pero here for the day number 1 of their tournament.
Yeah, that was impressive. It was close. They were as close to actually take this down, of course, but yeah, they got delayed a little bit, and the fight overall a little bit messy. And yeah, you have a team that comes off the momentum of winning a game. It's just so hard to pick their confidence apart. And of course, with 18 points coming in their way, Patrick Correa still 11. And again, Valley Tai, I gotta say, super impressive here, up getting 15 points, getting kills on the board, and being able to dominate like they have, coming out of not nowhere, but coming in a global stage like this and dominating like that. That is just super impressive.
Yeah. So do you want me to pull back the curtain a little bit on what's going on behind the scenes? Bella really wanted to interview Valley Tai.
Yeah.
They said, no, we don't want to do it because we don't want to jinx the results that we've got right now. Because let's be real, congratulations to Valley Tai, who have basically qualified for the grand final.
Now they can do the interview. Now, after game 4, after game 4, they can do the interview.
They can't not do it the whole tournament. They're like, no, we're going to jinx it. Well, until you get the winning interview.
For sure. No, honestly, here in this case, like, they are... Yeah, congrats. They are going to the grand finals. They're 70+ points.
Amazing
There's no chance they're not making it. On the other end of the leaderboard here, as you see, our bottom 12 teams. And yeah, some rough games so far for VP. Falcons, Digit, Howl. Rough overall. Impressive for of course, our top teams to do back-to-back, but still. And they're sponging so many points at the top, right? Just leave so few points for the teams at the bottom.
A small sample size, as you can take a look at Falcons here, though, as it's only 3 games in for them. But honestly, Blood does not look best pleased here. It's not smiles yet for the team. They did get further in this game, I feel, but just again caught in a bit of trench fighting. Not easy for them to be able to get out of it.
Right. You want 1 or 2 really good games per day, right? For you to be comfortable. Then you can throw whatever games you want off after that. But here, with halfway done, they need to produce 1 good game, 1 decent game for them to be comfortable going into tomorrow.
And Soul here, being able to rack up, it was double digits by the end of technically points-wise?
Yeah, again, 4 kills and 6 points from placement, so yeah, impressive. Everybody else still at the top. And again, with the top going that much, the cutoff could be lower than 55.
We need to see the rest of the team helping out Soul for D+ to see if they can move on. But let's go to Taego here, as we have got our casters ready to Taego.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again, and we are getting ready to go to Taego to our 4th match of the day. And I promise, Godspeed, I will never lose track of Soul
You'll never forget about Soul again.
He is the captain of my team.
That's crazy that you actually forgot about your own captain.
I forgot about Soul like I forgot about Drake. Go, Doc. Look at that.
At least I'm failing with purpose. You don't even know why.
That's fair. You know, well, if you have anybody for New Happy on your roster, you're feeling pretty good about things, because I believe that's all 4 members have survived to the end to enjoy the fruits of their victory each time. So that's a nice little stack of points.
I have nobody from New Happy.
Well,
so
I have No big.
You didn't have to say that.
It's okay. You're not gonna get a nice you're not gonna get your nice twired chair.
It's okay. It's actually the first time I've ever done that. So it's the first time for everything. As there's not a first time as far as our planes go. These have all been fairly even.
They have. They have. This one obviously favoring a little bit more towards the west. When remember yesterday we saw that far southern circle that that kind of hung
Ended
around
in the open. Yeah.
hung around that swamp area, and then just finished just off to the east where we saw the compound ending. I believe it was just right around there, where we saw. I believe it was Sonics get their victory here on Takeoff.
Sonics took it. Yeah.
We'll see if the Western teams can rise once again here on day 2.
That was a crazy game between Sonics, and then we had Twisted Minds. 4 AM got pinched there as well. What? Wait, what is going on over there? Is that Howl and Gen G? It is.
I believe it is. Hal and Gen G and Roaring getting there a little bit late. Now our circle will cut down to the south. Going to favor a little bit more towards the east this time around. But we got to see what's going on in Godok.
Yeah, Godok is a little confusing right now as these two teams have decided to drop on top of each other. I wouldn't be surprised, Poro, if both teams actually just pull off completely.
I would hope that would be the case. Well, scan down and make sure you can watch the multi-view screen for PGS 3. We do have, obviously, our map stream, but we also have other streams with player voice comms and in their personal perspectives. So check it out. Go and follow your favorite player as we check in with Mr. Adder. Again, yeah, just I think you're absolutely right. I don't think either one of these teams really want to do this, especially considering the fact that the circle's popped all the way down south.
Yeah, I would really love for Adder to reload that K9 though, as he was aiming with it, and I was like, that's nothing is worse than when you line up a headshot and you hear click, click,
click. Well, the Mad going to do a little bit of damage as they shoot across the street. Keppa, Tommy gun, not exactly what you want to have in there, but you know, the bullets still work regardless. And Adder still has not reloaded his K9.
Please, Adder, I beg of you, just reload the K9. But this poses another problem, right? Even if they don't lose anyone, if both teams make it out four members, there's a lot of time being wasted here trying to keep track of the other team, making sure you're still looting, potentially even looking for a vehicle, especially if either of those teams don't find an emergency pickup. That could become a detriment, especially with this circle and how many teams already find themselves in a pretty decent position.
Interesting you bring up the emergency pickup. Now that's something that we saw in play a lot yesterday, and today not so much. We saw, I believe, maybe
just D plus
one.
Kia?
Yeah,
just using it on Miramar, right?
First game, and that was it. But maybe we might see some here in Tego, especially considering the fact we got so many teams up on that northern side. So we'll see if anybody decides to make that long drop, long plane ride down to Ouyang.
And even still, the east side of this is completely open. I mean, everything east of Ouyang, but
the Tommy gun!
Quetpa is going to find Barpo, and that's going to open up the fight here. Gen G now with a little bit of pressure to try to make it to that member of their team. Barpo, who is down. Quetpa still below half health, but not a good situation for Gen G. Starting, and Adder will be found immediately by Code Marco, and that's going to be a flush.
Oh my God, people are going down to K2s, they're going down to Thompsons, they're going down to AKs. What is happening here? Keppa still looking off in that direction, seeing if Rex maybe he's going to try to protect his fallen teammate, but unfortunately he is not going to be able to do so. Rex will finish that off. So at least right now, a 1-for-1 trade between the two, and they might be able to get the res here. In the picture-in-picture, you can see a fight between Daytrade and Petrichor Road. So far, Petrichor Road getting better.
But even still, Gen G would like to avenge losing two members. Barpo is still knocked, but he is close to Quetpa. I don't know if they can go for him immediately. Tosi needs to find a knock here desperately. Needs to get rid of Rorn. If they can do that, that's a start. A little bit of damage is going out, but there it is, the double headshot at the end. Quetpa has gotten the flush, though, so it's now just down to Rex and Tosi.
Boy, Rorn gave him everything he could handle there. Tosi will go and try to secure the point. And, shot coming that way. Keppa, you see Cord Marco also still. I mean, at this point, you kind of feel like you're committed to the fight as Petrichor Road will wipe Daytrade. So that is Day Trade going down 5 minutes into this game on Tego.
Man, that is... Oh, that's just an unfortunate look for Day Trade. They've kind of been struggling all day, actually, so far.
It has been a slow start, to be sure. But yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're Gen G, if you're Hal, you kind of like, well,
is it worth?
You know, is it worth really even trying to go any further? Well, why not try to secure all 4 points and just call it a day and see if we can survive?
And Hal, I mean, both teams, like you said, have taken big losses. Half the team is dead, 2 members each. At what point do you say, look, we just need to get out of here, especially for Gen G as they find themselves on the south side of that city. There's probably vehicles or something they can find along that road and just disengage, because you can still salvage a game with 2. We've seen teams win with 2.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw what Soul did as a solo there, as Falcons just trying to make a rotation, and they're going to run right in the middle of the split from Bleed, and Happy just in the perfect position to take advantage here. And that's 2 down for Falcons, as they're, man, I feel like they have just been gotten caught in rotation every single game today.
Yeah, I don't think they've had the opportunity to really fight as just a full 4-man. The rotations, and that's strictly because of teams like Bleed. Wait a second.
He has no idea.
Oh,
he doesn't know.
Easy kill, but teams like Bleed, Valley, Tai, they have been setting these traps specifically and catching these teams off guard, Falcons being one of them in that situation, and it's made these rotations quite difficult.
Yeah, I might be overstating it. I think maybe I might have gotten confused with Falcons and losing guys in rotation, but it definitely does feel like we have not seen a full-strength 4-man Falcons team in the late game.
I don't think we have
so far today, but we'll see what happens. We've still got 2 more games on Erangel after this one, and they've still got 2 guys going through this one. So again, much the same as with Howl, get a lot done with a duo.
You can.
We'll see what happens. Rex going to be the last player alive for Gen G, and he's just going to get out of Dodge.
Well, and I'm glad at least he's decided to leave. Howl, again, doing the same. They're very far off from the circle, but still quite a lot of space to play in, especially in the northeast where they plan to rotate in from. And we look at the center of this here as we're with GNL. Still very much in close proximity, I will say, to Bleed, as they are just right next to them. And still Petrichor now. Oh, looks like we might have some highlights for the Petrichor boys. Let's go ahead and check them on out.
这把17打的是
很乱，
很别扭，就是你作为一个有经验的队伍，你怎么可能说在这个圈型里面你还敢上这个字母山？
对，非常的不冷静啊！
你凭什么
？Pero 是放了左子轩和黄明2个人去顶，继续清扫残边，没问题。锤哥再打一个，晋升为上位，还能打。小崔又跳了一个，又打一个。
A lot of close range fighting in those clips there, as Petrichor Road already 4 kills after they've dispatched with Day Trade, but that is not a team that you want to see right in your face, man. They know exactly what they're doing.
They're safe to view from a distance, right?
even from a distance,
I can't let
feels
you get
scary.
too close.
As we check a few replays there, a little summary, a brief cliff notes of the Howl versus Gen G interaction, and again, the Petrichor versus Day Trade scrap is, yep, Petrichor pretty clean there, it would seem.
Yeah, more of a deletion than a scrap, if you will, as Petrichor very quickly took good care of the team of Day Trade. But now moving over towards 4 a.m., and they are actually just very comfortable far, far on the east side of this. They have no one within quite a bit of distance, and they have a lot of terrain to play. They have even a nice little compound, little farm compound just to their south, and so they're going to be comfortable for now. I mean, this, again, another slow burn. None of these teams, aside from what we saw earlier between Gen G and the team up north with them, Howl, have wanted to get into these early scuffles. They don't want to lose members. If you're a team like Falcons that unfortunately lost members early in a trap set by another team, then they're just looking for some refuge, and they actually landed right underneath Petrichor.
Worth noting that Cerberus going to pick up a whole bunch of loot there. Cirque pops and it's going to donut right on top of 17 and Virtus Pro. Once again, 17 getting a little bit of circle love. You gotta. It's as often as I feel like we've seen them center circle on these second circles, it feels like they're not really getting as much out of it as you would hope.
I agree. They've had good position in some of these circles as well, but yeah, just not able to really capitalize As GNL, the one thing I will say I liked about them in the last game is they take this fight with Bleed, is they're very comfortable taking shots and finding these off angles on the edge outside circle and capitalizing on those positions.
A little bit of a one-hit wonder so far here today, but what a hit it was, as that Game 1 victory yielded them about 21 out of their 25 total points. So we'll see what Bleed can do. Bleed obviously not scared of anybody.
Nope.
They will fight with any team in this lobby, and they will actually trade pretty well, as Samoy just kind of see if he can find somebody peeking through the walls. He does get vision, but doesn't get the angle to really commit to the fight, as Happy has this high ground. And, another team has now entered onto Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road, they are just collecting APAC bodies like Pokemon cards right now.
And that's got to be so frustrating if you're Ming, just knowing you have the angle, but it doesn't even matter. Ice Left is just tearing Cerberus apart. It's just down to Himas. Right on the stairs. They will find at least a reprieve with that molly, but this is all but... Wait, actually the smokes. Hold on. We've seen some crazy plays from inside, but no, they shut me down. They shut Cerberus down, and Petrichor with another team under their belt. 8 kills.
Just stay away from them at this point. Good Lord. Meanwhile, this fight between GNL and Bleed looked like Trick will find what Trick. Where are you looking, bud? What Hammer? Man, what's going on? Okay. You know, all's well and good. Alcarin?
A little confusion there.
A little bit of confusion maybe, but that's a good grenade. He's going to find Hammer, and he's going to find Stella as well. And now it's just down to Roy.
Fantastic shots there. Nice headshot over to get a double knock there for himself. Bleed now just trying to recover a little bit against GNL, and Roy is trying to vault in, get a little bit of cover in those smokes. Util will come out. Flashes will find no targets. Is Roy with the reposition now? Can he find the knock?
May have taken the shots just a little bit too early there. Is trying to make the push here on a Samoy, waiting for that inevitable peek, and he's just dancing around, and they are playing peekaboo here really around this wall as Alcarin is going to come over. There you go. They'll get him eventually. Bleed now 6 kills as they make their way through. They do take 2 losses, but man, what a fight that they
That was a
took
crazy
there.
fight, yeah. The fact, as you said, Bleed is afraid of no one.
They are not, man.
And they will take that fight on the edge. They'll take it in the center compound. It doesn't make a difference. Meanwhile, speaking of Old Center, it looks like Rex is still alive, and Howl is finally making their descent from the North Island.
Snakers, don't do it. Don't do it, buddy. Petrichor Road is just not...
They're not to be trifled with.
That's not the team to be trifling right now, as we check in with 4 angry men and wait and see where our next circle will take us. But I got to say, Godspeed, it's been very, very scrappy early here on Tego, and it's going to leave a lot of open area here to play, as we do have that hard shift south, just to the south of Buxun Sa.
And I want to point out right here that where a lot of these teams are bunching up right below 17, that is basically a downward hill. There's no cover to be played on that side, and if you're one of those teams like VP, like Twisted, that needs to make a rotation up, your best spot is realistically going to be through the south right into TSM. And look at this. Yeah, there's still
so many teams.
So many teams not even in this, but this is such a crazy concentration of teams right now that need to make it in.
Yeah, this eastern edge is about to be absolutely brutal here as we take a stop down here to get an interview with Twisted Mind Perfectors.
It's very easy. We are practice a lot. We are built a strong system, and we have best players, best captain, best coach. So it's easy. You know, you never can be ready for bad circles, but we are trying to do our best. I think Batulins is the strongest captain and the strongest player of the captains.
Little laugh. Yeah, it's hard to argue with them, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue too much with that. Well, no kills happened during that interview, so everybody can calm down. But Valley Tide did manage to make it towards the center of the circle. They managed to avoid VP 17 and 4 AM while doing so. So a lot of hills over here on this eastern side of the circle are kind of creating those lines of sight that are protecting people here. As New Happy, they arrive, and they're going to be right on top of D+.
D+ Kia has been fairly quiet this game, but yeah, New Happy now, that is probably not one of the teams you'd like to contend with this early, as we see Xiao Bei find Xiao Pian up in the distance, but trades going back and forth from 4AM and 17, and this is still happening just on the eastern edge. This is exactly the area where we talked about 17 needing to hold down.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for them to hold it down, though. You see, they have a nice wide spread here. They do have a knocked player currently, so they should be able to revive him.
Blue zones.
The blue zone grenades. Are they going to be close enough to do the crossover? They are.
He's
not.
He's got to have a pack.
He's got to he's
got to have a blue zone pack. Yep.
My man is packing. Okay, Wang Zhe will stay alive for right now. Godby nowhere really near him, but now Nixie has snuck up on the back of 17's show. So again, 17. We talked about how they've gotten some circle luck, but they really haven't been able to do much with it.
No, but I will tell you, though, the fact that he was jamming against 3 of those grenades, my man was jamming for his life, and fortunately so. But yeah, it looks like still hiding in that shack is Wang Zai.
Now 17 will get the res.
Posted again. Petrichor gets another shift, but that's also good for Snakers and Falcons.
It is. It is. So
and you take those.
Hey, Snaker, he's got about the most dangerous protection on Earth just off to his north. Now 17 do manage to get one of their reses up. Now they will lose show, but they are still 3 strong. And now Virtus Pro, now that circle is kind of swept away or gone off to the west, they can kind of make their way up to the north, maybe kiss just the southern side of Buxton Sa as we get a recent view of what happened
destruction.
to Petrichor. What Petrichor has been doing here so far today, absolutely just domineering on people, and they know it. They have been getting real excited about these victories.
I just love that I can hear them. I mean, every time they get a kill, they are popping off, and that is sending a message to the rest of the teams. And Bleed, I love the APAC teams, man. They are some of the most loudest when they pop off. And so looking at this circle now with teams coming in, VP still very much on the east side, has to contend with 17 as well as Twisted, who has beautifully navigated right around all the chaos underneath Valley Tai.
A lot of open area, a lot of open hills here. So it's giving a lot of these teams some pretty good lines to make rotations in. As Batulin's getting a little bit close to Valley Tai. Megalos trying to take out Batulin's, will get knocked though by it's actually Alo. He was getting shot at by Twisted Minds as well. So Alo from the far south. Now TSM still got 4 up. They've got a compound on the south side. And it looks like most teams are kind of wrapping around away from them.
Yep.
So they might have a lot of control over this southern side.
That's actually a great point. They've been very quiet, but they've not needed to really do much. They've had that compound, they'd have control, and they've actually dictated some of the rotations around them, which is why they have so much space to play. So realistically, all they have to do now is wait for the chaos around them to kind of subside or get involved with a really good third party if they see the opportunity.
You can see Twisted Minds, Batulin's, as we saw from Perfectix, great IGL, probably one of the best in the world,
without a doubt.
And you can see them just kind of. This is one of the reasons why he's so good. You can see he knows exactly when to strike, but he also knows when to slow down,
He's so
be
good.
patient.
Yes, at making those decisions.
And right now they know the Valley Tai is just uphill from them. They should know the TSM is off to their south. As Virtus Pro trying to find a way to get around what's left of 17.
Oh, immediate
If you're going to be leading the charge, big shots will land, but won't be enough to get the knock.
There's only 57 rounds left for 17's Xia Wu as he's going to fight and knock there. Suju as well will find a beast. The 2 members down for VP. I was just about to say they're finally up with 4 in an endgame and it just falls apart.
It looked like it may have been some mixed communication there. As Ibby full sent and the rest of the team just wasn't really there for it, and now they're just getting picked apart. Quizzy, the last one up with a sliver of health, as 17 has taken 1 knock, and there it is, finished off. Virtus Pro goes down in 11th place.
But Valley Tai now is starting to fight with Twisted Minds, and it looks like a knock apiece has been traded there, so Twisted having to fight uphill. Valley Tai not having to contend with any other teams just yet, but TSM finally starting to strike. And that's going to be Purdy going down to a knock.
Ooh, that's not good for TSM. They were doing the right thing. They were trying to get involved. They sent 1 player, though, and immediately Purdy going to go down. So good eyes on the part of Twisted Minds to make sure that their south side was covered. We'll see if TSM can get that res up, but Twisted Minds focusing their full attention right now
what
on
a
about
nade.
what a throw right into the pocket of Megalos, and he will go down. Latai also down. It's down to just Unk, who's hiding behind the UAZ. Oh, 17!
Don't forget about 17, though. They're coming to third party this from behind. They just wiped out the team of VP, and that nade will do a bit of damage and give them a bit of space. Xiaobei is going to back off and heal, but 17 wants to desperately get involved in this fight as fast as possible to help finish off Twisted.
Xiaobei with the fancy feet, avoiding the grenade, and actually that they appeared just long enough to create enough confusion to kind of slow Twisted down here a little bit. TSM did get their res, and they're back up to full strength. They were taking shots back up towards Twisted Minds on the south side as well, so Lou should have time to stop and get this res onto Perfectix and get back up to 3 strong. Dead center is still Petrichor Road. They've got complete control over this compound. Everybody in this circle, with the exception of Petrichor, actually even Petrichor, Petrichor, TSM, and New Happy, the only full-strength teams left.
Yeah, and Petrichor, I mean, they've been in that compound, but they already have 8 kills. They've wiped 2 teams because of crashes, and they're so comfortable. Snakers as well has been sitting underneath them with the protection of Big Brother right above for quite a while now. It's just a TSM or possibly Hal will find them, as now Suju will go down, will get low, and Zhao Wu will fall to Twisted Minds, as Longsker as well is going to take some shots on Xiaobei. That is it. 17 is out of there.
Oh, boy. Never forget about New Happy. They have just been working the edge so well here today, and they are getting involved at just the right time. Once again, 17 gone down. Lou has gone down, as that's going to be actually TSM. TSM sending 2 down from the south. Perfectix and Batulin's the last 2 alive here for Twisted Minds. We'll see how far New Happy wants to continue this rap.
They have just been unstoppable, as you stated, in these situations, and they've just been so good at realizing when to fight. Oh,
my man's gifted. Why not? Give it to some more.
Yeah, there we go.
And
finally, Petrichor have to move.
Petrichor finally gets to move, but not before they take out Hal. Okay, Code Marker, the last one in. TSM focusing their full attention now onto Twisted Minds. They still got 2 guys off to the south, though, as Batu going to heal through. I believe he had a jammer pack on as well, but a lot of damage coming through. That grenade's going to do it, as Sparking will find the knock, and now Perfectix just lying prone, wait to see if anybody peeks their head.
I'm a little worried about TSM. I understand they're split here. They want to make sure no one wraps from the south, but I'm worried that New Happy might hear this, come to third party, and then just leave TSM as a duo. But Sparking and Purdy are taking their time, and they're being very measured about this push, so I think they're going to be all right.
Here come the rest of the boys. They've got a vehicle. They're sending it up, and TSM being very, very slow about how they push this. Going as 2, and they spot him out, and there you go.
Very nice.
Done and dusted. TSM now with 6 kills and control over the southeast. New Happy, meanwhile, has the entire north spread and covered. Petrichor Road slowly making their way in. They do take a knock onto Ike's left. Nobody really near him, as the shot's still coming through. Snakers hadn't been found out either. There's a couple of snakes that are hanging out in the center and off to the south. As there goes one of them. Code Marco going to go down to the blue.
Yep, and this becomes a decision here for New Happy. Do they want to maybe go for a hard wrap on the east side, or would they potentially want to just hold control of the north and wait for the other teams to kind of fight each other and then third party, which is really what they've been doing for the majority of the day anyways?
I mean, this feels like New Happy just hold on to the north, hold on to whatever high ground you have, and they could be setting themselves up here for 3 in a row.
Which would be insane.
With absolutely bonkers, as they've still, I mean, it just goes to show you how great Twisted Minds has been these last 2 days, that New Happy gets 2 wins in a row, and they're still
behind
in second place.
Absolutely. I mean, Twisted won the second game, I believe, of the tournament quite convincingly.
Convincingly.
Twisted has been holding the lead, but New Happy wants it. And again, as you said, their decision-making and ability to just recognize those third parties and slowly constrict around other teams, as they're currently doing right now to D plus Kia.
Boy, this actually could be huge, as D plus Kia has been giving Petrichor Road all that they can handle here. And
hold on.
Now Chewy will find December 12th, so that's going to be the first knock coming through on a New Happy. The grenades are going to come to follow. Summer Doing some damage there, won't get the knock, but there you go. Star-Lord will go down, and that actually opens up a little bit of a door here for Petrichor Road to leave the compound. They were pinned down by D+, but now they have the opportunity to run out.
TSM as well, trying to spread out just a little bit on that east side. They just want to get rid of Valley Tai, and if they can do that, more control is afforded, but the circle will shift again, and now the teams of Petrichor and New Happy are fighting, and Petrichor is taking the fight very much to the top of the leaderboard.
Ming is an absolute beast. He just crashed into that rock solo, knowing exactly what was waiting for him on the other side. Nan, the last one up for New Happy. The spray coming through. Snaker's getting involved, though. He's going to steal Longsker away, and now it's just down to Nan as Chewy and Ming are on the hunt, waiting for that smoke cloud to dissipate. TSM is just waiting for the inevitable here as Alo's going to spot out Snakers.
With the Dragon of No Less, you were talking about it yesterday. He loves that thing. And when it gets to these distances where that one shot, oh, what a nade! He is absolutely lethal. He was the close range god. Now he's the Dragon of mid-range god.
TSM, they had a victory yesterday, and they are looking pretty set up here for another victory today, as they've got 4 alive. They've got complete control over the east. They know exactly where Petrichor Road is, and then they've got 1 solo to worry about in Samoy. Bleed looking off in the distance. Few shots coming through, so he needs to be careful about this. He's going to give himself away, and there you go. Alo will finish him off with a mini this time. He's
swapped it up.
Nice.
I guess he's out of ammo maybe, but 2v4 now. Petrichor, what can you do? Especially with the way that TSM is starting to rotate around and constrict on the space that they know Petrichor could possibly be at. Can he find the knock?
Get it, get it, get it, get it.
Quite.
No, Purdy Curdy can't get the knock. Not this time anyway, as now Chewy is spotted out. Luke 12 off the distance. Alo as well. The spray's coming through. Not going to find the damage, but you got to be careful. You know what these guys are capable of. There you go. Alo will find Chewy. The grenade will finish him off. Ming now in a 1v1 will have to pull back to heal just a little bit, but they know exactly where he is. Here come the utility. Here's a grenade up over the top. We'll do some damage. We'll get him low, and he's going to go down to Purdy Curdy. TSM with another win here at PGS 3.
And just like that, well played from the North American team. They absolutely took their time and made sure to cross all their T's and dot their I's.
Glad they took their dad's sunglasses off for this one. It was a little bit too bright in here for them, but again, another fantastic. That's 2 North American wins on Taego. It seems to be a map that is favoring North America pretty well here. You can see 17 again. You know, we talked about it already. They've been getting so much luck going their way, and they just have not been able to capitalize on it
They
yet.
have not been able to capitalize. As you said, they've not been able to really get the kills. Their positioning has been good, but they've just been either getting disjointed or just, I don't know if it's misplays, I don't know what it is. But Petrichor and New Happy, by word, those 2 teams.
Terrifying. Well, TSM gets the win.
And with that, it looks like TSM is going to be going to the grand finals pretty much. What a victory here for them, and what a performance so far from this team that I didn't know whether or not they were going to be able to rise to the occasion against some of the likes of, the big dogs coming in from North America, but they've blasted past them, realistically speaking. Yeah, Falcons not having an easy day, but TSM in these last two, looking good.
Yeah, it's good to see them here coming in. Of course, they only had 6 points coming in before this match here, so they needed the points to kind of close out that final spot. So it's obviously good for them to close it out in this case here, and also how they did it. 4 guys alive, dominant, control, overall really good terrain overview, and they were just set, focused. We're gonna win this. I was talking to the coach room with Extreme and Wooly being in there, and they were like, this needs to be now. We need to close this out before it gets too late.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking great. Looking really, really good here. On Taego, on a slower Taego, to be fair here, as they did have themselves a compound down towards the south side, but then they were able to slowly encroach on some of the territory that we were seeing. Once again, there's teams like, Valley Thai north of them here, teams that have already proven themselves extremely at the moment on this stage, but they were able to really kind of circumnavigate the threats.
Yeah. Very impressive. Petrograd as well so far today. Insane. Another double-digit kill game for them here. And I would say even if they have a few more points today, they could actually guarantee themselves a spot in the grand final on their day one.
In one day.
Yeah.
In one
impressive.
Day. How much did they have before they even came in here? It was something
0 because it's the first day.
No, I don't mean the day. I mean into the Taego. They had I like 40 points or
30 some before the takeover.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So they had, because they had double digits, I think they ended on 13 or 14 kills for this game, right?
Yeah.
So very impressive Petrograd so far. IXF is pumping. And yeah, this is what we asked for once we started here. We needed to see the Chinese teams come in and show this is their home turf advantage. This is where they are playing PCL. This is 20 minutes from where they live. And that is the mental advantage you have from that is huge.
Well, historically, Petrograd, when it came to this studio especially, never mind the previous season of PCL, which obviously didn't go quite their way, but if you think about the years couple past that have gone on here, Petrograd has won so many times on this stage, so that could be a big factor leading in here for PGS3. Wow. We have got ourselves 10 kills going the way of TSM and 13 for Petrograd, but New Happy is still there. Once again, Avenger. They've looked fantastic.
New Happy 58 points today alone in 4 games. 58 in 4 games. Petrograd 47 in 4 games. But of course, it is going to be TSM here. They're going to be able to pop in, and they had, 6 points before this one here, and they're able to get in with the 20 points here. Elo popping in and saying, 6 kills, 700 damage. I'm going to take the MVP for this one. Good to see Elo and the boys up here represented, and good to see TSM in the grand finals here of our first PGS of the year.
Elo taking the MVP here with the 6 kills going his way, and it really does feel like there was a lot of quality in the region, in North America, but it seemed to have been soaked up by your Sonics, by your Luminosity, now Falcons, of course.
Right.
Yeah. So it was only a matter of time before another roster really rose to the occasion to be able to kind of match what was going on there, because the components were all kind of interspersed, separated on other rosters. Now coming together here with this TSM roster, 20 points on the board.
Yeah, and it's obviously, when you put a player like Sparking into the team, and you put a player like Luke 12 back to the team after having played a season of APAC, right? Then it is an extremely powerful lineup. And, a lot of people don't talk too much about Elo, but he is one of the best. He, honestly, such a great player. Very impressed with what he'll be able to do. And they put themselves into 4th spot overall here and put themselves into the grand final. We've been talking about this 55 points hypothetical cutoff, but because we have so many teams at the top that are soaking up so many points, and New Happy Esports and, of course, Twisted Minds, that means that the cutoff could be even lower than that.
New Happy's making this lobby feel the heat as they take over Twisted Minds for number 1, as well as we take a look all the way down to 24. Unfortunately, for day trade, not really able to gain too much traction here just yet through the day, but they, of course, have another day, so we'll see if that reset goes before the Erangels that are now coming up, or if they can get that momentum going tomorrow as time goes on.
Surprising to me as well, so 17. Like 15 points after 4 games. Like, they should have more. They are a team of a caliber that are capable of doing more. The question is it Lil Ghost missing? Is it Show being in there?
Good question.
That could be one thing for me that could be an interesting take to see. Are we going to be able to see Lil Ghost back? Maybe even tomorrow if they need it, because if they're not getting more than, let's say they continue this trend, they will end in the mid-20s in terms of total points unless they get a mega game here in the end. Then we have to see Lil Ghost, I feel like.
We were already theorizing, is this switch advisable almost, like, because, you know, Little Ghost has been able to have amazing moments in the past. Shu, maybe he just kind of came in because he feels comfortable on this stage. Who knows? Who knows what it is? But regardless, the weird thing to me is that we're seeing 17 Gaming in some of these later game scenarios, but then they're just being beaten.
Yeah, good position so often in Circle 2, in Circle 3, even Circle 4, and then they lose their fights. And is it because you lose a powerful player, strong player like Lil Ghost to win some of these 1 versus 1 versus 2s that we know he's capable of, has done before historically on global levels at PTCs against some of the best players? So that's really a theory for me here, and I'm hoping that they're gonna finish higher. I want to see a team like 17 Gaming once they're playing, like we're playing PGS Shanghai. We have to have 17 Gaming in the grand final. So let's see what happens. Also, it makes them vulnerable to all the other teams. They know they're a strong opponent in the finals, and could they get focused if they don't get enough points?
If you've got great points from your day one today, and then you go into tomorrow and you want to hunt them down, that might be a prime target. But anyway, that's by the by. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we are moving on to the grassy pastures. There's 2 more Erangels to go for day number 2.
Previously on PGS.
As we begin things for PGS 1, the first ever PGS to grace your screens.
How in the world does Shouty D win that? They will have a win, and they will have themselves a championship. Your PGS 1 champions, 17!
Show as we get ready to kick off PGS 2 here from beautiful Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
Make some noise for your PUBG Global Series 2 champions, Sonics!
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Squad go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PGS 3. We are done with Miramar. We are done with Vikendi. We are done with Tego. And we have nothing left but Erangel left to play here as the shades are back on. The dad shades are back. Well, we had to run as fast as we could, Godspeed, because between games here, we had to wish Martin, our very own Avenger, a happy birthday.
It's got to be at least
43, 43, I think.
Who knows how old he is, but yes.
Basically falling apart.
He is at the
happy
seams.
birthday to Martin, happy birthday to Avenger, and happy PUBG day to everybody else. We've got 2 games left to play, and it is all or nothing now for our Group B teams.
Yeah, and that's a very good point, right? We just saw TSM win. They played yesterday. This is their last day of play today, so you want to get as many points as you possibly can. The worst thing you can do is make it on the cusp and then have to watch the other teams play to see if you even qualify.
Nobody wants to have to do that. Well, we've got 2 games left to get something done here as we head over to the grassy pastures of Erangel. Match number 5 is getting ready to tee off. A nice dead center plane. We have seen so many dead center planes.
We have. I don't think we've seen one unfavorable plane path this entire day. Even the circles haven't been. I mean, there was what was it, the Vikendi game with the hardships? That one was kind of a little wacky, but everything else has been fairly simple circles, donating quite a bit off of circle 1, 2, and 3. Not too many crazy rotations, but man, teams like New Happy have absolutely taken control of their circle. Petrichor, the last game was uncrashable, wiping 2 straight teams.
Oh, yeah.
And so TSM taking control finally at the end there, getting themselves some points. But for a lot of these teams, this is it. This is absolutely it. There is no more chances. There is no LCQ, as we've been talking about this entire time. So it's do or die.
Yeah, TSM obviously getting the job done there in that last game. They are one of our Group B teams, Twisted Minds being another. I think they're probably feeling pretty okay. But you got 4 AM, Gen G, Bleed, Valley Tide, D+, New Happy. New Happy probably all right, but the rest of those guys probably want to get themselves a few more points, feel a little bit more secure going into tomorrow, where they're just going to have to be sitting and watching. And we already see a little bit of scrapping going on around that J compound.
Yep. Compound right there. It's going to be Twisted and Petrichor, and I mean, we know.
Goodbye.
And we know Twisted loves to get the vehicles right around apps. It's pretty much what they do. And this is going to be a kind of 60-40 milli-base circle. Okay.
That's gross.
That's disgusting. This is the opposite of what we saw game 1 yesterday. It's just the other side.
Yeah. That is just foul. Well, scan now to make sure you can get your multi-view in. Well, or go and make sure at least you watch the map stream, because a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes on that map that you want to be able to keep track of, especially in a game like this when Military Island is in play. But as you said, there's a big chunk of Millie that's cut out on this. Now, yesterday, if you weren't here for it, guys, yesterday in game number 1, we saw a very similar circle to this, and it cut hard to the north off that circle too. So
yeah,
it was still
very
kind of
awkward.
a 50-50 circle in C2 before it cut back down to the south again.
The thing that made that even more disgusting is the fact that I think 98% of the teams were on Millie base. And it was just, what, Sonics and one other team on the north side of that one.
It was not great.
And it's very possible for this to happen again. We did see not really a crazy bridge camp commit, but we could see that from Gen G as we see Adder as well as Tosi on either side. They could be setting up for potentially either way of a shift, but that's going to be Puccios going out actually to Adder. So very nice on him to pick up that early kill and take control of that compound, that gas station compound just on the other side of the bridge.
Well, this is great. I mean, this is good. Obviously, great work by Gen G. The rest of the team is looting over in Milta. They sent one early to make sure they secure that spot, and he's going to take it. The only other team on military base right now is Day Trade. So we saw, oh no, not the time you want to run yourself over when you're being chased down, as Ibby going to pick up the freest kill of his life. And that is going to be another point going over to Virtus Pro. But yesterday, we talked about that first circle. We had 3 teams on Military Island. So it was already, everybody kind of knew that there was going to be a few teams already there. So it kind of slowed things down a little bit. Now today, I think most should know that it's going to be pretty sparse. Gen G now sending over Rex to join Adder as we keep an eye here on Virtus Pro.
But the problem is for Gen G, Hal is actually quickly approaching that bridge, and Tosi and Barpo are still somewhat split. Barpo looting that new area there of Milta, as it's going to be Hal getting very close here. Meanwhile, New Happy on that west side bridge could take control and maybe even camp 17. Now, we were talking about 17 and how they tend to do much better on Erangel, right? If they run into New Happy this early, that might not bode well for them.
Well, fortunately for them, it looks like New Happy's just going to keep breezing through and look for a place to play rather than do any camping shenanigans, as Hal did pull up to that eastern bridge, but fortunately for Gen G, Barpo and Tosi already on the move, so they didn't get caught out. They'll join their teammates at that intersection. So now Hal, I imagine, has eyes on. They'll keep an eye and see where these guys go. They should have a pretty good idea that that little intersection right there is pretty populated. Oh, what's happening? Oh,
replay right here. Example.
Where are you gonna go, buddy?
Splat right there. Ming will go down. He's not happy about it. I wouldn't be happy about it.
Yeah, not much you can do about that.
And that's even worse. That one was more like, that
feels so
bad.
bad.
That feels worse. I don't know.
That feels so bad.
Meanwhile, Ibby was like, oh, piece of candy. I'll take that. Is Gen G now fully across the bridge, as you said, consolidated, and it looks like TSM is they're okay. Emergency pickup, and if they can get to the top side of that tower, that radio tower, that would be a very strong position for them.
Taking a look at Cerberus, who made their way across on boat, so they make a pretty easy landfall. Howl still slowly making their way across the bridge. TSM in the E pickups, and they have one right behind them as well, as 4 a.m. is in the E pickup, just crossing right over the top of Howl right now on that bridge. So TSM going to send it over towards Novo. They should find some place to play over there. So, some are going to get spotted out by Lou, and there you got another Petrichor Road member down, as this has just not been a good game for them.
No, I mean, overall, I'd say
Unlucky.
that the day they've had some moments like this, obviously the last game they had quite a few kills with multiple squads trying to crash them, but yeah, it's, as you like to say, they're getting nickel and dimed right now. 2 members already down.
Sure, and, not all that being said, Petrichor Road, this is their first day of play.
And they still have 47 points. Yeah.
They're fine. And let's take a look at some highlights from VP.
Gonna have had such a difficult time. He's gonna see him straight. Oh, but he actually does manage to catch Dixie, but look, Rooks is there for the trade. Fields there on even sides of this hill with the tree in the middle. And this fight is bound to happen as VP around the edge of the smoke finds the double.
Yeah, they absolutely tore through those EMEA qualifiers. And it's been a little bit of a slow start here today, but they still got 2 games to try to salvage something. Now they're sitting with 10 points overall. And, well, they've got a long way to go. They're up in Lippo still.
Yep, and speaking of teams that are still making a long way, it's GNL actually getting shot at by TSM. I haven't seen a rotation like that since it's been a long time since we've seen boats being taken to the backside of Millie Base, but New Happy is already waiting there, 4 a.m. as well on that coast. TSM, as we see, shooting, and even 17 have actually made their way onto Sovnowska's Island's Millie Base, as they did loot there earlier, on the east side.
Okay. Well, while we wait and see what happens next, let's take a few highlights from Hal.
Let's see if they can find anything here at all. I get why they've done it. Beaming charged up an aid as well. Girls, in the meantime now, from one team straight to another. Cut my spot to one that's Batulin's down instantly. Not only does not get his high ground, it's a dead center. So Code Marco goes big against Win or Die as well to try and completely dislodge them. There's a fine line between Genius and Insanity here. Big sprays coming through here, and it will be Genius coming in from Code.
There you go, Hal, another team that's had a little bit of a slow start here today, but still are managing to hold on to that bridge on the eastern side. GNL on spot out hammer as New Happy just continues to just death ball around on the edges of these zones, and they're going to find Stella too.
So dangerous. I mean, they're so confident right now, and for good reason. They've won every team fight, basically, that they've been in. On top of that, anytime they get in any engagement, regardless of the distance, they've just been managing to just delete teams and players around them. And so a confident team like this, especially New Happy, is just one that you don't want to mess with early, and a lot of these teams are finding that out painfully.
They really are. Well, Roy, the last surviving member of GNL, will just kind of hide in his little...
This is his life
Hobbit hole. And wait for this. Well, we wait to see if New Happy actually push this. Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I don't know.
It's possible. Would I be surprised either way? Probably not.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else going on the south side right now. So we see Roy just hard holding this angle. Oh, December 12th has made his way down. So maybe they will get involved. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds still on Shark Fin. Haven't made the commitment to cross over to Millie Island just yet. Now, I think Cerberus, when they made their rotation via boat, I think they picked up the boat from over here. So don't know if that's going to be present for them as we see. Yep, unfortunate there for Summer. Just pulled up on Death Road to do a little scouting. He gets taken decisive.
That's so toxic. I love it.
His name is Lou. Why not?
I love it. But yeah, Twisted Minds currently sitting. Now the problem will come and arise if, in fact, this goes south and all these teams. Right there, that bridge is going to be an absolute pain to cross with how many teams are trying to go. And then don't forget about Gen G still set up on the other side of it to the south.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see everybody was a little bit gun-shy over there on the north side because we did see that hard shift yesterday. And don't forget, we still have bleed all the way up here in the north. We still got all these teams that are on the north side. D plus Kia, meanwhile, really taking their time about crossing this bridge. You've got Falcons down here. Now, what happens when it starts getting complicated is if Falcons decides to move this rotation down to the south side and just kind of camp around that area, that could be a little bit of a gatekeeping area for all these teams up to the north if they try to make that wrap down to the south. VP, meanwhile, trying to make the push through as Hal. They were ready for it, but the camp not yielding results.
And interestingly enough, it was actually Gen G. They just opted to go all the way south. They left this position. Hal was able to backfill them, and now they've taken control of the gas station. But there is still so much water in the circle that you know it's going to have to shift back north.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to eventually. New Happy, they're still holding the very southernmost tip. And I believe, yep, they did eventually find Roy, so GNL is out of the lobby. Our first team and only team out is, I think this might be D+ using that emergency pickups scout. So Soul going to operate as the scout for the rest of the team. Looking down there, and while Petrichor Road down to 2.
Hello, it's Bella again with the post-match interviews. We have Petrichor Road's Aches left for the interview. GG, Aches left. All right, so you're off to a good start. First day at PGS 3, and you got 13 kills just in match 4. So tell me, how are you feeling?
那么今天其实是开了一个非常好的头，然后呢也获得了非常高的击杀数。那么这时候自己的感想是什么？
就感觉头开好了，还是比较开心的吧。然后希望就是我们后续的对局能够就是把握现在的这个感觉吧，然后能够越打越好，这是我们希望的。
He is very happy to have a good start, and he wants to maintain this kind of excellency in all of his following matches and to keep working on.
All right, good luck to you. Keep up the good work. All right, that was Petrichor Road's Aches left. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Aches left, and bye-bye to Ming and Summer, and it's just Aches left and Chewy left as we see a number of teams now starting to run into each other on the eastern shore. It's going to be Virtus Pro and 4AM. Zepion already down. Nixie and Ibiza holding the line. Quizzy is down. Lucarux is down. Ibby just waiting for somebody to peek. He tries to go in through the window, gets a lot of damage in, but does not get the knock.
He is so flashed, but he actually vaults out the window, and he's able to get a multiple knocks. Nixie with a huge play. I mean, can he save it? It's just down to Wang Sai.
Wang Sai with 28 HP left tries to throw the preemptive grenade to prevent anybody from coming behind him. As Nixie still bleeding out, you see that VP wants to finish this off before they commit to the res. Wang Sai will get the heal. Ibby just slowly playing around. The smokes are dying on one side, so Wang Sai will just drop the Molotovs just to slow things down here a little bit. Try to prevent that push. Meanwhile, new circle does pop, and it will cut off to the north once again.
Yep, so that's going to cut off all the water now, and if you're a team like VP, I mean, you at least want to finish this strong, get the last kill, and
Ibby
won't. Ibby won't get that, and again, VP just struggles here on day one.
Wang Sai, the last player alive here for 4AM. New Happy. They hear these shots, and they're starting to creep up. You can see them just on that mini-map, and actually you can see them right here on the big map as they start to creep up there. But worth noting that D+ did send Soul to scout. They sent him all the way down south, and he does survive. So they have that spot on the southern coast. They are probably the southernmost team here. As Petrichor Road, they had the botation. They pull into Novo, and they managed to put themselves right in the middle of a TSM split.
Yeah, and this is just a duo left of Petrichor, right? And so TSM has to recognize, or at least when they knock one, if they've been keeping track of the kill feed, which I'm sure they have, they'll realize this is just a duo, but this is still a very dangerous duo as it's Aches left and Chewy, so no joke there, especially if they can catch the split TSM off guard. Meanwhile, Valley Tai, for the first time, not setting a trap for the other teams, but they find themselves in the circle on the west side here, just underneath Falcons.
Yeah, it's been a slow road down. There you go. Sparking and Luke will combine, and that'll be it for Petrichor Road. Very, very good work on the part of TSM there. That could have been very dangerous as those two players were right kind of in the middle of everybody, so TSM avoiding a little bit of a disaster there. Team Falcons, meanwhile, get to see at least 3 of them alive here in Phase 3, as they have only lost Snakers, and they've got a decent spot here on the western side just playing in these the shelters.
Shelters are notorious if they are in to be very strong, very defensible, but right now just 3 members of the Falcons. This little replay here of VV, and oh, that was so unfortunate.
Just a children's treasury.
Look at their faces though. They're just like, yeah, that happens.
Like, what can you do, man? What can you do? Well, I mean, honestly, it's good to see them still in
good spirits.
Good spirits here, despite the fact that we are in kind of approaching the end of the day, and VP has just kind of let themselves with a lot of work left to do here. As we see Valley Ties, or actually this is Gen G rather, a lot of space. Really good spot for Gen G to play here. Now they kind of keep eyes off to the south. They have New Happy that's just kind of taking over a lot of control over the southern part of the island here, really. But Gen G just playing tower defense a little bit. You know, they've got their spot. They're not going to really progress more out of that. And meanwhile, Bleed has finally arrived into the circle for the first time in 16 minutes. They
Just
are
be
not taking
greeted.
blue damage, and they are running right into Valley Tide.
Just to be greeted by Valley Tide. But yeah, just a quick point on Genji. They got a really nice defensible bowl, and that circle is going to give them even more of a chance to get frags here as other teams come in. But now Valley Tide and Bleed, they're going to have to come in on that edge. Now, there is something really solid to hold here in this point right here. In fact, that's going to be a very strong position to hold. They have cover from HAL as well as from 17 that would be on a little bit of a higher ground position, but they do have to make it there and make sure that they clear out Bleed before they play that.
You also have to keep an eye on this little area right here, just off to the west of where Genji is. That's a little bowl, little dip area that New Happy could play, or D Plus could play, or even TSM. But there's not much room other than that. So you've got 3 full-strength squads on the south side that really need to figure out who's going to take that spot first. And that's where we are going to cut here, as New Happy has taken their first knock.
And TSM have actually also decided to come here on this south side wrap, potentially to a third party. They're going to find shots onto New Happy. And it looks like they're going to find a knock as well.
Alo going to finish off Ming Ming. And now Star-Lord kind of guys over in that same area. December 12th has smoke, so he'll just lay down the smoke wall, try to survive a little bit longer. While Nan is going to come provide him a little bit of support. Meanwhile, Soul, of course, is right there as Samoy tried to send it through, but Megalo's not letting it happen. This is still Bleed trying to get hit. They have arrived so late. Only 3 left alive. Okarin and the rest of the boys, they're going to try to find at least a little ridge line, maybe a little bowl to work with. Xiaowu will find Trick. And this actually, oh no, this could be one grenade away from destruction. Oh, just cooked a little too much. That one will do it, though. Bleed will go down to 17.
And if it wasn't 17, I promise you it would have been Valley Tide. There was nothing really for them to play in that bowl as they were surrounded from all areas. Now, HAL is still a duo. They find themselves in some trenches there as finally it looks like New Happy will fall. It only took the entire lobby essentially to take him out between TSM and D plus Kia, and now TSM starting to make their push and their way towards D plus Kia as they're trying to escape Sparking. Can he find a knock here? Maybe a headshot? Not quite. As Alo, though, on the pursuit.
Seat swap. Are you kidding me, Alo? The bloodthirstiness of this man is absolutely insatiable. Well, you know, you got to give credit here to TSM. They waited for D+. They saw what was going on in the kill feed. D+ takes care of New Happy, but not without taking a lot of damage and a lot of knocks on their own. So that kind of opens up things a little bit here. But as you mentioned, Gen G starting to make their way down here as well, and that's going to be a knock onto Alo.
They have a lot of control here on the east side, and they're trying to basically spread that control to the south and get rid of TSM. That would afford them even more control as D plus Kia is eliminated. They will fall. As Genji looking to get aggressive, but they're actually going to back up, and it's going to be a knock actually from Sparking and a flush that causes them to rethink that position there, Goro.
Yeah, just maybe, and now Rex going to go down as well. Sparking doing work here for the TSM boys as they're just holding their line here against Gen G. Unfortunately, Gen G just not able to spot out the players in time, and now they are paying the price for it. TSM doing a great job here on the south side. Now, Falcons have started to make their way out of military base, and they're coming up on the western side. Mime did take a knock from 17, but it looks like that res is going to come through. But as soon as Falcons is on their feet, TSM needs to be aware that there's going to be a team off to their west.
Yeah, and Falcons have not had to do much, Poro. They've pretty much sat in those bunkers. They didn't really get in any fights. They have ammo. They should have a decent amount of util as well, and so they're set up. As long as they can take a little bit of bite out of TSM and realize that 17 is split in those 2 bowls there in the center of the circle, they're working with a good slice of the circle there, and they're actually going to opt to just kind of chill with Flood. I like this. Don't push the pace, especially because they're in the low ground. There's no need to put yourself in a disadvantageous position. Meanwhile, Day Trade looking over at Gen G, and they're still very far out of the circle, but they do have high ground. They should be able to at least find a spot to play on the edge for now.
Yeah, I think Day Trade just hanging out here on the top of the radio tower as long as they could, seeing if they can maybe get a little bit more damage down, maybe a few more knocks. Unfortunately, not going to come here as Twisted Minds. They have to send it down the road. They're going to land on these cliffs just on the other side of Cerberus. Now, they do have Valley Tai just off to the west, so they have to be careful about them. But other than that, they should be pretty clear here.
Twisted Minds have also been not necessarily quiet. They have 4 kills, but they've been on the north side just kind of slowly making their way in. This is very much Twisted Minds play, and This is what makes him so good, right? But all of a sudden, Megalos is going to find Example. That's a big knock to find. If they can flush him, it's a big hit to the team.
Nice little angle there for Megalos.
Oh,
Now 17.
Okay. Take those.
We'll go ahead and get the in their hands as well as once again we've got 17 in a fantastic position. And we'll see, they've got all 4 up right now. Gen G just off to their east. Looks like Day Trade going to start making their way over here. Gen G on the clock to try to get rid of these guys. Flash is going to take down Belmoth, though. That's not what you want to see to start things off. And yep, just like that, Day Trade is taken down.
Show landing a big body shot there. Tosi must have a 3 vest, otherwise I'm surprised he didn't go down there. There's the other 2 members there of Gen G holding up that high ground position. They want to get some damage into 17, maybe a knock, and that's going to do it, get him off the angle, so they might be able to recover Tosi.
So, just keep looking. Gonna down that smoke, cycle that. Quetpa, the only player left for Hal, and yeah, that is about the most obviously placed buggy you've ever seen in your life, and Twisted Minds knows exactly what to expect there, as they will take care of that final player from Hal. Now, the circle does pop. Valley Thai have to make moves. Twisted Mind know this. They are putting themselves in the best possible position to try to gatekeep that.
17, once again, the beneficiaries of that circle shift. As Gen G now have to contend with TSM, and we see Alo kind of split there. It looks like Sparking. Is that Kurt? I can't tell. No, it's going to be Luke 12 with him taking the fight here just on the other side of Rex, and that's going to be a nice little spray down from Sparking.
Boy, Sparking already 4 kills, 662 damage. He is making moves for the TSM boys. 10 kills overall for them. And if they can clear out Gen G, that would make the job of the task of clearing out 17 that much easier. Unfortunately, Gen G not too easy to get rid of here. Meanwhile, Cerberus doing a little bit of extra assistance here, taking care of Valley Thai from their compound position. Twisted Minds, they've lost Patulin. He's taking the knock here. Falcons, meanwhile, they've been quiet for the most part, playing from that military base side. They'll steal away a point from Valley Thai off a kiss. And now the question is, where do you go next? Gen G just going to do the send it down the rocks in the vehicle, and it's going to pay off.
It's going to pay off for now. They will land upside down, but a little bit of space to play there. Falcons, though, they really don't have much to play. They have that wall. They do have the dips underneath 17. And really, it's going to be Real the one to kind of hold the position there while they try to make it in there. But Valley Thai, meanwhile, in a fight, is going to get wiped off the map by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, once again, Twisted Minds just applying pressure until they break through the great use of utility and having Example just be one hell of a bulldog there as he pushes forward. Cerberus looking over in this direction to see if they can maybe catch Twisted Minds slipping. Twisted Minds, you can see Perfectix already on the lookout, waiting for that inevitable push to come through. It's not going to happen. The rest of his boys will reposition, get themselves a better spot, but Solozzi is there. Doesn't matter. Perfectix will take him down. Solozzi will spot out Example, but that should be Rezible, as you can see that arm from Show still in play.
Finally, Tycon will find the headshot there. As you said, I'm still in play. 17, though, having the position that they're in, only 5 kills, maybe would have thought they would have had a little bit more, especially with the firepower they're working with, but they have the position and they can still clean this up, Poro.
Yeah, right now, take what you can get if you're 17. This is still this is still progress right now. We don't want to reinvent the wheel in one game, but let's see if Cerberus can do anything to Twisted Minds here. It doesn't look like they are in a good position, but Hymas and Tycon, it's been a slow start for them, relatively, from what we'd normally expect. They'll get the trade there, but Lou not wasting any time. He'll go ahead and finish them off. And they should be, Twisted Minds should be able to get this res onto Perfectix before they have to move into this next zone.
Even more kills here on the side of TSM. They've been hunting Gen G for so long, Poro. They know exactly where they are. The nades cook just a bit too shallow.
Yeah, maybe not exactly. Just a hair off.
Okay, you know, give them a break, all right, Poro? Give them. They have been hunting Gen G for quite a while. That nade's actually going to land right in the pocket. And that's going to be a blue zone. Barpo going straight for the first aid. He should be able to survive this, but still a healthy amount of damage. TSM wants to get rid of Gen G so bad.
Oh, absolutely, and they are not proving to be that easy to get rid of. As 12 kills for TSM, as We saw them just get that big victory in the last game. Now they're just adding to their total now, making sure that they feel secure in the third day of play, where they're just going to be sitting around and watching. 17, still all 4 up.
Yep.
They've got 5 kills to their name so far, and they are basically trying to watch everything here. I think maybe the goal is going to be Falcons, as you see all of them looking off in that direction right now.
Yeah, I really like Rilo initially took a forward position there to get his team across, and then once Mime and Flood found a position on the fence, he got underneath 17 to find a little bit of a foothold, but Genji fighting back, they'll at least get a knock. Sparking should be able to get res. Wait a second, actually.
I don't think he is,
no.
Yeah. That blue zone is right on their back, so Sparking will get lost. Relo going to get that big knock onto Perfectix. That's huge for Team Falcons, as they are not sitting very high on kills right now, but this is progress for a team that's been a little bit on the struggle bus here today. We'll see if they can pull some magic out here in game number 5. 17 still running around looking to see what they can find. TSM just off to in the distance. Flood, some damage on to Show, or at least he had an angle on to Show, but not enough to finish him off.
I thought maybe 17 was waiting and they'd be able to get a good amount of kills here, but the problem now is they've kind of retreated and all the other teams around them are starting to kind of pinch them, and so you even have TSM with a bit of high ground, able to find some angles onto 17. If Twisted isn't dealt with, this could be very problematic for 17, as we see Perfectix with that Panzer, and Blue is going to find Alo. Just one member left of TSM.
Okay.
As they are starting to crest over that hill. I'm very worried for 17 right now.
Yeah, it is. Twisted Minds is just on a mission right now. They have had just a brutal game so far, trying to make their way through, but it just has not mattered. They still find a way to keep everyone up and keep getting these knocks. Now, Relo should be able to get Mime back on his feet, but that opens up a door here for Twisted Minds. I think I would imagine Perfectus probably wishes he still had that Panzer Faust,
yeah.
because they're going to peek over the top here, and they're going to see 17 just ready and waiting to get destroyed. Example finds one, Batu finds one, and now here come the grenades. They'll slow down just long enough to get the res onto Lou, but they can afford to just sit here and rain terror down onto 17 once again.
Luke is going to be dealt with by the rest of the Falcons now. 17 pretty much all but finished. It's just going to come down to Falcons and Twisted on the opposite side of this, and this is all happening just on the outside edge of this circle. Still, Falcons with quite a bit of util. Helmet, not so great here for Mime. They have been shot out quite a bit. Some knocks.
Oh, there you go.
Big find from Mime. That's going to be some much-needed points. It's just a Twisted and Falcons in a 4-on-3.
Perfectly cooked, as you'd expect from Mime. Now Relo will get knocked by Batu. He's going to try to go for that low side ground. Perfectix rushing over to provide some support. Flood, he's going to get spotted out. I'm not sure if that was either Lou or Example, but they did their job. The damage is done. Grenade will fall, and it's going to be a little bit wide as Flood stops down to heal. Now Relo, or Mime, really on the low side here.
Actually wrapping around Twisted.
Yeah, this is actually huge. Perfectix kind of slowed down a little bit by the flashes from Flood, but inevitably he's going to come up with a top. There it is. It's down to just Relo. Example with 13 HP left. He'll try to take the 1v1. Relo not looking in that direction, but there it is. The push comes through, and Twisted Minds with another victory, and they reclaim their spot at the top of the leaderboard.
Just absolutely clinical. It almost looked like New Happy might have been able to steal that first place spot, but no. Just playing flawlessly from start to finish. Managing, again, we saw multiple members of Twisted get knocked. The fact that they were still able to maintain 4 up through multiple teams, getting what, 13, 14 kills is ridiculous.
I mean, out of all the teams that were alive there at the end, you got to figure Twisted Minds had the most difficult path out of everybody, and somehow they fought their way through.
Well, that's going to do it here for Game 5, Poro. I don't know if you know, but we have one more game left as we head to the highlights and the desk.
Can anyone slow down the Twisted Minds with their big brain plays and everything that's going along with it? Actually, it's quite coincidental that, you know, you got Batulins there, the leader, being able to have that big brain energy. Once again, pushing them on, rivaling for that first place and looking great whilst doing it, getting this win.
Yeah, and of course, good to see them have a win on this day as well, like they did yesterday, and putting themselves into that lead spot, sponging up so many points, making it harder for everyone else, making the cutoffs so even closer here. So yeah, good to see Twisted Mind pop off like that. Dominant way to do so as well. It's not even because they're sitting on compound. They're fighting all the way through it. They're winning 1v1s. They're taking 1 versus 2s, and they're winning every single one of them. So good to see. Xam has been such a crazy player here for this one. 15 kills in this game here and a win. Yeah, super happy for TSM, I gotta say too. After coming off of a win and able to get 14 kills in this one here. Good to see. And also Falcons having a decent game. 17 Gaming, we've been talking about some of these teams here, 17 Falcons. We need to see them do well, and now with just one more game to go after this one here, they're able to step up and, oh my god, demonic. 5 kills and 666 damage.
They are blasting. Very, very impressive stuff here, all things considered. As example, still I think actually, like in terms of the overall kills coming in, like he's absolutely at the very top when it comes to the fantasy. But Lou will take the MVP regardless in this match. So every single component of Twisted Minds is scary. There was a time where sometimes you'd think to yourself, okay, Batulins, he's kind of leading from up on high or leading from kind of a position where he can just be a little bit safer. But even he has been able to blast as well. This is a scary, scary team.
That's actually something that I really enjoyed watching throughout the last couple of, not months, but like the last year and a half or so, where he's really putting himself not just being the kind of scout information seeker, also taking so many fights, winning battles, winning one of those ones, and taking those kind of aggressive moves, and also proving that he also can frag out. And 25 points here, of course, going their way, and 121 points with 11 games to go, James. That's a win and a kill average. That's crazy.
That is nuts with the 11 matches that they've done so far. They've got one more in hand. Of course, it will be another Erangel to see where they end up. But my question, have they peaked? No, I'm not going to say have they peaked too early. Because this team is eventually bound to win an international. When is it going to happen? Is it now? It might be one of their best chances. We did see Falcons, as you say, get a third place, or at least be able to get into the end of this lobby here. So some points going their way. 25 isn't terrible.
No.
But there still needs to be a little bit more work here from Falcons.
Again, hypothetical cutoff, 55 points. Might be lower, could be around the 50. Because again, sponging at the very top here. So that's really the question: is 25 in first day, or the only day you're playing, gonna be enough? Again, one more game to kind of put a little bit more on. Really good to see. First of all, 17 Falcons do that now, but it is gonna put a lot of pressure on you. For the last game here, you can have the teams that are already making it through. They are gonna be focusing you a little bit more. They're gonna keep you in mind that you actually did really well through the globals last year.
I think one thing's for sure, that if you wanted a reset, like going into Erangel, for example, getting like a podium position on that will give you a little bit more of a confidence. Admittedly, a circle like this, though, is a bit difficult to navigate in general, right? We obviously had our first circle be a bit rough, moving into eventually having the land of military be kind of focused on. But, you know, it's not the easiest to...
Kind of crazy we get 2 military games out of 3 in 2 days, right? And we have one more game to go, just that. So we're going to get started.
Let's do it. The final game for the day here. Who is going to be able to make it through from Group B? We are about to find out.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, we are ready for the final game of the day. Group B has one more chance to add to their total to secure their spot in the grand final. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Godspeed. And it is all down to this, man.
Yes, sir. And I will say that south side of Milta is actually my new favorite part of like the new Erangel. I love fighting there. It's super fun, especially in that little water area where it's separated on either side. Hot dropping there is super fun. But yeah, this is it. This is the last game of the day for some of these teams, period, for this event.
And they mentioned it briefly on the desk, but yeah, New Happy and Twisted Minds kind of doing some favors for a lot of the teams that are in the chase, because they have made that potential cut line a lot lower by soaking up so many points.
We were trying to kind of come up with a number, like what do we think it is? I think it might even be around 50, depending on how many more points these boys can actually sponge up for the rest of this lobby. As Group B is coming to an end.
Before yesterday, I was thinking it might even be closer to 65-70.
75, yeah.
And, you know, because of the fact that we did have these two teams that are really just dominating right now, it has definitely lowered that by a significant margin. Now, all that being said, it's still going to be a logjam, right?
Yes.
You still feel like the difference between 16th and 17th is not going to be that many points.
No, it's not, and that's going to cause even more stress for the teams that really need to make that cutoff, especially for the teams in Group A that didn't do very well yesterday.
Well, there you go. We get the hard north shift, so at least we avoid Military Island this time. But you know, you still have that. I would imagine that you're not even thinking 50-50 with the river, right? You're thinking this is going north?
It should go north, but we've seen circles like this hard shift southeast or southwest. Didn't we see a circle in the south? It ended pretty much where Relo was yesterday anyways, right? It's the second game. So you never know, but yes, ideally, if I'm looking at this and I'm playing, I'm saying, okay, this is probably going to be Stalber side, right? This is going to be on the north side.
Hedge your bets a little bit if you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable about it, and you can just kind of play right near the river, or even do a little bit of a 2-2 split.
Sure.
Yeah, you know, cover both sides. Take care of yourself there, but check in with Gen G over there in Milta. They have GNL just off to their east, but it looks like GNL going to be looting up Milta or Milta Power rather, and then moving off to the north.
By the way, I was hoping when because I only had like a day to play the remaster of Erangel before I came here. I was really hoping no lean would still be no lean. Like, you couldn't lean there.
Yeah?
Really bring it back, but you could definitely still lean.
Is Invisibles on the map or no?
Invisibles, I think. Actually, I didn't check for Invisibles. That's a good call. But going back to, I mean, one of the teams that we kind of talked about last game that made it to the end game was 17, right? Normally, I feel like in a position that 17 had last game, they would have been much more proactive and had many more kills in that position. But I'm not exactly sure what it is, especially for the map of Erangel they've been traditionally strong on. They kind of faltered there.
Yeah. I don't know.
And I can't pinpoint why, right? It didn't seem like they were making mistakes, like they weren't playing well. They did try to get some kills, but still just kind of falling behind.
Well, we're going to take a brief moment here to see some highlights from GNL Esports.
놓쳤습니다. 보여주면서 위에 스텔라. 그래서 스텔라. 보면서 선수는 남아있는 상황에서 한옥같이 덕주는 자리를 계속 만들어주고 있어요.
센티널이 광동을 쳤구나. 우린 여기 부시면 되겠다.
너무 좋아! 맞습니다. 재밌게 하고 있어요.
자, 그리고
아이고 재밌다!
해본가 가기 전에 수류탄. 그냥 본인한테. 자, 안녕히 계세요. 점수한 줄. 간다.
I love them. I love those casters so much.
So excited.
So great.
So well, there you go. You can see Virtus Pro sending Luca Rux to do a little high-flying scouting via that emergency pickup, and he's going to see a team leaving Yasnaya. That's going to be 4 a.m., so should be able to let the rest of the boys know that the path is clear. They need to get on the move pretty quickly, though, because they do have that GNL squad right on their backsides. Hal, meanwhile, making it a little bit close to Twisted Minds as Lou takes a few shots, but immediately gets put back down.
Yeah, and Twisted taking a nice position here just around the, say, just to the north of Volcano there, as they have a good little spread. And looks like, speaking of spreading their wings, let's watch some highlights from the Falcons.
Oh wait, they are pulling right up there, okay. Oh no, we got him again!
Million miles away from those qualification spots, but Snakers with the 4x, there you go, Lopez falls. Yeah, this is GG's for Mercy. Splits the two of them perfectly and gets them out of the lobby. Luis falls as well.
Just start getting some frags, and look at this flank again. Snakers back in the vehicle.
And he managed to do it. Mimes going to take down Luke 12, and now everything's starting to calm up. Falcons, they're going to run it in. They're going to pick up the last.
There we go. So highlight plays there from the boys in green. And again, a little bit of a slow start here for them today, but they still have 6 more games to play, 7 more games technically, with this one included. As we see another team doing the emergency pickup scouting play with Mr. Suzu for 17. They've got a nice little spot here to work. Just this is probably the best way to hedge your bet on this one, is play this compound. If it does cut down to the south, you at least
rotation
can
for the
free
most
rotation
part.
into Razak.
Agreed 100%, and that's exactly what they're doing. And speaking of Falcons, even if they can just finish strong, right, get like a 9-10 point game, doesn't have to be a win, that's going to shoot them up the leaderboard drastically and at least give them a nice little foothold into that leaderboard in order to, you know, make that cutoff, whether it's, you know, 50 like we speculated, 60, whatever. And so Virtus Pro, though, they need a big game here. They really need a big game. It's very possible for them to have a big point day tomorrow, but you don't want to leave the chance up to just one day of play, especially when they've had some opportunities today to actually get a good amount of points. And so if they can finish strong here as well, I'd be pretty happy with VP. But otherwise, as it stands, they have struggled.
Yeah, you know, keep your goals small. I would think maybe for this last game, just try to get over 20 points total. Right?
Keep it small. Just get 20
yeah,
points.
Well, no, not like 20 points. I'm talking about 20 points
I'm just giving you
overall of the leaderboard.
Just keep it small. 20 points a game. Is no problem.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you know, you start looking at teams that really need to kind of get something done. D+, 45 points. I don't think that's going to be enough to cut it. And they don't play tomorrow.
No,
so
this
they're
is their
just
last
gonna
day.
have to sit there and watch. And same with Bleed. Same with 4 a.m. You know, all of these teams, I think that we had pretty high expectations for. They're leaving a lot up to chance by coming out of here with as few points as they got here.
Yeah, and looking back, there's a lot of points left on the table for those boys, and so again, we mentioned it earlier, you never want to be the team that is just hoping that you make the cutoff based off how other teams do. You want to make sure that you put the best effort forward. And now looking at the circle, it looks like most teams have actually opted to go to the north side. There's really few teams left. Twisted Minds kind of taking their time, but they can rotate past that river if they want. You have Hal currently holding Yasnaya, and then even Gen G and VP all the way up north towards Stalber. Realistically, it's just Day Trade, New Happy, and Cerberus that haven't made that trek yet.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bleed, Happy I think a little bit too close to Severny. Flying a little bit too close to the sun. He will go down, but the rest of Bleed will use that information. They're going to play just off to the north of shooting range. And Guillaume will get our first kill of our final game of the day. We wait and see where everybody's. Now, it is worth noting, you brought up the fact that a lot of these teams are playing on the north side, but there are like, it's not just playing on the north side, it's a full commit to the north side, really, as we check in some highlights from that previous matches. Yeah, VP. They know.
He's
they
like,
know.
yeah, what do you do there?
Not much, unfortunately. Is 17. That was a much better performance that time around, and they did manage to get to that late game. Unfortunately, there was just overwhelming force there between Falcons and Twisted Minds, and there wasn't really much they could do after that. As Hamas going to find 2 off a Day Trade, as Day Trade, terrible, bad, no good, awful day continues
to get worse. Yeah, just 2 members now of Day Trade, and I mean, it's not even like they rotated super late. They got in the circle, but they're just running into teams, and really, I think most of their problems have come through rotations. Their rotations have, whether that's not expecting teams to be here because of the group system, I don't know, but yeah, it's been a struggle for Day Trade. But next to them, New Happy has been the opposite. Struggle would not be the word that I would use to describe the day that they've been having, as they still have 4 up and they're making their way towards the south side, and they can wrap this pretty much however they want, or if they really want, they can just wait. Why not? Wait to see what the circle does. This still could be a split, and New Happy has all of the south to play with.
Yeah, I mean, look, whatever they've been doing so far has been working pretty damn well. So they spot Flash getting into that UAS, takes a few shots from range. Not too terribly surprising that they don't get the knock. It would have been pretty obscene if they did. But at this point, you know what? I don't even know. I expect anything from these guys. They are absolutely bananas. But
still stays ambiguous for the most part.
There you go. I mean, you got the lion's share of the land on that northern side. You got to imagine it's probably going to cut that way, and it looks like that's what Twisted Minds is thinking as they send it. But you know, if you are New Happy or Cerberus or Day Trade and you're still on that south side, you can afford to kind of take your time with this one and just hang out on the south side and just wait for the inevitable push to come through.
And actually, everyone has opted to leave the south. This is just phase 2, though, so the circle still could do anything. But yeah, it looks like, as you said, most teams have hedged their bets towards the north side. I do like TSM's position. They've sent Luke just to the center there, off center on the west, and the rest of them are just waiting.
Twisted getting a little bit close, and they're going to find Chewy immediately. Lou was just waiting for him to peek.
Oh, Summers caught a bad
Oh,
spot.
yep, that's no man's land as Batulans will gladly take that one away. And hopefully we'll go for the run over. Easy. So, yep.
Oh,
oh no.
Oh,
well,
that's a little embarrassing.
What you gonna do? Seat swap. Oh, Mike's left actually taking shots with that bolty, so he's not going to stick around to flush it. But
Batula just caught
okay,
one to the
never mind.
chest.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, Summers got a long way to crawl, but if he can continue to land shots like that, there is a small possibility they get him up. Meanwhile, plus Kia here just on the east side of Severny. Going to be taking shots over at GNL. And vice versa. GNL Stella actually looking for some of the members there of D plus Kia off in that little mini compound. And it looks like a wrap here coming actually from Seoul. They need to be very wary of that.
Yeah, seriously, GNL just being very casual about sitting in the same spot, open ground, just taking shots at random here is GNL. Oh, Roy going to take the shots in. The spray not going to land, but they do spot out Seoul, so that puts that that flank on hold here from D+. He'll have to pull back away, and Roy will do the same.
So looking the other team surrounding as well, you do have VP to their east coming down towards Stallborough Hill, and then 4AM still in a kind of crazy split actually. If you look at it, it's between the Shack, or I should say the Alamo, and No Lead.
Yeah, that's
a really wide split, and they can't
really
even cover each other
too often.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's primarily the reason why is that you just can't cover each other like that. So, but you know, on the other side, not very likely that either one of those gets hard crashed here on Circle 2 or even Circle 3, really. So we'll see how it plays out for him. Howl, meanwhile, still on the south side, still looking across the bridge, looking to see what the next play might be as we get a look at how Cerberus got a few kills that just basically dismantled.
That's just
Day
unfortunate,
Trade.
though,
Yeah.
for Day Trade. I don't
can't
really
fault
make
them
a
for that.
mistake. Yeah, you can't fault them for that at all.
It just sometimes it happens, and happens a lot in international competition. Is you're just not used to, you know, you don't know where to expect people to be. So
and it sucks every time it happens.
It definitely does. Well, Circle is collapsing, and most everyone is here. Most everyone on the north side of the river, with the exception of Hal, New Happy, and Cerberus. So we'll see where they decide to go. Are we going to be kind with this C3 shift?
Oh,
we are not.
We
Okay.
are not. I said it was phase 2. The possibility was still there. And now all of this north side is just absolutely packed. Look at all these teams that have to make these rotations.
Oh, boy. And not only that, you've got your amount of places that you can go to wrap on the south side. I mean, you can see TSM right here. They're just sending it out in the blue. They're just going to go
They'll
ahead.
go for a wide south
Yeah, they're
wrap,
going to go for the long wrap around because they know, you absolutely know that those bridges are going to be just gross right now. It's 17, at least for their part. They were close enough by to where they can immediately send Xiaobei and Xiaowu to go across and secure a foothold in Razak. They're going to hold on to that 2-2
Oh my
split,
goodness,
though.
look at how
And
many
now-
teams.
Oh boy.
Look at that. That's absolutely insane. And as you said, going for that Shack is not great. All the teams on the south, though, starting to feel good. And TSM actually found themselves a great position on this.
They did. And the other thing is that this is still, for all intents and purposes, a 50-50 circle. This could cut back off to the north as well. As you see 4AM trying to send it a little bit closer to the river. Bleed just hopping into the E pickup. 4 Angry Men, they are doing their best to just take shots at whatever passes by them.
And there's so many teams clumped up together. You have Cerberus, you have Gen G, you also have, looks like 17 in a weird split. New Happy, who decided not to go past that, will still stay on the south side of this, as well as Hal. As we have people falling from the sky, Himas trying to take shots at whoever is coming down. And Akinen is actually going to go down. That's going to be Cerberus' Himas finally finding the knock and the flush there.
Boy, Bleed tried to go for the ambitious emergency pickup, and only one of their players managed to make it into Razak. And now at least is fortunate enough that he should be able to survive here, because there's just so many people playing inside that city that nobody can really afford to overpeak or make a push onto anything. As we see Cerberus just playing right on the river. They're playing on actually both sides of Razak. They've got the north and the south of the street covered. TSM, meanwhile, they're we saw them do the long wrap around. They're over in Boatyard, so they should be fairly safe here.
Yeah, and they're actually trying to hold off D plus Kia, who is now caught in the blue. And their only other option they're going to have is to pretty much rotate right past the duo of Day Trade.
D plus Kia, those shots from TSM just came at the worst possible time because they were just hoping that they could maybe make this push, but now it's been put on hold and they've got to make a decision and they got to make it quickly. And it looks like they're just going to opt to stay on the north side of the river. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, taking some long-range shots here from Falcons. Falcons electing to just continue to play on that north side. We'll see if it pays off for them here very shortly.
Circle about to post. All the teams somewhat tentatively set up in this current circle. Looks like Belmont doing what he can, and it goes back south. There's still water in this circle. Everyone in the north now has to make a shift, including Twisted Minds.
And you could just hear the gasp from the players as soon as that circle popped. Everybody was just like, oh my god. Well, Virtus Pro going to try to send it to the same bridge as D Plus at the exact same time. D Plus will pull away, and Lukaruk's going to do his bit to get a little bit of damage in. Try to send it back. Guion will take the shots, won't find the knock as VP just sending it.
And this is absolute chaos on this bridge, but it leads into even more chaos. The city of Rozhok is aflame as so many teams have tried to find refuge here early. But look, this is still happening on the bridge. Soul now has to come and save the other members of his team.
How did 17 just breeze through that? They had the 2-2 split north and south. Their duo on the north side just waited for that fight to start, and they just blew through, and they managed to make it and rejoin their teammates. Falcons, though, they are not having the same luck.
And Mime looks like they wanted to stop here and try to get some damage onto D plus Kia in this fight, but Soul is having none of it. That was a disgustingly fast knock onto Mime, and it's going to be the team Falcons starting to kind of reassess the situation. They're still not in, and now they have to deal with the duo of Day Trade, but I don't think they know they're there. And no, it's going to be a backstab by Belmoth.
Flash with the immediate knock and follow with the grenade is not going to find the flush onto Rello, but it looks like Flood and Snaker's just going to try to survive a little bit longer. They're actually going to hop in the vehicles. They're going to send it. D plus Kia playing the role of the bridge trolls. They are ready. They're going to find Flood. That's one knock. Snakers makes it through, but where do you go at this point? He's going to try to go for that high ground, the warehouse side, and somehow, some way, Snaker stays alive.
It's whatever he can salvage here is going to be better than nothing, but Xiaowu will find Snakers and Falcons go out in 15.
Who's going to be the next one to send it? Is Pero going for the high ground? They managed to find at least a little bit of a window there to make it through. Twisted Minds now in trouble. They sent it through from Yasnaya. They went all the way down to school, and they are paying the price. Batulin's the last one alive. He is on the south side of the school, I believe. Oh, no, he's got Lou with him. Okay, so Gen G was inside the school. They do manage to find Rex in a bad spot.
And I don't know how the hell Soul is still able to just hold this bridge almost by himself. Americano finally getting some damage out there, finding Belmoth, but Soul just absolutely the raid boss of that bridge.
They lost track of him. They don't know where he is. They're going to send one down to the river. They'll spot him out. Yeah, they have a good idea now. D plus Kia, the bridge trolls, 5 kills so far, still with 3 left alive. Flash, he's not going to get that point away, and that's probably the play.
Yep, that is not a bad play at all. Anticlimactic, but wise as this shift still keeps water in, and it looks like New Happy is going to be super happy about that position on the east side. Meanwhile, on the south, we still have Gen G and Twisted that have to make it out of this fight and potentially rotate in. Now, there is a spot for them to play if they can somehow make it to the back side of this hill, but even that is going to be difficult, especially with the angles on the east.
You got Valley Thai up there right on the bridge side themselves. They have all of this that they can kind of keep track of, keep their eyes on, because D plus Kia, I think they have an idea that 4 a.m., is that a 4-man 4 a.m.
I think
that's
it
still
is.
up there? It sure is. And now they've got to send it somewhere here, and they're immediately in the vehicles. They don't have a choice. They've got to go.
They're going to go straight towards the side Valley Tie, and that is the last team I'd want to go anywhere near a bridge or a road, especially when they are already set up. But they are about to drive right over it, 4 in a car. What is going to happen? Can Valley Tie get it? Damage is going to come out, but they actually make it through. No, they don't make it through clean. It's New Happy to erase them from the map.
Oh no, Valley Tie, they had to play on the low side of the bridge to avoid the line of sight of New Happy, and 4 a.m. they thought they made it through. They thought they were safe. But no, the raging bulls of New Happy were waiting.
Unbelievable game. I cannot believe the amount of shifts this circle has taken. 50-50 almost the entire way. And so now 17 in a position here on the northwest to possibly gatekeep D plus Kia, but it's still the split from Cerberus that I like the most, I think.
Gen G right now, they've got a big problem to deal with. Batulins is going to spot out Barpo. As even though they're down to just 2, Twisted Minds is so difficult to get rid of. They know it. They are trying to figure out if they can maybe spot him, as Barpo will get flushed out by Lu. So another point now in the bag for Twisted Minds. 125 points in 12 games for Twisted Minds. Absolutely obscene.
Happy wants to try to catch up at least, and they are in a position to still, though, as you said, Twisted Minds still alive. And TSM now starting to focus their attention towards this as Luke 12 sees the teams fighting in the blue at school. He has a shot. Oh, it doesn't get, though.
Unfortunately for both of these teams, TSM has nothing but time. They can sit here and spray down there all day long. They have no pressure from anywhere else. They have the high ground. They're actually going to send Alo down into Razak so they can have a little bit of a split between high and low. But TSM still just keeping eyes on that school, collecting whatever points come out of there.
I like what Valley High is doing here just off screen. They're sending someone to the north while this fight is still going on to try to get a split where that ridge remains. Meanwhile, Batulins just wants to get the hell out of here, but Luke 12 dialed in on his position as they have the high ground portion of Razak, and it's what is that?
Okay. So, okay. Why not? You know what? Whatever. Cerberus feeling pretty good about.
You've just given up.
I've given up. I've just. You know what? At least New Happy is going to be forced to move. They're going to have to leave their compound. Cerberus, they're in a little bit of a 2-1 split here. Batu is just trying to survive coming out of the school. That blue zone is ticking real hard right now. But you see TSM, they try to send it down to the city, and now they're paying the price with a little bit of a replay here on how 4 a.m. was summarily dispatched from the lobby, and New Happy beside themselves with excitement.
The problem, though, is New Happy actually still has a phenomenal position to play. That hill that overlooks Razak is, I'd give them the biggest advantage here, and they are still in possession of 4 members.
Well, 17 on the clock right now as D Plus trying to make their way through Razak. They'll immediately spot out Sol, and that is a big one down. Americano and Guion down to about half HP apiece. 17 pushing out, being the aggressors onto this one. They started off with defense, but that knock opened up the door, and now they're going to send it. Shu will find his teammate, but he's also going to find Americano. Guion going to get the wipe on his teammate as well, so that's unfortunate, but they will eventually take out that team. 4 kills now for 17.
Shows like, you know what? It is what it is. I'll take those 2. And so they still have 3 members up, but they have to rotate now into the circle, which is currently being held actually by TSM. Looks like Luke has gone to that side. GNL now have to contest with Cerberus, but look at New Happy starting to make the wrap.
Yeah, that hillside, as you said, so deadly for New Happy. If they can control it, if they can keep people from and nobody's really even sending it over in that direction. Tycon with a beautiful grenade will get 2 flushes onto GNL as Cerberus 11 kills now as they climb up the leaderboard.
They've been not necessarily slow, but kind of timid in the sense. They've had some good games here, starting to really turn it up, and 40 points is not bad for their first day. Definitely, especially considering the strength of this lobby. Multiple blue zones now going out towards the last member of GNL. Is TSM now starting to make their wrap on the west side, about to run into the other member of Cerberus.
Yep, Cerberus had a respectable day going into game number 6, and now it's turned into a great day here to be even better if they can find a way to make it even later into this game. TSM right on top of Haisaki. They are not looking over in this direction. Sparking just looking out the window. Haizaki just waiting, listening to footsteps, and he's waiting to hear the shots from Sparking, and immediately goes, gets the knock, gets the flush. And now TSM going to send it right back in. Alo will get him before he can shut the door.
The trade at least was had, so he will be able to get that point. The sparking is gone, but still 2 members left here. TSM, they are safe. They have no worries, but I'm sure they still want to finish strong here as that circle shift still keeps in so much water. What is going on?
I mean, the biggest part about that circle shift, though, is the fact that it keeps New Happy's ridge line in.
Yep.
And they can still play that however they want to. Now, Cerberus, I think, realizes that they know that New Happy is trying to keep them out, so you can see them taking shots there. Ming Ming and December 12th not giving them the knock, though, so that is absolutely huge for them. And now Cerberus has to turn their attention back over towards the west where they have that solo player from GNL. GNL going to go down to Hymax.
There's still, don't forget, 2 members of 17 and Bleed. Trick is still alive. He's been sitting in this building for quite some time. We do have now the kind of dispatch duo, their team of TSM, as they lost a couple members there. It's just Luke and Purdy, if I'm not mistaken. Or Alo and Luke.
Oh no, there's another snake waiting for him. He's got a P90 and that's it for TSM. Oh no, that is not what you want to see on the other side of the door.
If they weren't safe in points, that would be an absolute tilter, I promise you.
Brutal, brutal stuff. Well, Trick, remember, this was the last remaining player of Bleed who tried to take the E pickup.
Yep.
Once the circle shifted down south, they lost everyone except for Trick. And now he gets a nice little loot infusion to go along with his P90. 17, though, they know exactly where he is, but they've got to make moves now. They've got the blue at their back, and they've got so many teams looking right at them.
Yeah, and one of those members, as you said, Trick, who just had a nice little double there. Longsker is going to find a knock at distance, as he does. Still only 4 kills for New Happy, but all the control in the world on their side as Cerberus still has something to play. They don't necessarily want to make that push yet. They did try it when you said they were, and that was a good plan, but they realized New Happy's position way too strong, as now Hal finds themselves somewhat in the center, and this is going to slow down considerably for the teams that are still in the circle. On the edge, though, 17 is going to have to contend with Trick.
And that is a big pain right there. Show going to take a lot of damage from that grenade. Hal continuing to send it over in that direction. Not going to find any more damages. Show will get inside hard cover long enough to get the heal off. He's got shotgun in hand, but shotgun versus P90, which would you rather have? Trick knows the answer. He's going to answer is waiting for them to slowly push in.
Sir.
There you go. Show will find him, but look how close he got to going down. Xiaobei going to go down and get flushed out by Hal, as Hal finally having a few things go their way here in the late day.
Still Cerberus hanging on to 3 members. One of them is knocked, though. They should be able to get that. In fact, yes, Salalzi will be able to get, I believe that was Tycon, back up on their feet, but New Happy is just dictating all of this. They have full control. They have all the angles, and realistically, they're probably going to have center circle after this one.
And you know, the biggest and most important thing that New Happy is doing right now is nobody's getting knocked. As I say that, they're getting shot out. So okay, I didn't want to curse it. But nobody's getting knocked because they know. I mean, I think they realize, look, if one of us gets knocked, 2 of us gets knocked, that opens up the door, and that is basically game lost for us at that point. So they are playing it extremely safe here. They know that they're safe in terms of points overall, sitting in second place overall with 109 points, so they can just wait for this. They can wait for the game to come to them.
So now it looks like Cerberus has also made their move. They've consolidated into 1 building. 17 is out of there. Still a respectable game from them. Starting to pick it up towards the end of the day, which is what you like to see.
Absolutely.
And now it's going to be Hal. What can they do? Another team that really needs to make a strong finish here. Have to contend with not only Cerberus, but again, that monster of a position and team that is New Happy.
Yep, 30 points on the day for 17. That is absolutely respectable, especially when they've got 6 games left to play. And tomorrow they won't have to deal with the force of nature.
I don't know why I thought
New Happy and Twisted.
I thought Ming was going to just devastate
Just
Longsker there. I was like, why is he? What is he doing? No, it's a teammate, man.
Just open up on him, man. Why not? Howl, meanwhile, in a good position to really set themselves up for tomorrow as well. 5 kills so far, 24 points total, and all 4 members still alive. Sololzi just playing the wall. Nobody wants to be the one to make the move here, but somebody's going to have to be the first one. As New Happy, I don't think Are they going to have to leave their ridge? Are they going to? Can Howl play that wall?
Howl can,
while New Happy's leaving the ridge?
Yeah, so New Happy can actually kind of wrap to the north here. There's a little bit of a slope there that they can play underneath this compound. The other thing is, I'm surprised Howl didn't put someone on the roof. That would have been a devastating angle of that Prio building, but it is what it is. And as I said, yeah, it looks like New Happy is starting to angle towards that ridge, but so is Howl, and now the nade from Tycon is going to Roar and is going to find New Happy's member, and this is just Chaos Cerberus, though, coming out on top.
Immediate trades coming through, and New Happy is just sitting back smiling at all of this as 14 kills, 16 kills now for Cerberus as they are rocketing up the leaderboard. They have taken care of Howl. Now they can turn their attention towards New Happy. They didn't take a single knock on that Godspeed. That is absolutely huge.
They didn't take a knock, and New Happy did. However, they were able to recover. As I said, the roof angle comes into play, but it doesn't matter. Longsker will laser beam him down.
Tycon putting on a show here in the final game of the day. Manages to get one and get the flush. 17 kills so far. Sololzi is knocked. Not likely to be brought back onto his feet. Longsker right up against the wall. There you go. Highmass will finish him off. And all of a sudden, what was looking like a sure thing for New Happy is a 2v2 for the win.
And now Tycon looking for that angle. Shots coming out. He will find more damage, but he'll be knocked. It's all down to him, Ass. How bad do you want it? A huge game for Cerberus, but a win would be the capstone for them.
Absolutely blinded into oblivion right here. Highmass will make sure he gets a flush onto Longsker. Another point secured for Cerberus as the flashes just continue to come, chain after chain after chain. No! He'll find December 12th. Bing Bing gets the heel off. He's going to peek across the side. Highmass! A pull-off, a miracle 20-kill win for Cerberus.
What an absolute performance. Cerberus coming in and finishing just so strong when we thought New Happy had all the cards stacked in their favor. Unbelievable from Cerberus.
They absolutely did have all the cards stacked in their favor. New Happy is going to go back to that. I mean, you can see them smiling and laughing.
Yeah.
Obviously, overall, they're feeling great about their two-day performance, as they should. But what the hell? Cerberus, 20 kills in this lobby with this much on the line. Absolutely ridiculous stuff.
God, I love that damn team. I love Cerberus so much. They always bring the hype, and when it matters the most, they show up. Tycon, Himass, the rest of the boys, Sololzi, man. What a game to finish the final day of their, well, not their groups, but some of the groups as we head to the highlights and the desk.
Absolute pandemonium. What? What on earth did we just witness? Cerberus with the win. Himas with 12 kills. Is that a record of a solo player here on an international?
1K club as well. 20 kills, 30 points in one game. That's, I guess, just a statement, right? It's so good to see Cerberus step up and do this on their first day.
Insane. Kind of absolute pandemonium.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Like, because the crazy thing is about that last game for today is that, as we take a look at the numbers here, is the game was already a bit psycho.
It was.
The fact that we have these circles shifting down towards Rozhok, down south of that river, all of these teams trying to congregate down there, trying to get across the river, and somehow Cerberus thrives in the chaos here, Avenger.
And on top of that, right, it's been, our Erangel circle's been so hard. But look at this, 1,300 damage.
Wow.
And 12 kill for him and if there's a little bit of sadness in my voice, it might be because the vast majority of my colleagues all have him on your fantasy teams, and I don't have him. So that's a rip for me for sure. But yeah, impressive and insane performance here for those guys. And of course, man of the match here by far, record-breaking scenes here for Himas.
Will this be beaten during this tournament? I don't think so. That is unbelievable. What a performance. Not only man of the match here, it's play of the tournament so far, Avenger.
Insane clutch coming in from Himas here. Yeah, it's just out of this world here. As you see, 30 points for them. New Happy again. I gotta say, New Happy today has been insane. 74 points for them, 58 for Cerberus, 67 for Twisted Minds, 52 for TSM, and 50 for Paro. It has been such a sponge at the top that it's going to be so hard for the teams tomorrow to try to get into the very top here, the top 16. 125 points so far, or total for Twisted Minds. More than 10 points average per game here, James, for Twisted Minds. That is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, aside from this last game here where we see Cerberus able to get a 30 bomb, which is unbelievable, Twisted Minds and New Happy have been dunking on the opposition throughout these days. So very impressive by them. We will be seeing them in the grand final. Congratulations to them. I mean, hey, we might be even seeing Cerberus already in the grand finals, all things considered, after that kind of performance. But 13th through 24th, a few teams, unfortunately, really falling by the wayside here. Avenger really needing to step up tomorrow.
But also so tight. It is so close. Like one good game and you're jumping, 5 to 10 placements.
Correct.
It is extremely tight because, as the guy's been saying, they've been soaking so many points up the top, and that's so super scary, right? And yeah, that makes it the end for some of these teams here. And of course, once we get to the total overview again, it's gonna be like some teams are gonna be like out. We're gonna count them out once they. But we have one more day tomorrow, James, and we're gonna be starting with Erangel, going to take over Vikendi, and then ending things on Miramar, and that's gonna be it for our group stage, which is gonna be absolutely crazy. Yeah. No bracket, no double elimination. You're just out or you're straight into the finals.
Yeah, it is brutal to say the least here. And speaking of brutal, for teams in that group of B, like we have ourselves two teams especially that I think are absolutely in the danger zone. You've got Bleed, you've got 4 Angry Men here, one of our GPT teams from China. Really, 4 Angry Men only had 9 points throughout the day, if my calculations are correct here. That's catastrophic. They're going to need a miracle to try and get to the grand final.
Yeah, it's they have to do something completely like I can't even
see to shape around them to do something weird.
Something has to happen though. I don't see it happening that they're going to stay in. Like you're going to have some teams that's going to have to take like the vast majority of the points tomorrow. I don't see it happening, to be honest.
No, it is going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Likewise for Bleed, I don't think it's really going to pan out. D+ as well. I think 45 points at present. But let's be real.
We've been talking about 55, right? Sponge again, maybe 50. Something crazy has to happen tomorrow. Like we have to have the same teams that continue to do well, continue to take all the points away at the top, and that could then be the cutoff. But yeah, I have a hard time seeing it.
And let's be frank about this, because I'm going to be totally candid. It has been the Soul Show. The other 3 players have not been producing the numbers that they needed to be able to support Soul. And when you think about him as the current world champion, that as a roster is just not a good enough position for them, right?
No, and he's been surviving alone. Like, if you can't even do anything major, you can't clutch all the time. Of course, you can get a few kills here and there. You can maybe get some placements or snake some placements. But the vast majority of your points comes from being, 3 or 4 guys alive, and you push yourself into late game and get the points through that. But yeah, it just has been the Soul Show, and it's, crazy.
Well, of course, a huge thank you to Crafton for being able to put this on here for PGS3. It's fantastic to be representing here in the PCL studio, basically, for all of the action that is going on. And VSPO is bringing you that live to you here around the world. So a big thank you to them as well. And we have Anderseat joining us, providing support for apparently all the great winners that are winning on up there. We've got Twisted Minds as well as New Happy sat in those Anderseats and being able to put on a performance of a lifetime. And finally, we have Zowie as well with their 2546X gaming monitors that all these players are winning on, and that is time. We are done here for day number 2. Let's head on over to the stage here to wrap up the day.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the main stage interviews with your host Bella. We had an incredible day, and up on the stage we have Valley Thai Esports' Kiss. Sawadika Kiss. You did amazing today, and this is your first international stage, and you've shown everyone who Valley Thai is. So how are you feeling today?
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากครับแล้วก็ภูมิใจในผลงานวันนี้มากครับ
He's extremely excited and he's very proud of his team performance.
And this is also your first time getting to talk to your fans. So how about a thank you message to the fans?
ก็ขอบคุณคนไทยแล้วก็คนดูทุกคนด้วยที่เป็นกำลังใจให้วลีไทยนะครับแล้วก็รอบไฟนอลถ้าเราได้เข้าก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจด้วยครับขอบคุณครับ
He would like to thank to all the fans that cheer for Wali Thai and see you in finals. He will do our best.
Best of luck to you. Kiss. All right, that was Valley Thai Esports' Kiss for the first interview. And up next, we're going to have New Happy's Ming Ming join us onto the stage. We're waiting for Ming Ming, the superstar of the day. Bum, ba, bum. Ni hao, Ming Ming.
Yeah.
Yeah. And okay, that was incredible today. Oh my goodness. But this first question, I've been meaning to ask. Even though like yesterday didn't go as well as you guys planned, today, you just popped off on the leaderboard. So what did you guys do today? Like what changed?
那首先，今天的比赛非常的精彩。那其实相比昨天的话呢，好像表现的没有昨天没有那么的尽如人意。所以说今天做了哪些调整呢？
没有什么调整吧，然后昨天状态可能稍微有点不好吧。
Not much adjustment. Like yesterday was not in a very good state, but today it's going better.
Oh, so yesterday was like a warm-up day, and today you really popped off. Okay, and as the winners of the PCL Spring, how are you planning to, prepare for the finals, which will happen on Friday?
那作为这个 PCL 春季赛的冠军，那大家为了这个稍后的这个决赛有了一些什么准备呢？
准备回去再说吧。
Yeah, gonna discuss after they go back.
Oh, so it's a secret for now. All right, 谢谢明明, good luck to you. All right, that was New Happy's Ming Ming for our second interview. And that is a wrap on day 2 of the group stage here at PGS3 held in Shanghai, China. And now we only have a day left until we meet our top 16 teams that make it into the finals. So make sure to come back tomorrow, Chinese Standard Time, 6 p.m. This was Bella, and thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Miramar!